Back. It's always good to have the band back together. We have an action-packed day today of a lot of professionals that have a lot of experience helping small businesses get started and maintaining small businesses. And so I'm excited to learn as much as I possibly can, and I hope you guys are too. And then a little bit later this afternoon, we'll revisit the bill that started all of this, and then maybe make some suggestions for changes. And then when we get back into session, we'll look at that bill a little bit closer. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start. And the first people up is the K-State 105 initiative. Marshall Stewart, welcome to committee, and thanks for coming all the way in. I know you're very busy. Make sure your mic's on there.
Let me say, first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me also say thank you to this committee for the opportunity to share today. I will say, just because people do ask a lot, President Linton is doing well and looking forward to getting back to normal. This is his last week of treatment, so we're looking forward to having him back in Manhattan, Kansas, Thursday night. So then obviously some recovery time. So we are excited today to talk to you about K-State 105. I do want to thank the legislature for the support we've had to get this off the ground. Obviously, lots of folks were involved. Just to set stage, I arrived here back in January of this year, coming from the neighboring state university, and had the opportunity to come and be Senior Vice President, Chief of Staff for President Linton. In doing so, one of the things I first learned about was K-State 105. Obviously, a lot of folks have been working on this, people that are in the audience, other stakeholders across the state. Many of you as legislators have been acquainted with it. And it was something that I began to understand and pick up on. My background in extension, outreach, engagement across the university landscape and other universities I've been in, certainly this played well. It made a lot of sense. Because basically what you're trying to do is to serve all the constituents of the state. You frame the state as your student body, 2.8 million people. That's the student body for Kansas State University as a land-grant institution. I think it's also important to frame what a land-grant university is. A lot of people assume they know, and it is about agriculture and rural and certainly our history in 1863 of starting. But you really have to understand that the land-grant university itself is really what created the middle class. And when you think about K-State 105 and you think about that beginning of the land grant, it was about moving people from this level of not being connected and not being able to go into a university to opening that up across the country. And then if you look at it now, over 150 years later, it really created the middle class. It allowed people to be connected and to go into things. And it also took that university that we think about as a land grant and put it into the communities. So it's not only about people coming to the university, but the university going to them. And so when you think about a next generation land grant, as the slide says now, we've been in a process now over the last number of months of thinking about what it means to be a land grant now. We know what it did for agriculture. We know what it did for rural. We understand the history of it. But what does that mean now? And how do you frame that now to go forward into this century and beyond to be that next generation land grant? So if you look at the slide, you'll see where we're talking about looking at issues like global food security and biosecurity. We're framing ourselves around sustainability. We're framing ourselves around technologies and community health and well-being. You see under that some bullets that really point out some key initiatives that we're looking at more specifically that probably you're going to see a lot more about in the future. But the important thing is to think about land grant is to understand that it's really about moving people from point A to point B. And we hope point B will be where it'll be more economic mobility, more social mobility to allow people to have that opportunity. I, like many of you, probably had that opportunity. I had the chance to go to a land-grant university, and it changed my life. And it offered me those things. So that's why there's such passion, such belief in it. And that's why K-State 105 makes so much sense. Because today we see that the middle class, rural communities are really under pressure. So if you look at this particular slide, you begin to see how we want to do that. We'll pause on this one for a moment because I really want to talk about what it means. How do you bring this into reality? How do you connect? And the first part of this slide really talks about how we partner with our K-State Research and Extension Network. Just for point of reference, I've spent a lot of my life in extension, not here, but in other states. And I understand that network of 105 counties that we have here. I understand the people we have there delivering content. And when you can take that content deliverer, be it in 4-H or agriculture or business development or community development or health, and you can also add the idea of being a connector to that person's portfolio, suddenly it's not only delivering content, but it's connecting back into the university. First of all, Kansas State University, we have a lot of assets in the College of Business and the College of Engineering. We have assets in education, all the different colleges, all the different schools that can be imparted to those communities by using this network. So hence the word K-State 105. 105 counties that we reach their communities, 2.8 million people, by opening up the university for everybody. And certainly small business development, commerce, thinking about the things that you guys think about every day is a central part of that. Business development, how do we grow those businesses? How do we create educational access? How do we create more health and well-being in those communities? But then a second piece of this, if you look at the slide here, it's not only about Kansas State University, but how do we do that with our KBOR partners? Obviously, we have other system schools in KBOR, and we believe truly that they have capacities we don't have at K-State, and we want to open that up. There may be things at KU, Pittsburgh State, Fort Hays, wherever you may want to go, that have those capacities. In fact, this week, in fact, Tuesday, I was talking to the other president's chancellor of the KBOR system about this very idea of how we open that up and how do we make that something that where they have capacities we don't, that we can deliver into communities. Can we do that? So when you think about K-State 105, it's not just Kansas State, it's also the other KBOR institutions. And then there's a third leg in this particular slide that you see, and that's our partners. You're going to hear from many of them later today. They have evidence-based programs. They have research-based programs. They have great ideas that they would like to export in childcare and rural health and areas like housing and other things that we can extend to these other communities by leveraging this system, not only for Kansas State, not only for our KBOR partners, but also for those partners that work in regional economic development, chambers of commerce, whoever they may be. So what we're talking about is a renewal of a great thing that's been around for a long time, to lift that up and to enable it to now deliver greater things that really are meaningful to those communities, including agriculture, including 4-H and all those things that we've known for so long, but above and beyond that to bring greater value. So when you think about K-State 105, the one thing I would have you think about is it helps us do together what we couldn't do apart. You know, we can take ourselves and continue to compete and kind of be in each other's lanes, but we don't want to do that. So look at this particular slide and you can see how we bring that change together. We do have a footprint in 105 counties. Obviously, we have extension offices in those. We also have our research centers. We have those capacities across the state. We have our campuses at Salina and Olathe. And we believe that by synergizing that together, again, with the greater University of Kansas State, with our KBOR partners, and with those community partners that we have in economic development, rural development, et cetera, that we can really do big things in the state of Kansas. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Chairman, is stop here for a moment. I'm going to bring Jessica forward. Jessica, I want to introduce her to you. Many of you I have met, having been here almost a year now. But Jessica came to us as our new K-State director, and we were very proud to get her on board. And she's going to now walk you through, since she's been here with us in August, what we're doing now to make this vision work. And she's going to give you that, and you'll hear more from other partners. But again, I want to say thank you for having us today. We're delighted to be here. And so without further ado, I'll give you Jessica, and then we'll come back for some questions that you may have.
Sounds good. Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm honored to be here today to share about the transformative initiative known as K-State 105. You will see that K-State 105 serves as a catalyst, igniting a new era of economic growth and development in Kansas. Next slide, please. In the next few minutes, I'll take you on a journey through the heart of K-State 105 to demonstrate how this initiative is set to become a key driving force in Kansas prosperity. Next slide. Our mission is simple. K-State 105 is all about partnerships. It's about extending our land grant mission across all 105 counties in Kansas. And we're not just present, we are actively engaging and partnering with communities to achieve several goals. Through strategic collaboration with partners, K-State 105 seeks to ignite economic growth, job creation, and stimulate investment across our state. We're also dedicated to improving access to quality education, training, and resources for Kansans, regardless of where they reside. Health and well-being are foundational to prosperous communities, and at K-State 105, we're committed to enhancing these aspects in every corner of Kansas. And next slide here, thank you. One of the most challenging issues facing Kansans today is uneven economic growth in our state. Many communities in Kansas struggle to find practical solutions to advance local prosperity, including support for local entrepreneurs. Kansas State University believes that all Kansas communities, urban and rural, can experience economic growth when community leaders are committed to locally driven entrepreneur growth strategies, which connect to a broad range of technical, business, and support services. That's where K-State 105 comes in. In the last 25 years, 66% of all new U.S. job creation has come from small businesses. With our presence in all 105 counties across Kansas, K-State is uniquely positioned to create a statewide small business initiative. K-State 105 is a part of Kansas State University's larger economic prosperity plan, which is aligned with the Kansas Board of Regents strategic plan and vision for how universities are key contributors to economic prosperity in Kansas. As a part of this plan, we aim to create 3,000 new direct jobs and attract $3 billion in new Kansas investments by 2030. K-State 105 and the Kansas Department of Commerce's framework for growth are also aligned in purpose and vision. We acknowledge the hard work of the Department of Commerce already does in many areas across the state, and our efforts will complement the key initiatives outlined within the Kansas Framework for Growth, which seeks to emphasize harnessing the state's colleges and university for job creation and business growth. With K-State 105, we are leveraging our reach to foster job creation and support new businesses throughout the state. We also share a commitment to community assets and regional approaches to economic development. K-State 105 has already begun forming partnerships across the state and connecting with regional communities to spur economic growth. So what can you expect from K-State 105? By building and leveraging networks of support, technical solutions, and business creation and workforce development, the K-State 105, along with our partners, will enhance the well-being of Kansans. K-State 105 is poised to create direct jobs within the state of Kansas, assist in attracting and leveraging private and public capital and equity investment, and we will assist in the establishment or expansion of new businesses and secure funding for technical assistance and business, entrepreneurs, communities, and municipalities. And like Dr. Marshall mentioned, we're not doing it alone. Here's a story about how K-State 105 is creating access to childcare across the state. K-State has been involved in building new early childhood care centers and educational centers in Leoti and Wichita County, Kansas, and in Hillsborough in Marion County. In these communities, our K-State research and extension specialists and agents worked on a community needs assessment with various groups and community leaders, along with Kansas State University researchers and the College of Health and Human Services to improve childcare access. Their work has led to new childcare centers in cities across Kansas. Through K-State 105, we are also building connections with other higher educational institutions. We have had conversations with the University of Kansas, Wichita State, Pittsburgh State University, and many community colleges and tech schools across the state about possible ways to partner together. Digging a little bit deeper into our higher ed partnerships, the K-State 105 initiative is supporting small business development in Northwest Kansas through a collaborative approach that leverages the expertise and small business connections of higher education and statewide and regional partners. 2 universities, Kansas State University and Fort Hays State University, as well as 2 K-State 105 partners that you'll meet today, Network Kansas and the Innovation Center, are working together to expand the service offerings of Fort Hays State-led small business development centers in Northwest Kansas. The Fort Hays state-led Small Business Development Center operates as a network of 8 regional economic development and business consulting centers that currently serve the western portion of the state of Kansas. We are also working with a network of committed and creative external partners to advance the economic prosperity of our state. Our current partners include statewide partners, regional partners, and what we've been calling project collaborators. Network Kansas is our statewide partner, with regional implementation partners such as Northwest Kansas Economic Innovation Center and Go Topeka, to name a few. So in the northwest part of the state, the Economic Innovation Center will work to provide business consulting and network support to loan clients and businesses. They will provide direct assistance, workshops, and help to develop online material to support company growth and scale. Within the housing sector, the Economic Innovation Center will work to develop housing assets and help create rural housing initiative districts and housing investment tax credits. Go Topeka is also one of our local partners, and they will help to provide technical and business solutions, develop new products and services, implement new advanced technologies, and help us to develop and educate the workforce. A partnership highlight is Network Kansas. Alongside Network Kansas, K-State 105 will enhance capabilities to advance community vitality, increase small business startups, and help to expand existing businesses and increase direct investment across the state. And this map looks pretty familiar once you overlay our research and extension offices and our other campuses at K-State. You will see that we share a lot in common. But through K-State 105, we can help to elevate and build more capabilities so that every single county on this map gets filled. Our community development and leadership through research and extension will help connect to resources on K-State campuses and off, not only for building business services with groups on our campus like TDI, Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation Partners, but also for community development things like childcare, housing, and healthcare. So speaking of university expertise, K-State 105 partners are helping entrepreneurs today with small businesses across the state. One great example is the K-State Technology Development Institute, which was recently renamed a U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration University Center, and they will help to businesses, entrepreneurs, and researchers with product design and development, machining and prototyping, as well as business and intellectual support services. Some of TDI's recent success stories highlight entrepreneurs and research collaboration. So a few of the pictures here on the slide, you will see that a TDI partnership with Go Topeka helped a local investor create a resurfacing tool which removes the scuffs and other damages from golf balls. TDI also worked with Lawrence-based Lender LLC, which produces chiropractic tables, to redesign parts to improve manufacturability, which also increases quality and reduces costs. TDI has also collaborated with the University of Missouri to create a water disinfection demonstration trailer for farmers in Kansas and Missouri. This is a great example of how K-State 105 will help to drive economic impact. So measuring success, the K-State 105 metrics we are gathering from our internal partners and our external partners are shown here. We will be highlighting all of these metrics in a baseline partnership report that will be coming out in January of 2024 and expect to have an in-depth impact report in January of 2025. It is our mission to serve all 105 counties in Kansas and to foster economic prosperity. We're not walking this path alone. K-State 105 is a collective effort drawing upon the strengths of our various partners. Our partnerships begin right here at Kansas State University, the nation's first operational land-grant university, but we didn't stop there. Together, we will harness the collective knowledge and innovation from other institutions to advance Kansas communities. We also acknowledge that our business and industry partners are crucial components of our network. Their expertise and resources are woven into our mission, propelling economic growth and creating opportunity for Kansans. Nonprofit players play a pivotal role in our initiative. Their commitment to the greater good adds depth to our efforts, reaching those in need and in underserved communities. State agencies provide essential support, and we've established strong ties in this area. By working hand in hand, we can unlock the full potential of Kansas. This collective impact is what we call K-State 105. We are intentionally layering the targeted expertise held within our state, creating a strong heartbeat of knowledge and support. Together, we are on a journey to foster the best possible lives for Kansans. So, as we navigate this path to become the university for Kansas, K-State 105 will step boldly into the spotlight. Our mission is greater than just existing across the state. It's about serving and elevating the lives of Kansans in all 105 counties. K-State 105 answers the call for elevated economic growth in Kansas. This bold vision signifies that we are uniquely positioned to serve Kansas. We don't just touch the lives of those in the populous areas, we extend our impact far and wide. We have this presence in urban centers and rural communities alike and in every corner of the state. And we've partnered up, creating connections and enhancing expertise within our state and beyond. I'm here to say today that K-State 105 is alive, and I thank you for your support.
Okay,
I'm
committee.
happy to stand for questions.
All right, committee, any questions? Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question I have, and I thought this when this was presented in higher education budget. A lot of what you guys are talking about is what economic development directors are already doing. So what is your response to making sure that we're not duplicating efforts?
Absolutely. I think we are looking at efforts that create an ecosystem of services in each community so that each different community, no matter what role they have the ability to grab onto partnerships to be able to elevating existing work. I think especially with, as we've demonstrated, that uneven economic support in various parts of the county, it really takes a lot of partnerships to rise everybody up. So we're very aware that we do not want to duplicate efforts, that our goal is to elevate and build capabilities. And also, if we do come up against something that feels like we might be duplicating, how do we join in partnerships and help divide up the work and elevate all of Kansans?
Mr. Chair, if I could have a follow-up. So I'm thinking about the extension offices in each county. So are you guys going to be then eventually hiring an additional person per each extension office to help with some of these needs? Are you going to be training your extension office agents to do some of this work so that way they're educated? Because I'm thinking if I'm going to be starting a new business, my first thought isn't to go to my 4-H extension office. Yeah. So what is the future of that?
You know, I don't know if I'm the best person to answer about staffing and hiring for research and extension, but what I can say is a lot of the work that K-State 105 is doing has been existing. We're thinking about it through a lens of all 105 counties. And so I think what you'll see is that the workload and the workforce at research and extension, we're adding on this layer that's not necessarily more work. It's just complementing the existing work that they're already doing and just being able to highlight that and elevate that in other ways. Another thing I can say too is that because we'll have statewide partners and local and regional partners, there will be some shared duties and shared assets between K-State Research and Extension and groups like Network Kansas that also can help elevate.
Vice President Stewart, would you like to comment on any of that also?
I'm happy to. Thank you for the question, Representative. I think the answer is absolutely. We're not going to hire a bunch of people to do this. We don't have to. If you look at the way this really works at the local level, you have people that are tremendous extension agents right now, and they are delivering content, and that's their job. What you do is you begin to give them, though, an added value of being a connector. And it really doesn't take much more than they're doing now, to be honest with you. Having had this experience in another state, once they get this connector portfolio and they're able to understand where to go to get the technology, where to go to get the resource, that's all they need to do is to connect it. So they become a content deliverer, which is they're very good at today, and they become a connector. So you're beginning to open up their portfolio, so they have added value. Let me give you a good example, so because this will give you a concrete example. I was actually in Southeast Kansas, had the opportunity to visit with an agronomist, one of our field specialists or agents there, and he asked this very same question: what does this mean for my job, kind of thing? Or are you going to add new people? And I said, no. I said, what happens is, and the example I gave him was this. I said, do you know within the area that you work, people that have issues related to small business development or maybe rural mental health? I went down a series of things. He said, absolutely. I said, if you knew that, say, in rural mental health or in small business development, if you knew who to call on one of our campuses, and it might be us, might be KU, might be K-Board, might be, again, a partner, that you could connect them with that resource, what would that do for you? He said, well, first of all, I know a lot of people who could use those resources. Secondly, he said, my value as an agronomist goes up because people now see me as knowing more than just agronomy. They see me as a broader resource in the community. So if you think about that and you go back in the history of extension, you go all the way back to this beginning, 1914, what we're doing is taking what was probably what extension agents were known best for, which was solving problems regardless of what they were, even beyond their discipline, and connecting the resources. We're actually finding that nugget of how you do that and bringing it forward into a modern 2023 context. The bottom line question that you have, though, you're going to be hiring a bunch of people. No, you don't have to. What you have to do is equip people differently so that they have those resources around them. And when you wrap around that, I just think it's leveraging what we have and actually getting more value out of it for greater good for Kansans than we have in the past.
Okay, to piggyback on what she said and what you said to your agronomist, what we're finding out is when we heard this bill that we already have a lot of this going on in the state. I think our biggest issue is to get the word out. To how does that agronomist or how does a kid in his garage that's building something that wants to bring it to become he wants to start a business? How does he know to go to K-State 105 or the SBA or whoever? How do we deliver that message to get Kansans to know that we are here to help?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple steps to this, and I'll call back on my experiences when I was in the neighboring state of Missouri. We didn't call it K-State 105, obviously, but we did a real shift of the way we thought about extension in that state. And so basically what happens is, first of all, you've got to do an inventory of all your capacities. You got to know what you got. So the universities, be it K-State, be it our K-Board institutions, be it our partners, you do a really good inventory of what all those assets are you already have. Even the question that Representative asked a few minutes ago about the economic developers in all the communities. What are those capacities? So you've got to inventory that. Then the next piece is, once you know where your solid evidence-based, research-based programs are, the next piece is to train your people, prepare them so they know where to go. So you don't want people calling and not getting a good answer. So that's the next step. You've got to train, prepare your extension network. I'll use that network in this case, so that they are very well equipped to know, hey, somebody's calling with a small business, here's where I defer that. Somebody's calling with an issue on mental health, I know where to defer that. Then the next piece of it is to ensure that those that are getting those calls are ready to answer the call. So it takes it's a multi-step process, but again, it's not something that, again, weights the system down. And what you're doing is you're finding out where pockets of excellence are. We know right now in the state of Kansas, just in my number of months here, that there are many positives going on in certain communities. What we want to be able to do is export those to other parts of the state. You're able to tie those together. Don't reinvent. Don't start over. Use those lessons that have already been learned and shift those over to another community. So if again, there's a lot of learning that goes on in this. You learn what you are good at. You learn where your strengths are. You also learn where people need more help. I know one of the things I've heard from economic development folks just in the state since I've been here is they need more help too. They don't know how to get into the university, for instance, to get more help. So we got to create that. You got to create a way that makes it easy for someone that's, say, in Western Kansas that has an idea, an entrepreneurship idea, to know how to get into the university or into an asset. And so there's a lot of learning that goes on, a lot of inventorying, but once you do it and you get it rolling, your people are equipped then to pivot and to again touch where that resource is, and you're not reinventing stuff every time. You're not reinvesting in the same stuff over and over, which I think is a much more efficient and effective way to do economic development, to do educational access, to do health. Any area you want to touch, you can do it much more effectively by again tying those pieces together.
Thank you, Representative Christy Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that that's a big issue that the chair just actually asked about. What is the actual strategy for messaging and getting the word out? You can have the best training. You can have a complete inventory of all the different assets that you have, but getting it to the regular person that's not part of the system. We talked about this last night, not because for some of us that have worked locally with our businesses for many years, we know what processes need to happen, but it takes research. You have to go dig to find it. Network Kansas, it takes some effort to locate them and to bring them into your community. But even once you do that, making it known to those that might be able to capitalize on it. So I think we need to go back to what is the actual strategy, because you can train people, but then you're relying on an individual workforce within K-State 105 that knows exactly what to do, and that's difficult. So my thought on that is, we have a 911, we have a 988, we have a 511 for our roads. We need something like that is for our entrepreneurs. Something like that everybody knows, some type of messaging that everybody knows that you can connect now all the different resources, because that's what we're lacking.
Yep.
We can have a lot of great ideas, but I feel like we're lacking that one thing that everybody can associate. For example, when you dig, you know where to call when you dig, because there's a number and it's easily identified. And so that's what I want to know is there a specific intention beyond just inventory training and getting people out to where they need to be?
Yes.
Because we already have that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say yes. And let me give you an example of my history. I'll go way back. And this will bring it to 2023. When I was growing up in Eastern North Carolina, there was a thing called Extension Teletip. It's exactly what you're talking about. It was on your telephone, and you could call it, and you could learn anything you wanted to know about anything that the university had. In that case, North Carolina State. It was amazing, and it was all on phone, and it was only those of us that had finally gotten push button phones that could do it, because you had a dial phone, you couldn't do it. So, but that's how it was done. And what they did is send us all a card in the mail, and it went to every mailbox in the state pretty much, that these are the numbers you called, and it's literally a recorded message. You weren't actually talking to somebody. They'd say, here's what you do. I think what you're doing is you're talking about something very similar. It's a communication strategy to put something in the hands of people so they know. So what I would say is, yes, we're in the process of developing that, because a reminder, we literally, Jessica started in August. We got a communications person now working in the team to put that together. We're going to have to do exactly what you're talking about. We've got to have something in the hands of Kansans so that they know where to go. Because if you don't do that, again, the information still won't be getting to them, or they don't know how to access it. And we do need to make that that pathway for them to get to that much more accessible, easier, fluid. So yes, that is forthcoming. As we do these other things, we agree 100%. We got to have that. Yes, ma'am.
This is more a comment to our chair. I know we're looking for solutions to help our small businesses, but that may be a pathway that we could actually help fund some type of number that could be used, and some method that individuals could text and get a response back and get immediate links to resources, because people don't want to take the time to go hunt online. And I don't know how many digits or numbers we have for things like the dig and the suicide and the roads, and I don't know what that might cost. But I think that might be a really practical way, because we can do all the right things, but if it doesn't get to the right people, it doesn't move forward. Thank you.
And if I may, we have within the K-State 105 team several KPIs wrapped around communications. We just launched an internal communication strategy for on the university and within our university units, but we've also announced our external communication strategies that we just rolled out to our external partners. So we have a person and a team of people that can work with our network partners, our regional partners, research and extension on communicating. So it will look like media, it will look like social media. We have explainer videos being created by our partners. We have animations. We have several things that are current, that are accessible. And also, when you think about the ways in which maybe even a younger generation receives information, we have strategies built around reaching everybody across the state.
Any further questions? All right, I had one last one. Your initial goal for your prosperity plan was 3,000 new jobs and $3 billion in investment over 10 years. I think you're a couple of years into that. Can you kind of update us on where you're at on that?
Yeah, so we have several different systems of data that we're overlaying right now in terms of looking at how the university's strategic plan and the pillars in which we are acknowledging for job creation and economic impact. And we are in the middle of creating our first partnership report. The cutoff date for that was September 30th. So as of right now, we're working on building out that data. We have another deadline on the 15th. And so from there, we're going to be analyzing that data to be able to put out the information for the initial report soon.
Okay, do you have any idea where you sit on the number of jobs in investment so far?
So I don't have the specifics on that, but I can get it to the committee. I do know that our initial funding has gone out in the amount of $2.26 million, and we've deployed 832,000 of that, and a majority of that will also be continued to be deployed to our partners throughout the state based upon performance metrics. And so we will continue to update the committee on that.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. I think you did a great job for being on the job for less than a month. So welcome to Commerce Committee.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's see. Next up, we have Stephanie Moran from Go Topeka. Thanks for being here today. It's a long drive. Thanks for coming all the way in.
Thank you for having me. So Stephanie Moran, Senior Vice President of Innovation with Go Topeka. I cover innovation, entrepreneurship, and small business programming for the city of Topeka and Shawnee County. We're just going to go through a little bit of what we've been doing here in Topeka that layers into what's going on with the K-State 105 initiatives. We are the urban partner, as Jessica mentioned earlier, and we've got a lot of great initiatives going on that I'd like to share. So for those who are unfamiliar, Go Topeka is the economic development arm for the city of Topeka and Shawnee County. We sit within the Greater Topeka Partnership, which is made up of our tourism arm, downtown Topeka, the chamber offices, as well as our riverfront strategy. So we're all independent 501c3s, but we work together as a collaborative unit on strategies for Topeka and Shawnee County. Next, please. So really what we're doing here in Topeka is building out a thriving ecosystem. And to do that, we need a lot of elements in play. you've heard conversations on there's a lot of resources out there. How do we connect them? And how do we support local entrepreneurs? I've come from a background of working in corporate as well as working for scale-ups and startups. So I've seen both sides of this, and it's a challenge to be a small business owner or to be a startup and find all the resources you need, which is why I took this job in the first place. I really want to support small businesses and our innovators as they build out their ideas. To do that, we need resource providers, and we've got a lot of those, and you're going to hear from a lot of them today. We need educational opportunities. We need advocates. We need capital. So how do we bring all those things together to support them? What we're looking to do is build out a business concierge office here in Topeka that would support those initiatives. Next slide, please. So as I've worked with my innovation advisory board here in Topeka, what we've done is take that ecosystem model and said, okay, how do we want to build that out here in Topeka? It needs to be centered around the entrepreneur and the small business owner, but we really need that place. So some of the conversations that you were just having is, where do you go to find those resources? We're building out an innovation center here in downtown Topeka, just across from Evergy Plaza. And within that, we will house what we're calling our business concierge office. That's where we will have access to service providers. So Small Business Development Center, our Topeka small business team and the programs that we offer, Shawnee County Startups, Omni, our library has some great resources. So all of the network providers that we have here in Topeka can be connected through that office. We can also have businesses come in and say, you know what, I've got an idea and I don't even know where to start. Who do I go to? We'll be able to connect them with those resources and say, okay, here's who you need to go to for marketing. Here's who you need to go to for financial planning, business planning services. Let us help you connect to those resources and make your business thrive. Within that, we'll also have access to funding. So I need capital to get started. Where do I go? Are there grants available? Are there low interest loans like those through Network Kansas? We go into our innovation and entrepreneur ecosystem, do I have access to angel investors and venture capital? Who do I contact? All of those resources available in this one-stop shop, if you will. It's also that entrepreneurship people talent pipeline. So we've got incubators and accelerators, and I'll talk a little bit here in a moment about our plug and play accelerator program that we have here in Topeka. But we also have a local incubator in OmniCircle who's working with kind of those really small businesses, first entry, need to start a business with no experience. So what do we do to wrap service around those guys, as well as wrap services around entrepreneurs who have been working in the industry for a while? Mentoring, pitch programs, all of those access points that we need. We're also working with our university partners, Kansas State, KU, Washburn, and others in the area to say, how do we connect to your students and let them know what's available as well? So we were actually at Washburn University on Monday talking to a group of students there on what is innovation in Topeka? What is plug and play? And how do your entrepreneurial ideas get brought to life through those programs? How do we connect you into our ecosystem? We sponsor students at different events in the region. So at BioKansas Innovation Festival, really showing those students how to get connected. Other programming services, research and development, proof of concept like we've talked about. And then how do we get the community involved and engaged? Because that's the biggest thing, is this community needs to be aware. We just talked about how do people know that these things are out there. We're going out into the community, to community centers, to different organizations, letting them know that we're out here and available to help. We've just spent the last month working with our Hispanic Latino community, who we've seen need some additional resources in language translations and technical assistance. And so we're helping them understand what things are out there for them to start businesses, and then also having translators available to help them fill out applications and do the things that they need to do. Next slide, please. So as we talked about, kind of this place that we're building out. So the Innovation Center, this will have lab space, it'll have co-working space, it'll have maker space, access to this business concierge office. So this is really going to be our one-stop shop for Topeka and Shawnee County on how do we get those programs and services out there and available. And I think it's something that we can look at as we go into surrounding counties as well. You know, we get inquiries in from Jackson and Jefferson and the counties that surround Topeka, and I want to be able to provide services to those counties also. Next, please. So one of the key things is funding, and Topeka has some unique funding opportunities for small businesses that aren't available in all communities, and I think it's an opportunity to look at for others within the state. One of those is our Small Business Incentives Program. If you'll go to the next slide, please. We offer a incentives program for small businesses, so those under 100 employees. And their incentives, these are matching grants up to 50% of project costs. There's traditional incentives in marketing, construction, renovation, architecture, design, equipment. But then we also have those technology and entrepreneurship opportunities through global markets matching grants, proof of concept, where we partner with Kansas State's Technical Development Institute quite a bit on those, SBR, STTR, so that we can really support our entrepreneurs and small business owners. They have some skin in the game, but we're also helping them to get these ideas brought to life. We overhauled this program in 2022. So throughout 2022 and 23, to date, we've awarded about $625,000 in small business incentives to about 100 businesses. And that is across 250 different incentives. So a lot of times they may apply for 2 or 3 incentives at a time, bundling like architecture and design and construction. To date, we've paid out $340,000 on those projects. There are several still in progress. And I think the unique thing and the great thing to see with this program and what we were hoping to see is that those businesses are reinvesting in themselves. So we've put in the projects we've paid out to date, $342,000, those businesses have put in $3 million into the economy. So we're helping them get started, but then they're reinvesting back into the economy with those dollars. Next, please. So we talked a little bit about the university partnerships. You know, we have connectivity with all of these universities. Strong Top City Interns program. So this summer we had over 400 students come in from around the state that interned with our local corporates. And so that's the largest number that we've had throughout this program. Great way to get those students connected with corporate partners, keep them in state. I mean, we want to see local talent stay local. We don't want to lose that talent. So how do we keep them connected to the pipeline as well? Go Topeka has a mentoring network. So we work with people to mentor them through whether it's small businesses launching, whether it's looking for those corporate relationships, getting them connected, and then again, sponsoring students at different events. And then our Plug and Play Tech Accelerator program. Next slide, please. I think one of the other critical components that we've seen be very successful is our Forge Young Professionals group. And we're connecting our university students and those who are coming straight out of college into the workforce through Forge. That's keeping them local. They have a group that they can relate with and connect to. It's great for them to be able to forge those relationships. They have civic opportunities. They've spent a day here at the Capitol getting to know legislators. They've spent time in the community volunteering, but they also have social activities that help them feel like they belong and have a place in the community and in the region. Next, please. And then we've got a strong corporate employer network, and it's across a lot of sectors, which really makes that attractive to these students if we can get the word out and make sure that they understand that those corporates are here. There's lots of opportunities in the corporate world as well as in the startup world. And that's where we had a lot of conversations with our Washburn students on Monday was there's a lot of great opportunities to work for startups and tech companies that you may not be aware of that are here in the area. And so letting them know about those as well. Next. So as I mentioned, Topeka has a unique opportunity to host a plug and play accelerator program. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about that because I don't think there's a great awareness on what this program is. In the fall of 2020, Topeka held its first batch of tech startups. And so we went out and pitched to Plug and Play that we have the animal health corridor here that reaches from Manhattan, Kansas to Columbia, Missouri, with over 60% of the world's animal health companies in that 300-mile stretch. But there is no animal health accelerator program in the world. And so Plug and Play said, hey, great, we're going to put one in Topeka. And so we have a Plug and Play team centered here in Topeka. We run tech accelerator companies in that animal health programs through here in Topeka to help drive innovation, connect entrepreneurs, corporations. But it's also an economic development opportunity for us to bring corporates or to bring to companies in that tech space here to Kansas and to connect them with local Kansas companies, local Kansas partners in university as well as government to say, hey, we've got room for you here. So it's talking to them about the opportunities that are here in the area. Next, please. So what is Plug and Play? Plug and Play is based out of San Jose, California. They started out as a venture capital investment group, but quickly realized that there was an opportunity for them to help host these startup companies. And so they've created over 20 tech accelerator programs across fintech, insurtech, food and beverage, supply chain, you name it. And they work with corporates. The unique thing for startups in this program is the startups aren't paying to be a part of the accelerator program, and Plug and Play is not taking equity. The corporates who partner in this program are the ones who are putting up the funds to help run the tech accelerator programs, and they are benefiting from the technology that's coming out of these accelerator programs through partnerships. Next, please. So as I mentioned, they've got over 20 tech accelerator programs. We launched animal health, but we also have a strong partnership in the ag tech vertical as well. We've got a unique opportunity in front of us, and I've just kind of talked about with our K-State 105 team on this. Ag tech was based out of Fargo, North Dakota. The office that was housing Plug and Play there has closed. And so our local Plug and Play team has taken the Ag Tech Accelerator program over for the time being. And we're going to make a strong push to try and get some Ag Tech partners here. And we'd love to bring that accelerator program into our network as well. So currently we have 23 startups going through ag tech and animal health this fall, and we will look to bring a portion of those here to Topeka in December, and would love to have an opportunity for you all to meet some of those companies. We'll be sending out some more information on that. But what we've seen is we're not only seeing animal health companies come through those accelerator programs, we're seeing sustainability companies, we're seeing energy, IoT, new materials, supply chain, because it's really driven off the innovations that our corporate partners are looking for. Next, please. Plug and Play has the largest corporate network in the world. And so why that's important is it gives us an opportunity to actually reverse pitch some of our local startups to Plug and Play. I've been able to send some of our local startups in the health sector, in retail brand, in ag tech and other areas to Plug and Play as potential participants in their program and connect them with corporates that can help them grow their companies as well. Next, please. Just to understand kind of the enormity of Plug and Play and kind of why this is such a unique opportunity, they have offices located around the world. And I know this is a little bit small to see, but it's really throughout Europe, Asia. But if you look at the US, Topeka was actually one of the first US offices outside of Silicon Valley. And so it's really kind of a unique opportunity for us here. All right. So here's how it works. Go to the next one, if you would, please. So we do these accelerator programs, deal flows, and corporate best practices. Like I said, there's over 20 different verticals, 60 different accelerator programs. They will do over 500 corporations every year and really trying to drive what those best practices are. If you can move forward to one more. So the way the selection process works, any startup can apply into Plug and Play's playbook to be part of the program. Plug and Play venture analysts will then search that playbook for different technologies. So if we take Hills, who is one of our corporate partners for an example, they will say, we're looking for technologies in these 3 sectors. They will go search the database for companies in those sectors. there may be up to 500 startups in that vein. The team will narrow it down to 75 startups that are kind of shortlisted. The corporate partners will then review those and say, I want to see these 25 pitch. Those 25 will pitch to be part of the accelerator program. And it's usually narrowed down into 10 to 12 companies will participate in that 3-month accelerator program with our corporate partners. And then coming out of that, we'll often see pilots, proof of concepts, investments coming out of those corporate partnerships. So what does this mean for Topeka and for Kansas? Year to date, we've had actually one of the strongest success stories with Plug and Play for being a new accelerator program for them. We have had over 491 startups in our industry area of focus. Just in a short time, we're on our 6th batch. We've had 204 personalized connections come out of that. 78 continue in conversations. We've got 56 NDAs in place throughout this program. We're doing 19 pilots or POCs, which have resulted in 2 partnerships already. We've had 65 startups come through the program, 110 plus events, and 12 countries represented in this program. We held Plug and Play Expo here in June, and we had companies from Israel, Argentina, the UK, all represented through in those startup programs. Some of the unique things where they were really excited, they would have obviously didn't know where Topeka, Kansas was, had the opportunity to come here. We're blown away by the hospitality, the level of interest, the partnerships, the collaboration that is here in Topeka. And some of them are looking at this as a potential for their US base. So we'll continue in those conversations with those companies, but there's really a lot of opportunity in this accelerator program to continue to drive economic development, not only for Topeka, but throughout the state. Okay. And then I think that's all I had. So happy to take questions.
Okay, questions committee, Representative Bourgeon.
Thank you, Stephanie, for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question, I'm obviously here in Topeka, so I'm seeing some of the success that you're having, and it's just outstanding. But as we are looking at House Bill 2123, are there any specific recommendations that you might have, or are there things that the state could be doing that could be helpful in your opinion?
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I do like the idea of having some sort of designated system for connecting startups and small businesses to those services. Like I said, we're trying to build out our own concierge office, if you will, and trying to get the word out. But the more that we can do that as a state, the better off we'll be with all of our resource partners. I think there's also, like I said, these small business funding opportunities. I know that our incentives program is unique and it's not done in a lot of cities. We're looking at opportunities. We're funded through Shawnee County sales tax dollars, so I can only use those incentives for Shawnee County businesses. But we're looking at opportunities to say, how can we expand that outside of Shawnee County? So for the other smaller counties that are in our MSA, is there an opportunity to bring them into the fold, into that program as well? We've had several reach out. I've been able to direct them to other services and resources, but I'd love for them to be able to participate in these programs as well, because I think it's a unique opportunity and we're seeing the benefit come out of that. From our startups and technology, where we're really seeing a lag in funding compared to some other states is there's a lot of funding at kind of that initial first stage level available to startups, but as they kind of go into that regulatory research phase where they have to, I know I've got a couple of medical health companies who are going through a number of regulatory trials. That's where funding really becomes an issue. Other states do a really nice job of supporting innovation technology funding in those areas, especially the SBIR, STTR funding, and other programs. So I think there's an opportunity there. In the small business sector, again, just really being able to collaborate on these resources. I know they've talked a little bit, and we'll continue to talk about SBDC offices and this K-State extension. We're lucky we have an SBDC office here in Topeka, but even oftentimes we're even overwhelming them with the number of clients that we have coming in that are needing help building business plans and doing those types of services. We were holding a session at the library yesterday for some of our Hispanic community, and I've got several of them going to Nadia's class tonight. And so I'm like, hey, I'm sending a few more. Hope you can take a few more. But just being able to really expand upon what those services are, they're great. They really help those businesses be ready for those next level investments, but they're critical to getting them started, helping them establish their business entities, the EINs, the business plans, marketing, all of those pieces, so that they are ready when they come to us for incentives and funding.
Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. It sounds like this is a really great thing for the entire business community here in Topeka. But the thing that I keep kind of thinking about is if it's only helpful if they can find you, right? And so how would you say currently that these various small businesses, they have to apply? How do we even, let's take that a step before. How do they even find you? Where do most of your leads, I guess, come from?
There is a lot of word of mouth. As these businesses receive incentives, they are telling other small businesses about them. But a lot of what we've done recently is really promote on social media. We go to some of the business clubs in town. So you've got SME, you've got TIBA, which is Topeka Independent Business Association. You've got smaller business groups that we're going out to and just letting them know that we're out here. When we saw that we were having not as many applicants from our Hispanic Latino community, we said, okay, why is that? Why are we not getting those applications? So we've been out to the community centers, getting in front of them where they're at. So a lot of times it's meeting those businesses where they are. I think really for these programs to be successful, it's a combination of you've got people who are who want to do this through technology. They want to go on a website, they want a link, they want, to be notified that way. But you also have a subset of the population who still needs that in-person touch. They need to have people who can sit down with them, have a conversation, walk them through the process, because technology is not one of their skill sets. And so we can help bring those skills along while also giving them that personalized service.
That's really thankful. And just to kind of, I'm just talking out loud to the committee and how I'm thinking about today and framing the conversation. For me, I just kind of struggle with, I'm thinking about the less sophisticated small business owner or one who's thinking about one and just starts Googling, like, how do I start a business? And then that's where they get caught. It's just, there's so many resources out there. If you Google it, half the resources are some sort of third-party vendor. Half the resources are maybe like a state agency that just kind of shove you out to different sites. And so just trying to make it as easy for the person, they don't get caught at the ideation phase. I want to get them a little bit further along. Maybe they start, get a business name, and that's a little stickier, right? Once they get a business name, once they get a little farther along the line, then they are a little freer to pursue it. But if they get caught in the research phase, then we lose a lot of potentially talented businesses, I think. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good point. Representative Williams, Christy Williams, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I went to your website to get a better understanding of how we're reaching out to potential business owners. My question is, I didn't see, for example, when I just typed in startup on your website,
Yep.
It just sent me to articles.
Okay.
So, and then when I went to Shopify, who of course does a lot of point of sale, they create a platform, a way for small businesses to manage all the tax codes, sales tax and so forth. So they have a reason to have a really good framework. They had this incredible 8 steps to start your business. And it showed this little map of 8 steps to start your business. And it went from the very beginning to what Representative Shu was talking about, just giving yourself a name, and then your business plan, and then business structure, and then your licensing, and then your insurance, and then your finances, and then your marketing. So it kind of takes you through all of that. So then I went to the Department of Commerce. Does the Department of Commerce have anything like that? I type in the same thing, startups. No. I didn't see anything for either location. So I feel like we're doing, you mentioned word of mouth, which is very important, but we're not accessing even at our non-interactive place, which is they have to go find the website and they look at it. So my first question is, when someone is starting up a business and they want to reach out to you and they make a phone call, is the first and the most common way to inquiries are made are through the phone? Are they calling?
We have some of both. So we'll get inquiries through phone, through our offices, and they'll go through my team. We've also started, and I agree, the websites, we're still working on overhauling website and what that could be a better directive. We do a lot of QR codes. So we're handing out QR codes as we're going out to different organizations, which direct them straight to that small business incentives page. Makes it a little easier to find those things and those resources. But I do believe there's a better way to do that website.
So there's a small business incentive page on here.
Yes. So are you on the Greater Topeka Partnership or the Go Topeka?
I'm on the Greater Topeka Partnership, and as I'm just going through each little drop down, I don't see where to go.
Yeah. There's a separate Go Topeka website, and that's
okay. I don't want to take up our committee's time, but
I agree.
that kind of just illustrates the point. If I'm sitting here and we're talking about it, and I've been a former mayor and, it's been around this a while. If I can't find it, then the guy that you're talking about or the girl that you talk about has no chance. One last question. I talked about having a 3-digit number, and that's probably not possible because those are kind of well established and used. But what do you think about the legislature funding something like a short code where you could use a short code where that could, text grow my business or help business, or you text something to a location that could then distribute it out to our different economic development centers? What do you think about something like that that you could put on the QR code that would be easy, like text 77111?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think something like that would be great. I mean, and statewide, because I know the other resources partners that are in the room with me, we do a lot of connectivity to each other, but having something that connects everyone to the same location would be great.
So yeah, Chair, I think if we could, because there is a cost with those toll free, there's not a cost. There's some other ways that you can do it, but it would be amazing if Commerce would actually have some kind of code, and then it could be distributed out to wherever that text came from and then sent to those local chambers and boards so that they can make that call. I just feel like we're missing a huge opportunity to connect, and Shopify is an example of everybody else doing it better than government. Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you for your insights on the website. We'll take that back to the team.
Yeah. So I think the problem remains, though, even when we get that far, how do we get the word out to the end user that has no idea where to start? And so that's one of the things we're going to have to tackle. Any other questions? How many businesses did you say that you, with your incentive program?
In the last 2 years, we're sitting right around 100 businesses that have received 250 incentives. So like I said, most of them apply for 2 to 3 incentives when they come in at a time. They can receive those incentives every 3 years. So a lot of times they're bundling a project and they'll do construction equipment, architect design all together, or marketing in there. So we see multiple incentives with each application.
So where do you get your funding? Who funds this?
It's part of our joint economic development organization through a sales tax funding.
And then how do you track those businesses and keep in contact with them?
So we've started conducting annual surveys. So once they've completed their projects, we'll get them on an annual survey list where we keep track of them, see where have they added additional employees? Have they done additional products, invested additional revenue, added products or services? So we can kind of see how they're growing over time.
Representative Laura Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to circle back to Representative Bourgeon's question outside of just House Bill, what was it, 2123. On a state level, I think what we want to do here is make sure that Kansas not only has opportunity for Kansans to start a business, but also attract Kansans back to Kansas and look like a state that is, the right environment to foster entrepreneurs and for them to be able to chase their own American dream. So looking at the legislation outside, you stated just trying to connect and find resources. Is there anything else in the legislation that you think would be helpful to what's going on here in Shawnee County?
I think for us, it's keeping you aware of things that may be coming down, especially the technology pipeline that may be a barrier for those companies to entry. As we look at courting some of these companies from outside of the US, okay, what are the things that they need to establish their business here, making it easier for them to come in and set up those entities, connect with the resources, getting them established in the area will all be critical as we bring those businesses here to Kansas.
Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if this is a question for you or for research or when Network Kansas comes up, but I know I'm from Great Bend and we have economic sales tax as well. And then the county kicks in some money as well. And then through the tax credits through Network Kansas, they receive funding. So is that kind of typical for all economic development groups to get a sales tax and funding that way? Or is that just maybe a couple places that do that?
I can't speak on behalf of everybody, but from what I know, that is a common source of funding for those types of organizations, or it is going out and raising the dollars through private donations is the other primary source of funding. So you may have corporates that are willing to invest dollars in that. Some state funding, but I think a lot of it is sales tax funded.
Thank you. And if when Network Kansas comes up, if you guys could answer that question, what you guys know, and then on top of if maybe research could look up what is typical and what the sales tax rate is and what it's maybe bringing in. Because I know, for instance, in Great Bend, we have an economic development sales tax, but it's being split between another organization that I personally don't think is economic development. And so I'm wondering if that's kind of common with other places that get a sales tax funding. Thank you.
Yep.
Eddie, you can take care of that. Okay.
Yes.
Have another one? No. And the plug and play, is that for tech businesses only?
So there's 20 different tech sectors. So yes, they're looking for new, innovative, disruptive technologies. And so those can be in a multiple, like I said, it's insurtech, financial tech, retail brand. A lot of times they're applications, a lot of times they're new technologies. Sustainability tends to be, we're working on a lot of packaging materials that are compostable so that we are getting away from plastics. So those tend to be new, innovative technologies.
And you said 23 startups. Those were through your connections and their Kansas companies?
Yeah, so 23 in the current batch. So we run a batch through in spring and fall. And in our fall cohort right now, I have 11 in animal health and 12 in ag tech.
And so how many have you done in totality?
65 companies have come through the animal health vertical. Like I said, we've just picked up kind of ag tech here in the last, over the summer, basically. Some of them came to our summit in Expo in June, but our local plug and play team has picked up that program over the summer.
And what's the success rate?
We're seeing good successes. Like I said, we've got 2 partnerships that have come out of those, which, if you look at technology partnerships and how many startups it takes to kind of have a viable technology, you have to go through a lot of startup companies before you see a corporate partnership, a licensing deal. The fact that we actually have more licensing partnerships and more POCs in place than other plug and play verticals that have been established for a lot longer period of time.
So how many of those businesses end up moving to California versus staying here in Topeka or in Kansas?
That I don't have a good answer on. A lot of them, there's companies from around the US, several stay in their same location, but we'll have conversations with them on, is there an opportunity for a satellite office here? Is there an opportunity for manufacturing or distribution? Do they have that set up yet? Others were looking for a permanent home, and so we want to be that permanent home. So we'll work with our, within Topeka, we have our business and retention expansion team, and so I'll work with them to see if there's traditional business incentives that we can utilize as well to attract them.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thanks so much for your
Right.
time today, and hopefully you'll hang around and listen to the rest of this. I think we're due for a 10-minute break here. We'll go ahead and break and come back at, say, 10:30. All right, for our next conferee, I'm going to turn it over to Ranking Democrat Jason Probst, Representative Jason Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our next conferee today is Jackson Swear, who's the Entrepreneur Navigator and Program Director for Startup Hutch. And I'm really proud to have him here today and proud of what we've done in Hutch. This all started with, and I'm sure he'll explain some of this, but it all started with a conversation a number of years ago about what we could do locally to improve the entrepreneurship ecosystem. A recognition that we had a lot of potential in the community, a lot of people who wanted to do things, and we had resources, but also a recognition that maybe we weren't doing a good enough job of identifying what people needed and how we could get that information to them and coordinate it in a more effective way. So thank you, Jackson, for being here today.
There we go. Thank you very much, Representative Probst. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the committee for having me here today to share some of this with you. Does it work? Maybe. There we go. Okay, I might have to call for the next slide. I'm from here. We're in Reno County. Startup Hutch is a hyper-local economic development and entrepreneur service organization serving Reno County. Most of you are probably familiar, but just to give a little bit of context here, I'm going to share that Reno County has a population of approximately 60,000 people spread across 17 cities in 31 townships. But Hutchinson, the county seat, has approximately 40,000 people. So we have a lot of rural area within our county. We're a pretty large county. You can see there on the map. But we also have, a medium-sized Kansas City with a downtown urban core. So we're a little bit in between. And because of that, I think that some of the lessons that I have to share today apply across most of the state. And my goal today, as Representative Probst indicated, is to try to share a little bit of what I hope will be an inspiring story about what is going well in Reno County. I also think it helps to have a little bit of context about who's speaking to you. My name is Jackson Swear. I'm the Entrepreneur Navigator for Startup Hutch. I'm a 5th or 6th generation Kansan, depending on how you count. And I'm also what we call a boomeranger. I grew up in my hometown of Hutchinson, Kansas, went away for a little while, got a liberal arts degree, lived in Chicago, where I worked in rental real estate and taught chess as a side hustle in elementary schools before I decided to move back to my hometown here in Kansas. So I am one of those people coming back that we would like to see more of and that I would like to see more of as well. When I returned back to the community that I grew up in, I had a personal mission to ensure that everyone in the community had access to the same opportunities that I have as a result of growing up in that community. And that led me to working in nonprofit leadership in a variety of capacities, first in housing, probably because of my other background, and then later managing a grant in health equity for our local health department. That led me to thinking about what sorts of inequities exist in different geographic areas of the state and folks with different demographic backgrounds and how that could impact their health outcomes. And as a result of that, as well as being very involved in our community, I was the chair of our local young professionals organization, which is similar to Forge, which we heard about over here in Topeka. I was asked to be invited on an entrepreneurship task force. That task force grew out of a conversation over coffee that our Representative Probst was a part of with some leadership of our community foundation and our city as well. This was before he was a state representative, by the way. And that task force, I'll fast forward a little bit, met frequently over the course of 2 or 3 years to try to figure out what was going on in the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Reno County. And they concluded that what we needed to do first was to hire this newly created role of the Entrepreneur Navigator. I'm really passionate about this work because I think that entrepreneurship and starting a business is really one of the best ways to achieve the American dream. And that I think that helping more people gain access to this opportunity will benefit not only them and their families, but also our communities as a whole. To put a slightly finer point on it, I think is vital to the success of our rural communities. So what do I mean by building an entrepreneurship ecosystem, and what have we been doing in Reno County? When I started, the organization was called the Quest Center for Entrepreneurs, which is a perfectly fine name. It says what it is, although a quest, a long and arduous journey where you hope to reach your end goal, is not perhaps the most exciting metaphor for entrepreneurship to encourage people to do it. We were an incubator before it was cool in the 1980s, and really that concept of the organization had run its course by the 2000s. The for-profit market was actually filling in that gap of spaces where new startup businesses could go. And the Quest Center had become what it called itself an incubator without walls. So we were serving entrepreneurs, kind of acting like an incubator, but we didn't have the physical space. The building that the incubator was in was sold. And at one point, when I first started the organization, I talked to one of our existing clients and I asked her what she thought about the Quest Center. This was just as we were going to do the rebrand. And she said that the Quest Center was the best kept secret in Reno County. And I knew that that was, as we rebranded the organization and hired me as the entrepreneur navigator, that my role was going to be to fix that problem. How could we do that? So in the rebrand, we put the entrepreneur navigator front and center. What is Startup Hutch? It is an organization that creates a community of support to start something great. The rallying community for entrepreneurs, creating collisions and fostering collaborations to help new ventures take flight. This slide comes from my marketing people. What we do really fundamentally is we help to build relationships. We build relationships with entrepreneurs to determine what their barriers are, to help them make connections and provide them the resources that we immediately have on hand. And we also create relationships with resource partners, understanding their resources and helping them to tailor their resources to meet entrepreneur needs. This concept of an entrepreneur navigator is one that I'm not precisely sure where we found it or if we made it up. Don Mackey of E2 Entrepreneurial Ecosystems, former the director of the Center for Rural Entrepreneurship, told me that he thinks that we coined it, although I can't take credit for that. I think that if that is the case, it would have been probably Carrie Mayhew, the program officer at the local community foundation. Our work is in both the city of Hutchinson and in the county, and I think that that's an important distinction that is relevant here. So that's a constant tension for me in the work. As I mentioned at the start, we have a lot of small communities across Reno County, but we have one very large one. And so figuring out how to serve the community where the majority of the economic activity happens, which is Hutchinson, while also supporting all of the other communities in the county where one or two new startup businesses would make a much bigger impact, is one of the key tensions in my work. We also work extremely well with our local economic development and chamber entities, but we are separate and distinct from them. This is, I think, a feature that works really well for us, both the separation, that we have one organization that can focus exclusively on entrepreneurship as its main focus, but also that we are not infighting with our local economic development unit and our local chamber organization, which is, I think, that something that, frankly, my observation and broadly across the state is not true everywhere. Our philosophy is that we can either wait for them to come to us or we can go to them. So we have to go out and meet the entrepreneurs where they are. And I think that on a statewide level, there might be something of a lesson there, that to the extent that we can get on the ground and have people, boots on the ground, who are out there to talk to entrepreneurs, I think we'll be more successful. We, since we started in 2020, have tried quite a lot of experiments. And I think that this entrepreneurial attitude and trying experiments is the right attitude and approach that you want for an entrepreneurial service organization. I'm going to list a few, and I'm not going to take any deep dives into the different kinds of programming that we've tried to deliver through the last few years. We started virtual presentations that we call the hot seat during the pandemic that evolved into a new podcast where we have guests on to talk about either their business or resources that they can provide to businesses. We have a monthly entrepreneurship connections mingle that's both for startup owners, potential new aspiring entrepreneurs, and resource providers to try to build connections between all of them. We have hosted multiple Network Kansas board certified programs, including the Ice House, Destination Boot Camp, Growing Rural Businesses, Jump by Entrepreneur Business Basics, and an annual Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge. We figured out how to access new loan programs, both statewide and local. We send an email newsletter every month and take a bunch of social media videos. We have a private Facebook group. We are hosting a manufacturing expo so that we can bring together everyone in our manufacturing industry later this year. Just last year, we hosted a Double Dare Challenge where we celebrated 15 businesses in our community who had doubled their employees in the last 2 years. That included businesses that went from 1 to 2 and one that went from 50 to 138. We've hosted lenders luncheons to tell lenders about our programs, and we've hosted business transition luncheons to tell people who have existing businesses who need succession plans how we can help them find new entrepreneurs to buy their business. We've hosted business workshops in Spanish, women and minority business workshops for certification, and coffees out in towns across the county to reach our rural representatives. So I say all of this to emphasize that we're doing lots of different things, and it takes lots of different activities, and that we're not sure whether all of those are good ideas or that they're all working, but we think that trying different things is the key to success. I've given presentations to groups ranging from the leaders of our Oxford House, which is one of our local recovery organizations, to PEO groups, from small town community groups of 10 to 15 people to chamber award centers with hundreds. But for all of that, don't put me at the center of all of it. We are not the kind of organization that is the one on the left, where we are a resource organization for entrepreneurs. That is what we used to be. We are building an ecosystem here, an interconnected network of resources and entrepreneurs who can help each other to grow their businesses. We want to connect entrepreneurs to other entrepreneurs, so I don't have to be in the way in the middle. That's what the Private Idea Exchange Facebook group that we created is about, and that's what the 2 or 3 other organically created groups that have sprung up since then that frankly are much better than the officially hosted one. I do think that there may be a lesson here that the organically developed thing is doing a better job sharing resources than what we made. We also work to connect entrepreneurs to resources directly through trainings, but also through networking opportunities. And we work to connect the resources to each other. I'll speak a little bit more about that in a moment. We've encouraged cohorts to form out of our classes. And I can observe, although it will be hard to document, that the entrepreneurs who do so and who become friends with the other entrepreneurs that they are in trainings with are more successful than the others. They have people to turn to when they get into trouble, when they have challenges, and that helps them to push through and overcome their barriers. I think that this kind of network is now and will make our community more resilient and allow us to be stronger. And if we have a secret sauce in Reno County, it's our willingness to collaborate. We work together in what we call the Reno County Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Partnership, or RCEP. That is an acronym which needs work. We used to call this the Reno County Entrepreneurship Task Force. That organization includes Startup Hutch and Network Kansas, my friends who are speaking next. Also the City of Hutchinson and the Reno County Commission, both of whom help fund our organization. Our local Chamber of Commerce and our local community foundation. Our community foundation actually convenes the group. I'll speak more about their critical role a little later, and I'll speed up. And we also have our local community college, local financial institutions, and local entrepreneurs, approximately 20 members on the group. I think that spreading the work around creates a lot of resources and spreads the load without burdening any one of our organizations too much. And because, as we've talked a lot about already today, a lot of resources for entrepreneurs exist, while we can always use more, I think the key thing is getting people connected into all of the resources. And that's why I think this interconnected network makes so much sense. We have some key partners that I'd like to emphasize quickly, and then I'll leave some time for questions. We work very closely with Network Kansas. We've been in one of their e-communities for a long time, and that has allowed us to access some loan capital. I do have some facts and figures about that if people are curious. We've also been able to access some gold standard programs for supporting entrepreneurs, like Who Owns the Ice House Training and Destination Bootcamp, among others that I referenced earlier. We've also been able to receive some, but relatively limited, experimental program funding. But most importantly, the thought leadership and support of the organization has been critical to us moving forward. We also have a number of new programs and collaborations that I'm really excited about for the future, but I know Eric and Steve are going next, so I'm going to not steal their thunder. We've also been blessed to have great philanthropic support for our work. I think that community development is economic development, and when these kinds of organizations can work together, it can create a lot of cool opportunities for our community. Our community foundation has provided support both by convening different stakeholders, and that is really valuable to us as the lead entrepreneur service organization. We aren't the ones convening the partnership. And so that means that the partnership can be authentic and honest with us about what they need from us as the organization, because we're not the ones hosting the meeting. They've also provided some grant funding. So in the tune of $90,000 a year for 5 years to help fund the existence of the additional organization. But more importantly than just providing the grant funding, that philanthropic funding unlocked additional public funding in my community. So my organization was, prior to this, only funded by the county and is now funded by the county, the city, and the community foundation, and with also some smaller support from Network Kansas and a little bit of internal revenue. So creating a multi-legged stool, perhaps more than the three-legged stool that you all sometimes talk about up here, would be helpful for these entrepreneur service organizations. So I do think that there's a lesson to be learned there as well. And also, I would emphasize that the input of the philanthropic funding allows us to prove the concept of what we're doing and to gain more potential public funding in the future. Our local community foundation has also done some great work in taking some of its capital for local impact investing. That deserves an entire additional presentation on the impact of local community foundations taking some of their assets and investing them in place. They would be better to tell that story, but I would encourage all of you to learn more about that and how it might be beneficial to your communities if you have local community foundations. And finally, two of our other key local partners are our local community college and the local chamber. Hutch CC has been a longtime supporter, providing HR, IT, and receptionist support. They also give us free rent in the building that we're in, which used to be the incubator. So that was kind of the deal. We sold them the building and we get to stay there. We've also been blessed with a great partnership with our local chamber. And I always like to be sure to point out that traditional economic development and and entrepreneurship are not mutually exclusive. I think that they're additive to each other, and that if we can invest in both, then we can grow the pie for everyone. What's next for us? I hope that you found this example inspiring about what's possible when an entrepreneurship community is well supported. And I'm going to leave you with what I see as our biggest challenge and our greatest opportunity, which are tied together. Our biggest challenge is reaching the folks who have not previously been well served by our traditional economic development programs and our existing financial institutions. By this, I mean a lot of different kinds of folks. I mean, from the people who live in our small rural towns and feel left out by the programs in the big city, to people of color in inner city neighborhoods who feel left out for different reasons, from people in recovery from substance misuse who want to hustle for something legal, to people who've worked their way from poverty to the middle class at a job and are ready to work for themselves, from tradespeople who want to venture out on their own but have no idea how, to creative people who know how to market for everyone except themselves. I think that our greatest opportunity in our rural communities is the untapped human capital that we have, and that if people have the mindset, the connections, and a little bit of a hand up, then they can get what they want. Connections and resources and hard work lead to success. And I think that this work is deeply impactful to our rural communities. We need to build and root wealth in these communities. Otherwise, they're going to die. And I don't want my hometown to die. And the good news is that I think that we're on track to create the next generation of successful, locally grown businesses so that my community can be here for the next 5 generations of my family as well. Thank you. Any questions?
Committee, any questions? Representative Clayton.
Thank you. And thank you for being here today. So I have a question. How do, and I'm not even sure if your organization tracks this, but how do most entrepreneurs or would-be entrepreneurs find their way to you? What would you say would be, is it online or word of mouth or through other organizations?
So I don't have robust data to track that. And I think that my friends at Network Kansas may have some more robust data on a statewide level that I think would be helpful there. So I'll hold that. I will just say that I think it is important for us to market in a wide variety of different channels. So we're on social media. We put things out through the Hutch Post, kind of the online newspaper in our area. When we have new programs, we put ads in some of the rural papers. And I'm out talking to different groups. And I will further add to that, our organization probably spent between $30,000 and $40,000 a year on marketing in the first 2 or 3 years of the rebrand, which we were able to do because of the grant funding that we had from the community foundation. Generally, public funders don't like it when you spend that much money on marketing, and I heard a lot about it actually from the county commission. But that was really important to us being able to get the word out for what we did. And I think that there is a lesson there that you can have all the great programs in the world and everybody wants to fund programs, and you need people that run programs. So you can usually convince people to fund the people that run the programs, but you also have to tell people about it. And that is the hardest thing to get funding to do.
Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Jackson. Can you talk about some specific examples? I mean, when we talk back home, there are some organizations you've helped along the way So maybe talk a little bit about what you do from like when somebody comes into your office for the first time and where you take them, and maybe highlight a few examples that stand out to you.
Yeah, so we can help in a variety of different ways. So the simplest way that we help is somebody comes in, they need to work on a business plan, and they've maybe got a draft of one. I help them review it, and we say, okay, this is ready. You're ready to go to the financial institution and ask for money. Recently had a good example of that. I think the business is called Kansas Drone Services. I'm allowed to talk about that. They didn't end up borrowing any money from me because they could get everything they needed from the bank. Unfortunately, that one's not going to show up in my metrics, but it's a good example of somebody coming in and getting a simple service that they needed, and then they were able to go and start their business. I also walk with people all along their whole process, from ideation into getting that business plan created and going to get funding. And an example of another project that we worked on that's a little larger, perhaps, would be one that's downtown in Hutchinson called the Hoke Hotel Project. This actually has a couple of out-of-town developers. They're from the Overland Park area, or the Kansas City area at least. And they bought a couple of buildings in downtown Hutch and had been renovating them. And then they wanted to buy another one that was completely run down and turn it into a boutique hotel. But I started having a relationship with them about 12 months before they ever applied for funding. They came into town, they were working on these two buildings. And so I got a tip. I met with them and talked to them about what they were up to in these two downtown buildings. And remember, I have this background in housing as well. So I was also interested in what we were doing for downtown apartments. And through building that relationship, we were able to connect them to some state historic tax credits to help with the building. They applied for some CDBG funding, but actually ended up turning it back because of some of the requirements around that. Don't have the capacity to get into the weeds on that with you, but that might be an interesting sidebar later. And then we were also able to layer together about $600,000 worth of loan funds that went alongside some bank loan funds as well. That came from the Community Foundation, some local loan funds that Startup Hutch owns, and also some Network Kansas funding as well. So part of the Entrepreneur Navigator bit of all of that is the navigating all the requirements for all the different programs. And so those loan funds have different match requirements. You can use different sources of match to match different things. So we were able to kind of put the puzzle together to make that all work.
Anything else? Any other questions? Representative Bourgeon.
I'll ask thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask the same question, and that is, as we're here considering House Bill 2123, do you have any specific recommendations, or is there something that we as the legislature can be doing to be helpful to what you're doing there on the ground? Thank you for being here.
Yeah. I'm really not sure on a statewide level what you should be doing. So I'm going to caveat this with I'm the on the ground local guy. But what I think is working really well for us, maybe we can synthesize into three things from the presentation. One is this concept of the Entrepreneur Navigator, the boots on the ground person who knows about the resources, who can form the relationships and spend the time doing that, because it takes time to build trust in relationships. And so to the extent that you could be a partner in helping to fund that, I think that could be a value add. I wouldn't necessarily expect the legislature to fund the entirety of that. But remember, this multi-legged stool thing makes it easier to have long-term sustainable funding. So if one thing drops off and you've got 5 things funding you, then it's a lot easier. Incidentally, I would say the same thing about business. If I had a business owner come in and they had 90% of the revenue was all coming from one company, I would look at them and say, you should probably figure out how to diversify that. So that's the first thing that I think you could so there's maybe some funding for programming directly with people on the ground. There's this marketing problem. How do we get the word out about all of it? So there may be a role to be played there. But I guess finally in all that, I would encourage you to build on the existing resources that do exist. One thing that I see happening a lot is you get like a bunch of different people who are all working on fundamentally the same thing. And one of the things that I think works really well in Reno County that we have done is and this is not something I can take credit for. This is really the work of our community foundation. We brought together all of the stakeholders who are already working on the problem, and we have all of us regularly talk. We still meet quarterly to talk about what we're doing. So we're not just reinventing the wheel all over again. So that's the risk, I think, for the legislature, is that it will be easier for you to invent a new thing than to figure out which is the best of the existing things to support. That second thing is harder to do, but I think you'll have more leverage if you do that.
That's good advice. Thank you. Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here. I have an advertising and marketing background, so the idea of potentially supporting that intrigues me. So, I don't want you to speak for your colleagues around the state, but do you have a general sense that generally tends to be true in this type of industry, that you can find funders to fund the programs, but most people and most units of government are less willing to fund the marketing of those programs?
Yeah, I would absolutely say that that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I want to add one other thing that I think is an important nuance. And I know they're going to talk more about loan funds, but there's also a lot of loan capital that's available. So we want to keep that. We need to keep that, but that also exists. Like, you can get the money to start a business. You just have to know how to go get it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're right on time. Network Kansas is up next. We'll start with Steve Bradley. Welcome back to Commerce Committee.
Yes. And I'm really glad I got to go later, so I kind of know I'm going to try and weave in some of the ideas based on the questions that you all have been asking. And I've also been texting with some people to get some of the questions answered. So my part is I'm going to talk about Network Kansas as a whole, kind of what I would say are interactions at a state level and maybe some of the regional level and some of our financial programs based on that. And then Eric's going to get into the deeper part of our community level work through our entrepreneurship communities. One thing I do want to mention is that hopefully going forward, we put this on us. We will make sure to communicate with this committee so you all know what we're up to and what we're doing more often. And that's on us for not being more active with your group. So where's the slides at? Do I do that or is this mine? Oh. Okay. So a couple things. We were actually created by where'd it go? So I'm already messing it up, aren't I? Are you doing this or am I? Okay. That's even better. That's age right there, not knowing how to do this. So we were actually created, Network Kansas was created by the Kansas Economic Growth Act of 2004. And Eric and I were hired to get it off the ground in May of 2005. And in March of 2006, we launched Network Kansas. And we launched it with 264 partners across the state. We launched it with an 800 number. We were talking about the 800 number. We have a number, 877-521-8600. And I'm going to talk about, I have brought some of the data and details of that's in a later slide. But we actually, the first thing that we started with was a central number website for entrepreneurs to call and get connected to resources. And so we launched it. We had a little bit of money to promote it. We promoted it. To be honest with you, I don't think the way the promotion worked as well as we had hoped. And so we started working through our partners. We now have 595 partners across the state. And we define a Network Kansas partner as any nonprofit or government sector resource that provides some type of business building service to entrepreneurs and small businesses. We also have 73 entrepreneurship communities across the state. We started with 7 in 2007, and and then we have continued to grow that. And Eric's going to talk a lot more about that as we go. Since everyone always wants to know how we're funded, we receive some funds from the Kansas Department of Commerce that are EDIF funds. And then we are mostly funded through the entrepreneurship tax credit, which by the way, in 2019, you all helped us change that bill. I don't know if you recall that, but Les Mason carried it on the floor, did a great job, so that banks could participate, because banks across the state were finding how well it was working and helping entrepreneurs, and they wanted to be able to donate and receive the tax credit as well. Next slide. So our mission at Network Kansas is to empower entrepreneurs, and we mainly focus on our partner network through our partners. Network Kansas, we didn't hire a bunch of people and start running programs. Everything that we do is actually working through our partners across the state. And we do this by offering financial resources, valuable relationships, and expert knowledge and experience. Now, it's not our expert knowledge and experience, it's the expert knowledge and experience of our partners across the state, such as the small business development centers, such as some of the organizations you've heard from today. And so we use those partners, we connect to those partners who then help the business from there. Our approach is really focused on local empowerment, and our entrepreneurship communities that you hear about, that is where we feel like you get the most bang for your buck. The more that local communities are connected to the resources in their local community, and we're helping activate that through loan funds, through entrepreneurship programs, through technical assistance, the better off those communities will be, the more empowered they will be, and the more capacity they will have. Next slide. So I'm going to talk about our Impact Investment Center, which is the call center I talked about. Eric's going to dig into the entrepreneurship programs and technical assistance when he talks. So let's go through. So our Impact Investment Center, and these are historical numbers. I told you we launched in March of 2006. We have received over our history, 34,000 inbound leads. I texted our referral center manager because you all had a question on how those leads come in. 70% of those were calls, which surprised me. I thought it would actually be more email, and 30% are emails. And so with every call that we get in, we make generally 2 referrals. Usually, so it may be the Department of Revenue and Department of Labor. It may be another resource as well, like the Small Business Development Centers or others. And so we make 2 referrals per, on average. Now, some people are just looking for a phone number. We call them express clients. They call in, they need some number that we're not going to follow them through the system because that's all they needed. And they said, nope, that's all I need. And then we do make follow-up calls. We've made 130,000 follow-up calls to the clients that have come in. There's another piece of the Impact Center that we generally don't talk about, and that is that they're also a key piece to our data. So every client we have that has a loan with us, we are calling them to get their data and to follow up and see if they need any help every year. So we may be contacting 800 clients every year. We start that in the summer and end it in December because it takes that long to try and get connected to all of those businesses. Some of the things I thought you might be interested in are the types of stage that the business is in. And obviously you all have hit that piece on the head, which is most of it is startup. The other piece that I think, as you all have talked about, potentially, I've heard liaison concierge or something like that. As you can see from our referrals, so I look at referrals in two ways. One is what I call government, and that is Topeka. Where are they? They're in Topeka. And the other is field. So they're in the field. Network Kansas, primarily our expertise is in the field. We know all these people. We know them everywhere. If you call us, usually we're going to know someone by name in that county that we can talk to and find out more information or connect them to. In Topeka, when you get into this going from revenue to labor, we know who they are and we can connect them, but we don't really follow them through that process. We really don't. We haven't had the expertise to do that, and we haven't had someone dedicated to that. So that might be a consideration for this bill, is to find a liaison or a concierge, and you all decide where they should sit. Could sit in Commerce. Secretary of State's office obviously is another big area for that. That might be a potential resource. But if you also look, the bottom ones, so the SBDC is a big one. And in our whole history, the SBDC has always been a key resource. And that resource is key because if you, and this is one of the reasons why we were attracted to the 105 initiative, is because they wanted to, one of their thoughts was, let's get the SBDC expanded out in Western Kansas. Well, our e-communities, if you're trying to get a loan from one of our entrepreneurship communities, decisions are made at the local level, but one of our rules is you have to have a business plan. Throughput is based on technical assistance. So if an entrepreneur needs assistance on their business plan and we don't have a resource that can help them, then it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to get funding because they can't get their business plan done. And so, so that's one of the reasons why we felt like in Northwest and Southwest Kansas, it was important to expand the capacity. I'm sure Greg will talk about that later, of expanding those resources. And so, I'm sure you'll have questions about that. I'll wait till the end on the Impact Investment Center, but those were some of the ideas that we had. The other is promoting it. I got some more information on that too, from our referral center manager. Our top 5 ways that they hear about us to call the 800 number. The Kansas Business Center. By the way, we've been working with the Secretary of State's office for at least 15 years. There was a time when the Secretary of State's office was trying to do a single number. You probably heard about it, where they were trying to say you could register one number and it would populate across. Eric was involved in the task force on that. The problem was it cost a ton of money to do. And so I don't think it never did get done. But Kansas Business Center, internet search. Someone said internet search. That's our second largest way that they find us. Our website, word of mouth, and then our resource partners often send them to us. The others are Secretary of State's office, Department of Revenue, the WSU Center for Entrepreneurship, and bankers. Bankers send them to us as well. And so those are just some more data, points of fact and data on. The last slide, go to the next one. Sorry, I should be telling you, shouldn't I? I just want to talk about the funding programs, loan programs that are statewide. We have, in our history, have launched probably 6 or 7 loan programs that are statewide. Eric's going to talk about our very first one. We now have the Grow Kansas program, which I'm sure you all have heard about. It's through the state U.S. Department of Treasury. We are the lead organization on that. We launched it in August of 2013, and we have been very successful with that program, and are getting ready to actually request the second. You get the funds in tranches, and so we will be the first state in this jurisdiction to request the second tranche of funds. And that's because of all our partners across the state that are working with entrepreneurs and helping them get loans, get equity investments. And so our historical numbers in here, as you can see, and this is a program that we work directly with the Kansas Department of Commerce on. They are the lead partner. We've done, but our total historical loans we've done are 697 loans, 37 million, and we've leveraged 311 million. I put the funders in there because I think it's important when you see our numbers to know that most of these numbers are not state dollars. They're U.S. Department of Treasury dollars, they're EDA dollars. The Kansas Health Foundation is partnered with us in the Kansas Community Investment Fund. And so other funders are involved. In the equity investment programs, we have done 60 investments, 8.9 million. And we've leveraged about 127 million. So just in these programs alone, everything we do is to leverage and support private capital. We're not here to replace private capital. We're here to support private capital into these businesses. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Eric and let him talk about the Entrepreneurship Community Partnership, and then we'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Steve. Chairman Tarwater and other members of the committee. My name is Eric Peterson. I'm the president of Network Kansas. It's a pleasure to be here and to see many familiar faces again. So Steve referenced Grow Kansas, and that's obviously huge, and it dominates a lot of our activities. But I want to take you back for just a minute and frame the e-community effort that he referenced. When Steve and I were hired, the very first loan program that we launched was Startup Kansas. Had a $45,000 max. There was a bank public capital match that went with it. It was funded by the EDIF funds. And we would get applications from certified development companies and other partners around the state. Our board of directors would make loan decisions, worked fine, and in fact was in existence till just when we launched the Grow Kansas Fund. We discontinued it so that the market wasn't as confused. It worked fine, but a year or two into it, the notion came to Steve and I that the concept of empowering communities or partnering with communities wasn't happening. And we were both private sector guys, and it did not feel right. So the idea of the e-community was born in late 2007. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that local empowerment model and then how it has become the deployment vehicle. I'm going to have to remember. Thank you. The deployment vehicle for most of our loan and equity funds here in just a second. Please, if you would. Thank you. First, I think it's important to help you understand the footprint of e-community. It has grown to 73 formal partnerships in 66 counties. 330 something incorporated cities are a part of the partnership that we call e-community. And I know some of you here, I've had the opportunity to testify a handful of times or more over the years. So some of you have heard about e-community, and some of you are very, very familiar with it, as Representative Probst with Reno County. And I mean, my goodness, Representative Williams brought e-community to Augusta when she was mayor in 08 or 09. By the way, before I forget, Representative Blue, I don't know if you made it to the Ignite pitch competition last week, but for Great Bend to raise 95,000 private dollars for that for 5 businesses was an amazing night. Amazing night. Next, please. So at its core, here's what e-community is. In a nutshell, we utilize our assets, allocate loan funds to each of the 73 communities. We still own it, still our money. We tell a community, you have local decision-making authority over what businesses to loan that money to. Still has to have a bank or public capital match. That's statutory. Maximum loan, $45,000. But you decide what businesses to loan it to. It's an if-then relationship, and I think that's very, very important. That drives a lot of what we do. The money is the Trojan horse for us. If the community is going to have access to our funds and loan them out, then we want some specific things that we want to do out of this partnership. And I want to touch on one thing that I wished I had. If you could back up one, please. In those 73 communities, you see the colored regions. I think it's very, very important to understand what that means and who has oversight of that. Each of those colored regions is a regional manager of ours on our staff. A coach is what we call them. They live in that region. They work with the communities in that region to understand their needs, to develop relationships, to be on the ground having conversations with the economic development staff. And what's important is that to know who these people are. 4 of those are former economic development directors. One was a decade-and-a-half research and extension employee, and one was a decade-long employee of Network Kansas. So they're hitting the ground running with some great local knowledge in their role. Please, if you would. Okay, no, back up one. Thank you. So it's a very competitive process to become an e-community. Every year we get 6 or 8 communities that apply. We pick 3 to 5. We have a pretty rigorous selection and scoring system, but at the end of the day, it comes down to relationships, knowing the community, trusting that when the rubber meets the road, we can make progress together. So I mentioned that the loan fund is the Trojan horse. We say if we're going to allocate those funds, then we would like the community to have a local leadership team. Jackson described it very, very well. A financial review board, a group of people that will make loan decisions with those funds. A commitment to meet regularly as a leadership team with our staff present to set goals, make progress, engage entrepreneurs intentionally. And then our staff's job is to look, not only provide the gap financing assets, but provide technical assistance and programming to the community to support the businesses. And then at the end of every year, we evaluate the relationship. And if it's working really well, and the examples I gave all fit that bill, we allocate additional funds next year, more of our money that they can make decision-making, or they have decision-making control over. There are some counties that maybe they have economic development turnover. Maybe they've defunded that position. Or perhaps they've just chosen to take a path of recruitment or attraction, which is absolutely fine. It doesn't involve us quite as much. In those instances, we may reallocate some of our loan funds to some of the other communities that are working very heavily on entrepreneurship and economic development. Please. So I mentioned the loan fund, the Trojan horse. So our communities have approved 900, this is a couple of months old, this slide. They've approved 920 loans to 879 businesses. Some have come back more than once. And what is now a little bit over $30 million. We are, the e-community funds across the board are only 18% of the money that's gone into those 920 loans. There's another 136-ish million of bank loans or certified development company loans, USDA, Main Street, IWW, when that was in its heyday, that matches that. So we're 18% of the money in those loans. 40% of those loans have gone to startups, 33% expansions. Over half are communities that have under 5,000 people. And it's like 15, 16% are communities that have under 1,000 people. And so the model is built around local decision-making control, utilizing our funds as loan funds. And then it gives us a seat at the table with Startup Hutch or Great Bend Economic Development or any of the other examples in the 73 to discuss activities, make progress, and then for us to bring technical assistance to the table. And I'll touch on that right now, please. Final thing I want to make on the loans is that right at a third of all the loans that have been made through RE communities have been paid in full. It's an incredibly strong loan portfolio when you consider rural business, startup, 1 out of 4 are retail, etc. It's a strong portfolio. So there's a lot to unpack on this slide, and I'm not going to do that for you in the interest of time. What this is Steve referenced it, but it's a kind of a holistic look at the various programming and technical assistance that we have to bring to a community based upon where they want to focus. A particular community, a Great Bend about a year ago, their leadership team with our coach working with them over the course of several months chose to focus on existing businesses for a period of time. And so it's our job to look out across the landscape and find programs that fit. There was one, it's offered by Wichita State University Center for Entrepreneurship called Growing Rural Business. We brought to Great Bend. It was a cost share initiative where we utilize some of our funds for part of it. The community and the registrants pay the other part. It's a cohort program. What that looks like, it's important to recognize there's a difference in technical assistance and programming. Programming is just that. 20 Great Bend businesses come together once a week for 6 or 8 weeks and get nuts and bolts skill set additions for social media marketing or legal issues or finances or whatever that is. Technical assistance is one business in Augusta that needs QuickBooks help. And that word gets up to economic development or chamber. The word gets to our regional manager, our coach, because of the close relationship. Our coaches are on the ground in those communities all the time. And then it comes back to Network Kansas. Hey, this business could use QuickBooks help. They're struggling. Once again, a cost share initiative where we can step in and help. So there's a difference between technical assistance and programming that we can bring to the table. The final point I'll mention on that slide, and it really doesn't have to do with direct business assistance, but the last time I testified, there were actually 2 questions about youth. So I'm just going to touch on it. The Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge. What started as a couple of partner communities of ours in extreme Northwest Kansas about a decade ago that said to me, hey, you need to come up and see what we're doing in our middle school and high school to introduce students to entrepreneurship, and had about 30 or 40 students involved in the e-fairs is what they called it, has transitioned into where this last year there were just under 60 events. Just under 1,200 students participated. The best 100 or so of them went to K-State in April for the statewide championship of youth entrepreneurship, a fully funded $75,000 day funded by the Kansas Masonic Foundation. So the trajectory of our youth entrepreneurship program, although it's not direct business relation, I think was important to mention. Next slide, please. Last slide, actually. I wanted to point out just mostly the next slide, if you would, please. There we go. The right hand side, we have 2 lanes of our coaching strategy, one in our rural communities, and then one on that map I showed you on slide 2, the gray areas. That is our urban core, urban distressed communities. We have our own lane of coaching for that, dedicated resources. There are differences, obviously, and there are similarities. I won't go into the weeds on that. But on the right-hand side, a loan program that we've been piloting, the Empower Minority-Owned Business Loan Program. And we've piloted that for the last year plus in 2 communities in Southwest Kansas, Liberal and Dodge City, in urban core Wichita, Topeka, and Wyandotte County. Historically, underserved entrepreneurs sometimes have difficulty acquiring traditional bank financing. And that causes a real bottleneck because several of our loan programs require a bank match. If you can't get a bank match, you can't get to many loan programs. So we piloted this $15,000 no match with wraparound technical assistance. It was not just a random thing. It was an intentional effort to see if we can try and build out a continuum of funding from maybe a small no match loan fund to a bank match e-community loan fund to maybe the Grow Kansas that Steve referenced, and then maybe bankable don't need us, and that's as Jackson referenced, that's a really good situation. Still mixed results so far. So I just wanted to point that out. And the final thing I'm going to say, the 73 e-communities, because of the deep, intense relationship we have with not only the economic development professionals, but the 10 or 12 members of that leadership team, forms a real natural deployment vehicle for us. And it's an area we're working to pivot to, where we can take all of our loan, all of our equity products, and better deploy them down to the ground through these natural 73 relationships that we have. So that's the end of my testimony. I appreciate the time, and I know Steve and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
All right, committee, we'll start with Representative Christy Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Eric and Steve, of course, it's great to see you guys again. And I just pulled up from emails I apparently never throw away from 2009. And it says here that we received, Augusta was awarded $158,000 in e-community tax credits. So that's tremendous. I don't know where Augusta is today specifically on this, but I know it meant a lot to us and it was something that we really, really could use. So I have a few questions for you. On your slide, there is, and you may have addressed it and I missed it. You have a slide, it's on page 10, and it says that there's 11.6 business failure rate. Is that in a single year or no? Over how long?
15 years.
15 years.
15 years. The number of business, 920 loans, roughly 11% of those businesses have closed their doors. Interestingly enough, about half of those are still making regular payments on their loan or have paid it off in full. And the amount we ended up writing off is just under 3%.
Okay, so first of all, that's statistically incredible because nationwide, the first year you lose 20%. In 10 years, you've lost 65% of your businesses. What would you attribute to our business successes that take a loan through e-community?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think it's a very simple answer, and that's the local empowerment, the local knowledge. The fact that with Startup Kansas statewide loan program, we would receive an application and do our very best due diligence to read it, but we're reading 5 pieces of paper. When an entrepreneur, and you remember this from your days, when an entrepreneur would work through the Financial Review Board in Augusta, not only would the banker, because I want to make it very clear, we absolutely believe that the right starting point for entrepreneurs is the bank. The bank should always be, or the entrepreneur should always start at the bank. And if the bank wants to and can provide all the capital that entrepreneur needs, they absolutely should. But in a well-functioning e-community, the bank knows this money you referenced exists and why. And it's not to compete with them, it's to help them get a deal done that they believe in. So the bank would bring it to the Financial Review Board and say, Steve's opening a business. He needs $100,000 to start or expand or transition. We can only give him 75 because it's risky, it's uncollateralized, whatever. Would the e-community be willing to loan the other 25? To answer your question, the e-community local people likely know not only the banker, but the entrepreneur. And the banker is there to present on behalf of the entrepreneur. And so it's that local ecosystem of knowledge, I think, that has bolstered up that success rate, Representative.
Okay, so, and real quick, you have 73 partners, 66 counties, and 333 communities. So some of those partnerships are actually feeding into maybe 3 or 4 small towns. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
do you see still opportunity that looks like, obviously there's 105 counties, so there are some gaps, but do you have particular goals that you are targeting to reach those unmet areas?
Very good question, because we've certainly made mistakes as we've gone along. And there have been some counties where they don't have economic development. And they may have a fantastic group carrying the ball, but it may be volunteer led. And at the end of the day, a lot of those people have a job or they have other priorities, and this tends to take a back seat. So as we peer out and want to continue to add, absolutely we do. We want to be strategic and add the counties that, based on our relationships and our meetings, we believe we have a great chance for success. So the answer is yes, we were still planning to grow.
All right. Well, I love what you do. The only last thing, Representative Hoffman and I were trying to go online, and if you can't find it, if you do networkkansas.com, for some reason it's not connecting to your site. I had him do it too, but you can do it if you do apply networkkansas.com. So I would have your IT people go back and look at that, because I was just thinking I'm crazy, but he confirmed that so anyway, just let you know, because you're doing a great work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is one I asked earlier, and maybe you guys would know, with working with all the economic development directors throughout the state, do you know, is it typically the sales tax, how they're funded, or is there maybe a community that's doing something really neat that maybe we should know about on funding for economic development and this kind of stuff?
Yeah, I have a reliable source that I texted that question. And the answer is most in Kansas are funded by property tax. A few are public, private, and a handful get some transient guest tax, and a few have a sales tax. But the sales tax is very few. Most of them are through property tax levies.
So if it's through property tax, then the county is the one typically handing down, and then are these, obviously, Great Bend, and I'm just sorry that I'm using my town as an example, but Great Bend just changed from, instead of Great Bend, it is still called Great Bend Economic Development, but the county is now stepping in and giving funding. So is that typical that usually it's a county-led economic development instead of just a town-led economic development?
Probably 2/3 of the e-communities that we have are county-led. Yeah, there are some that are city-led, and that kind of leads to a little bit of the discrepancy in numbers, where there's 73 partners, et cetera. For example, Marion County, the city of Marion is an e-community, and the city of Hillsborough is an e-community. Now, we'd love to package it up into the county-wide, just haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I think the other thing I would just mention is that the key for the e-communities is a paid point person. You have to have someone who wakes up, as I'm quoting Eric, but who wakes up and worries about entrepreneurs in their community every day. And, we started in rural, and we're now moving into urban areas more. But the whole key is you got to have a paid person. There's got to be that capacity, because even when we refer people, we're only as good. The referral is only as good as the capacity at the local level to serve them.
So Startup Hutch, who just presented, are they one of your e-communities?
Yes,
And
they are.
do you help fund them, or who?
8-point person.
Right. So do you help fund them?
We don't fund the organization. No, we provide gap financing loan money and then cost share programmatic money, but we don't fund the organization. Nor do we fund any of the economic development organizations that we work with.
Representative Laura Williams.
I know you guys came in and provided testimony this past session, and it's my memory that's lacking. But can you explain to me how you fall under the umbrella of the Department of Commerce, and also just for administration costs and marketing costs, etc. Do you get that from the Department of Commerce in your budget, or is that all self-funded or fundraised?
Most of the we get $396,000. So might as well it's public knowledge, right? So we get some funding from Commerce, and then but most of our funds are raised through the entrepreneurship tax credit, and we try and move most of that into programs and capital we try and push it down to the local level as much as possible. I might add that we track that, and I track it. I have a board. You can walk in my office and see it. Less than 10. We're about 8% right now of goes to operations, and we invest the other 90% in community. So, if you've heard the term impact investing, we are an impact investment organization where we target assets going into the communities to entrepreneurs or to technical assistance and programming for entrepreneurs.
And then how many employees do you guys have with Network Kansas?
We've grown quite a bit the last
24.
Okay.
We've, because of the state small business credit initiative, we've had to hire, we probably have hired four FTEs because we launched the equity investment program on Grow Kansas. I know I didn't talk about much. The total is 27 million, and on the loan side it's 40 million. And so we've done. I was looking and if you want to. So the last report I provided Commerce, we provide them monthly reports on the Grow Kansas program. In the first year, we launched in August. Now, that's the application for that, which means we weren't going to fund anything in August. We've done 89, and this is a report I can send you all, which is a report I send to Commerce.
Yeah, just get that to Eddie and he'll circulate it.
We've done 89 loans, 8.5 million through the Grow Kansas loan programs. And we have done 16 equity investments of 3.2 million. And then we have another called the Community Equity Ownership Program, where we've actually got match from the Kansas Health Foundation, who is making equity investments into these same firms. We've done about $500,000.
I have one more question. So I know from testimony from last session that we had in committee, we talked about touch points of trying to connect to new businesses, and you talked about your marketing and promotion. You have the 800 number, internet search, website, etc. But me personally, as a small business owner and starting a new business in Kansas, one of the things, back in 2017 was you file for a business license, you have that touch point there. And we talked a little bit about the marketing aspect of it, of how do we get these, more so mom and pop shops connected to Network Kansas or connected to the resources within their community so that they can be successful. And, you do have a good success rate looking at your failure rate. And so I want to see these small businesses succeed and get connected to your resources. But since, our committee back in March, when we talked about this, have you guys made any changes or decided to turn to investing in marketing to be able to grow, who you get to connect with and try to get your foot in the door early on with these small businesses?
It's a great question, and we just went through a strategic planning process, and one of those pieces is to hire a director of marketing and communications, because we have our focus has been through partners, right? Everything, and so getting directly to that entrepreneur that may not be connected to any partners is something that we've got to evaluate, figure out how to do it, and cost effectively. And so especially after listening today, I think that we need to figure that out. And we haven't got it figured out because it's going straight to the entrepreneur. I mean, the question for us is, do we go through directly to the entrepreneur, or do we work through all of our partners? And so that's a step that we haven't taken yet.
Yeah, great. That's a perfect answer. In each one of those communities, or in the majority of them, we try really, really hard to get down to the ground level and think, where does the entrepreneur touch? We regularly will have lenders roundtables where we'll have the bankers come and hear about what we do and our loan funds, et cetera, assuming entrepreneurs, like I said, go to the bank first. We'll have resource roundtables as well, where we'll have all the SBDC, chambers, others come together and open it up for entrepreneurs to come in and try and do the best we can to make all these intentional on the ground efforts. Invariably, your question is absolutely valid, though. There are still some that slip through that, and that's why we're trying to evaluate that.
Yeah, let me make one last comment about that. One of the areas that we've been trying to figure out on that is how to get to more entrepreneurs, in particular around the funding programs. And so one of the things we're doing now is we're actively working directly with banks that we haven't ever done, where we're doing a pilot right now where we're allowing some banks on the Grow Kansas program to actually apply for the gap piece that they need. Every SBA program, our Grow Kansas program is a great fit for. And so we've got two banks, Intrust and Fidelity, that we're working with, that they're actually contractors with us. And of course, Intrust has a huge footprint in Kansas. And so we're actively trying to figure out how to get to those entrepreneurs. But the other is the general media thing. The problem with it is it costs a lot of money. And so figuring out how to do that is a much more difficult proposition.
Well, thank you. I have all these ideas floating on in my head, and one of them, I serve on the Council of Travel and Tourism, and I will have to say they have done a very good job on campaigning and trying to get Kansans to either, come back or come and visit our state. But their slogan is "To the Stars." And I just think when I think about Network Kansas and what entrepreneurs can do here in Kansas, they really can go to the stars. And so I do think when it comes to marketing and trying to attract, people maybe that don't have good relationships with their banks, they don't even know that's a starting point for them. A lot of the times, for me personally, I was using my own money to be able to start up and do, what I'm doing today. So obviously, I think as a digital marketer, I think through the digital lens of how can we be able to attract Kansans in their, everyone's got a phone, and it's a good place to start. But just to circle back, I just think there's a lot that can be done. I think a good investment in marketing will go a long way to be able to reach new small businesses and new entrepreneurs, and hopefully maybe attract entrepreneurs to Kansas. So thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions on the, you have 73 e-communities right now, is what you said.
Yes.
How many more have you identified? I mean, we're a statewide program here with Network Kansas. How many more have you identified, and how quickly do you bring them on?
We have a short list of about 8 right now. It's an annual process where we go through an application and multiple meetings in the community and going back and forth to make sure mutual expectations are understood. And we have a short list of probably 6 to 8 right now that have either have applied in the past or have expressed interest this coming year.
The other part to that is having enough coaches. I mean,
Can you speak in the microphone? I'm sorry, we got
yeah,
a couple of members
sorry
online.
about that. Having enough coaches. So part of its capacity of we have to be able to serve the e-community. So, how many do we get to where we have to? I mean, Kaufman, our goal with Kaufman is 80. Kaufman provided us some basic core capacity money so that we could grow our e-community network. But part of it, that's what we have to, for every, I don't know how many communities do your coaches?
10 to 11
10 right now. And that was down, though. We've reduced it. We've hired some, but it used to be like 15 to 18. And I mean, they go to meetings, they're traveling all over. And so we have to, when we hit a certain number, we got to hire another coach as well.
Okay, so can you kind of walk us through the entrepreneurship tax credit, how it works? I mean, it appears it's a 75% tax credit if the business wants to donate, or a bank wants to donate money.
Yeah, so the entrepreneurship tax credit, they donate to the Kansas Center for Entrepreneurship, which we are a 501c3 public charity. Banks, individuals, and then those funds that we raise, we target towards. In the early days, we were targeting a lot of it to the e-community funds. And so we either targeted to e-community funds, our operation, and the entrepreneurship programs. But basically a bank, like when we were before you, they can donate they donate $133,000, and then they go to revenue at the end of the year and get the tax credit back. And it's a carry forward tax credit. So it's a little different than the community service and some of the others. But it's pretty straightforward.
And the money goes to you. So a business can't make a donation to, say, a new entrepreneur directly. They have to give the money to you, and then you give.
Right. And then we provide.
Do you loan that money, or do you give that money?
No, we don't give money. We loan money, and for the most part.
Yeah.
And then we do equity investments, but most of our equity investments have been through the federal programs. We haven't used state money for the equity investment, but we do use it for the entrepreneur. Like all these programs that Eric talked about, that's money we're spending on those programs across the state through our e-communities.
All right. So when you lend money to a business, does the bank get to approve that so that they're not too far, debt to equity type situations?
Yeah, great question. And I think when Christy asked that about it's really program design. Ours is a lot of, when we first started, one of the things we learned quickly is in rural communities, even an existing business may need to expand, but the building that they are putting money into won't be appraised for enough they can't get enough capital from the bank. And so we provide that gap for working capital, for inventory, the things that a business needs that the bank may want to loan, but they can't because of the rules that they have. Like with SBA, when we were talking to Intrust Bank, that's one of why we love working with banks is, if we fail, they fail. And so they are very aware, and they are working our funds into their So their letters going to their committees, oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes, will be taking into account our capital as well.
So if you do gap financing on top of
Yeah.
what the loan,
The only program we've ever done that's not gap financing is the Empower Minority Loan Program. Every other program that we do is gap.
right? So let's say you add $1,000 a month to the payment. Does the bank's going to want to make sure the business can afford that and still pay
Absolutely.
them? And so the bank's probably first in line. Is it one payment or is it two separate payments?
It's two separate payments. We're behind them. Yes.
And the banks approve it.
I always say that if it fails, our loan became a grant because we're so far down the food chain, we're not likely to get, there's not a lot of assets left.
Okay.
But even banks will tell you they have the same issue.
Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What a great tax credit that is too, 75%. We don't have a whole lot of 75% tax credits out there. I know my wife and I participated in some of those from the Entrepreneurship Center. Absolutely. And but I was kind of curious, since we kind of talked about it and brought it up, that caps out at $2 million a year, right? $2 million a year is that's what it caps out at. So, and most individuals are limited to about $100,000 a year is what they can purchase. Do you guys max out that $2 million every year, or is it how close do you come to maxing that tax credit out?
It's varied over the years, depending. I'm sorry, I keep moving away from the mic. It's varied over the years, but in most times now we do work with our partners too, who if they help us raise money, we will provide some partner grants to partners who help us raise the money. But generally, we're close. When the tax credit haircut happened, I don't know, about 7 or 8 years ago, it dropped quite a bit, but we're back on track where we're getting close. We don't always, it's like one of my board members said, well, what if you go over? And I said, you don't go over. You can't go over. And so, but we are usually close.
Representative Bourgeon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve, I think early on in your presentation, you had mentioned the 1-800 number.
Yeah.
Do you feel like when you had the marketing funds available to promote that number to folks, was it useful? Were folks using it? Is that a good idea?
So it's kind of been interesting. So obviously we have 17 years of data now. We were getting a ton of calls through the Secretary of State's office at one point, and then Secretary of State revamped and I don't know if you look the top 5, one of them is the Secretary of State has his steps to success. But I think the Secretary of State's office, in my opinion, the more calls we're getting there's something missing in the system, right? Where we're not, and it's not all of those are people that don't know who we are. Some of them are, they just can't figure the system out. But I do think that that if we market that more directly to entrepreneurs, that we will get more calls. We've talked about ideas like maybe doing a media partnership with like a Cake or a KWCH, someone who's statewide, where we have an entrepreneur moment and then promote the number. I think obviously if the number's out there more, we'll get more calls. So the answer,
was the 1-800 number, is that directed to the Secretary of State's office or is that directed to you?
Our numbers, no, it's our number. And
Okay.
then, but we refer them to, well,
so were calls coming to you? I mean, yeah. Okay.
No, it was Kansas Business Center.
Gotcha.
Promoting us. So if we could get like the state agencies promoting us, putting network hey, if you have business questions. And at one point when the Kansas Business Center went in one of the revamps that they did, which Eric was involved on with Information Network of Kansas, we were front and center, and we were getting 300 calls a month, which is a lot of calls. And so one idea would be promoting anywhere that a business has to go to either register their business, Department of Labor, questions about your business or help with your business with our number, it would increase our calls.
I'm grateful to hear that you're looking at your marketing plan and that is a priority. And I'm certainly very interested in how that's progressing and how we're getting the word out. So thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. I have no idea how it got to this point where you're just kind of now mentioning this, but it would have been good to know about it when it happened so that we could have fixed that. Because if your calls drop off to almost zero, or I don't know what they dropped off to, but if there's a big drop off in calls because of something the state did with their website, we've got to fix that. Because the whole idea is to get the word out that we could help them. When you do help a business, like the programming that you said for the accounting software, do you charge for your services when you go help somebody like that, or is that a free service that we could market?
Typically, and we're not the ones providing the support ever. It would be the community that would say, we're going to provide assistance to this business, but they can't afford it. Can you help cost share with us? And we do in that instance. We don't do any of the support. We don't put on any of the programs. We just know all of the people that do and that can. But every individual that gets either individual help, like my QuickBooks example, or 20 businesses that go through a program together, every one of them is put into our database and is followed up with later to see, can we help you more? Can we connect you more? What other needs do you have? So they enter into our world through that, and then we connect them out, or we at least follow up again.
So you're the business concierge service that we've been talking about. You're doing it. All right. Your clients are really not the end user entrepreneur. They're the e-commerce local authority.
Right. We're working through the Jacksons to get to the entrepreneur, but our primary customer we work with are the Jacksons of the state.
Okay. That kind of clears it up. Any further questions? Kyle or Mr. Hamilton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Just a quick aside, a document that I put in your testimony are the enabling statutes for Network Kansas. There's been some talk about the Kansas Economic Growth Act of 2004, and part of that was the Center of Entrepreneurship Act. And so that act is its own document in your testimony. And anytime that statutory language mentions the Center of Entrepreneurship, it means Network Kansas. And so it has sections about its funding and how it was set up by, with the Department of Commerce. There's also language about in KSA 7499 C07, an annual report that is supposed to be sent to the governor, the secretary, the standing committee on commerce in the Senate and in the House. And that annual report talks about the tax credits that have been issued during the preceding year, and a bunch of different information regarding the center's activities. So anyway, again, that document is in your testimony documents for you to peruse.
Thank you for that valuable information. One last question. You're funded at approximately $3 million a year between the tax credit and the appropriation that's made and the appropriations from the EDF fund, or somewhere around there. Those funds are, in a sense, evergreen because you lend them out and they're paid back to you with interest. So how much do you have available right now to either use to hire these new coaches you need to, or lend gap funding? How much do you have in the bank that's liquid?
It's not targeted towards loan programs, and I don't have that number in front of me. That's a good question. I don't, for an actual operating piece, I don't know. Most of our money is all targeted for loans and programs. But I can get that number to you. Wouldn't be hard.
That'd be good, along with your outstanding liabilities.
Our
How much
operating
is on the
budget's
street?
about 3 million. Right now, our operating budget's about 3 million a year. That's our employees and travel and things like that.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing nothing else. Thanks, guys, for your time today.
Thank you.
I think you cleared up a lot for us. We're running about 20 minutes behind, but we're going to go ahead and take our break. It's going to be a working lunch. We're going to take let's go with a 20-minute break so you can grab your lunch and eat it. And you can eat it in here, and we'll reconvene at 12:25. Lunch is provided by the NFIB, by the way. Ready? Next up is Dan the businessman within NFIB.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dan Murray with Divine Donnelly Murray. I'm here today in my role as the Kansas State Director for the National Federation of Independent Business. NFIB is in its 80th year of existence. We advocate for small business owners in state capitals and in DC. Our previous presenters today certainly are the experts as it relates to economic development tools, tax incentives, and programs like that I definitely don't have the expertise on. And often we don't engage in some of those discussions at the policy level. But what I thought I would do as we focus typically our efforts in the policy realm on fighting for small business owners' right to own, operate, and grow their business, I thought it'd be interesting maybe to give to you maybe some historical or historical problems that confront small business owners, some current present day challenges that they're facing, and then end it with one policy suggestion that maybe you could incorporate into your recommendations. NFIB has for about 50 years had a NFIB Research Foundation, and that research foundation really digs deep with small business owners and the members that we have to ask them both in a 4-year cycle and then monthly, what are the problems that vex you as a small business owner? Again, like I said, maybe these things can help direct your attention as you look to help assist in attracting startups and what problems they may confront as you consider policy objectives. So I hate to read, but I'll miss some things if I don't. So in our most recent small business problems and priorities research, where we asked the small business owners what were out of 75 problems that we listed or issues that they might confront, what were your major concerns? And starting with the 10 most severe problems that they face, the cost of health insurance has always ranked at the top of that list since the inception of this study. 2 is locating qualified employees. 3, federal taxes on business income. 4, property taxes. 5, finding and keeping skilled employees. 6, unreasonable government regulations. 7, state taxes on business income. 8, tax complexity. 9, uncertainty over economic conditions. And finally, the 10th, uncertainty over government actions. You'll see that I think 4 of those top 10 are tax related, not just in terms of rate, but also tax complexity. Startups, small business owners don't have in-house tax counsel. Navigating that is a challenge, and so complexity is a challenge in addition to the rates. And then, of course, unreasonable government regulations. I just point that out. That's consistently what you hear from small business owners. Startups have to get through government regulations and figure those things out. And the policy recommendation that I'm going to offer at the end, I think will hopefully address some of those concerns. Next, the 10 least severe problems for small business owners of the 75 that were assessed, starting from least severe and moving on up. The 10th least severe was exporting products, services. Next, importing products, services. 8, undocumented workers. 7, out-of-state sales tax. Think internet sales tax. We've been working through that over the course of the last few years, both federally and at the state level. I'm sure you're familiar with that. 6, credit rating, record errors. 5, winning contracts from federal, state, local governments. 4th, cost of frequency of lawsuits, threatened lawsuits. Obtaining short-term, that's less than 12 months financing. Obtaining long-term, that's 5 years or more, business loans. And then number 1 there, bad debts and or bankruptcies. Any questions or comments before I move on that stuff?
I think we'll just wait for you to finish.
What I want to do next is our research foundation does a couple things monthly. One is the Small Business Optimism Index. That is a poll of various members, and it's not necessarily statewide specific or state-specific data, but it reflects the current mood of small business owners as they kind of look out, and they ask several questions to kind of gauge what that optimism level is. In our most recent one, which was just released yesterday, I believe, Small Business Optimism Index decreased 0.5 point in September to 90.8. September's reading marks the 21st consecutive month below the 49-year average of 98. I know the numbers don't mean anything to you, but I think that relative piece to our average of 98 as the optimism level, we're hovering around 91% optimism, which again is the 21st consecutive month below that 49-year average. Owners remain pessimistic about future business conditions, which has contributed to the low optimism they have regarding the economy. Sales growth among small businesses has slowed, and the bottom line is being squeezed, leaving owners few options beyond raising the selling prices for their products or services. It's clear that small business owners remain deeply concerned about the economy, and for good reason. The pressure of inflation and the labor shortage are showing no signs of easing, just as sales are slowing. With the holiday season just around the corner, Main Street needs our support. I think the consistent thing that we've picked up on in the last 2 years, certainly the last 12 months, is the inflation rate. That's obviously been a challenge following COVID. We saw, of course, all of the supply chain issues, et cetera. But the other main concern that ranks right there with the concern about inflation is the labor shortage. We are having a difficult time, and employers, I think, at all levels, not just small, are having a hard time finding not only qualified employees, but also employees altogether. For small business owners, the expense of finding employees, training them, and then retaining them is the biggest challenge, one of the biggest challenges they confront. So as we look towards, and I know this committee has done a lot of workforce initiative focus in the last couple of years, would just keep that on your front burner. I won't go into the small business jobs report, but the data is there. That was released maybe last week. It gives some perspective on that labor shortage issue that I just mentioned. The one thing I'll point out is that labor shortage continues to hinder Main Street, as 43% of all small business owners reported job openings they could not fill. So that is a pretty significant number for the small business sector. So as I move to the policy recommendation, I didn't really participate in House Bill 2123 much last year. And I think some of what this bill that I'm presenting to you does, it's a piece of Missouri legislation. I think there's some concepts that you all have wrapped up into House Bill 2123, but what I don't think is included is what's called a regulatory sandbox concept. And that's essentially a legal framework in which you play in that sandbox. You can be relieved of certain government laws or regulations that might impact startups getting off the ground. And at the end of it, I've left a link to that so you can refer to the Missouri legislation. But within their Department of Commerce, they created a regulatory relief office where folks can submit to this office online suggestions as to what rules and regulations are impeding their growth or their startup. I'm not certain if the House bill you all are considering has something or a mechanism like that, or if we currently have something. But I think emphasizing that we do have something and that it works well. We hear from small business owners all the time, well, dang rules, dang regulations, I can't do X, Y. Well, tell us what those are, and let's try to fix them. And this might be a way to get some active participation in that space. But what I think is important is that it creates this sandbox program. And in this legislation, that regulatory relief organization would be responsible for managing that program. So an applicant would submit an application to the RRO and include the description of their innovative offering or their startup business, and ask in the statements or demonstrate in the statements how these innovative offerings would be aided or assisted in development by relief in this particular with a particular rule and regulation, and then the office would assess that request and make a determination that, okay, we agree that is a burdensome regulation, and maybe for a temporary period or forever, based on what you're bringing to the table, we're going to relieve you of that state law or regulation that we currently have on the books. Generally, as you all know, those rules and regulations can be applied very generally and not with specificity. And sometimes they ensnare certain startups or small businesses that they don't intend, or you as policymakers intended to at the beginning. Sometimes our friends in the bureaucracy take some pleasure sometimes in growing what they think they can do. And so this would be maybe a way to have an applicant submit where they would like to be relieved of these challenging rules and regulations, and then have that approved and relieved of it again for a period of time. That's Missouri legislation. It passed the House last year. I think it got tied up in the Senate. I did talk to Mr. Stafford with the Kansas Chamber before. He mentioned he had talked to the Utah, his counterparts in Utah, and they have a similar sandbox program there, but it applies to all businesses. I think it started out for certain industry-specific business entities, maybe in sectors that they wanted to try to grow, technology, et cetera. But after a while, they found, this is a pretty dang good program. Let's apply it to all businesses, not just tech or startup in general. So again, that's a quick nitty-gritty on that policy recommendation, Mr. Chair. And I would be happy to take questions from anyone except the retiring Representative Patton.
Representative Patton. I just wanted to say it one last time. Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dan, for being here today. You may have said it, I know you touched on it later, but in this first part of your testimony, historical small business problems and priorities, is that state level data or is that national data?
It's national. We have found that over the course of the nearly 50 years that although it's not state specific, that generally speaking, it applies to Kansas small business as well. And there are Kansans that are surveyed in this.
Okay. But we don't have anything that's specifically, because my fear is that's crossing a pretty broad swath of business owners in different geographies facing completely different issues with different ecosystems that they're dealing in. So I don't have anything here that tells me specifically what's happening in Kansas.
No, not directly. But again, I think based on our historical data of, having done this for years, that it can generally be applied to the sentiments of Kansas small business owners, but no, it's not Kansas specific. And Mr. Chairman, I would say that
so last week I was at the Economic Outlook Conference at Wichita State, and I don't know if you've seen any of that data, but there's some very concerning things. And I guess I just want to get your general assessment as a representative of small businesses in the state. I have a real concern based on the evidence that I'm seeing that small businesses in particular are going to face a crisis when it comes to hiring, not necessarily because employees are demanding too much or because it's partly related to inflation, but we've been talking a lot about ecosystems here. The business does not exist in a vacuum. I mean, it's all interconnected. We are seeing housing, childcare, and healthcare costs, which is the number one thing. It's surprising that it's not one of your policy recommendations because healthcare consistently has been the number one recommendation, but we don't talk about it nearly enough. Do you think the small business is, like I do, the small business is facing a crisis where they're going to be outcompeted by corporate entities to access labor because they can't afford to pay? When I talk to business owners, they can't pay enough. They can't even begin to think about paying enough to provide for those three core needs that people have to attract the labor they need. Is that something you're seeing?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I would say based on the the jobs report and the data that we've included here to indicate that labor crisis is already here. I mean, I think there are various reasons for small business owners having that attitude. I think it does include their ability to match benefit packages against larger competitors, the government even, and that is a challenge. Absolutely. I kept that one recommendation short because I thought it was more specific to startup stuff. That was a focus of today's hearing, but absolutely things that we can do to make insurance coverage that employers can provide to their employees, more attainable, accessible is absolutely a policy objective of ours, and would welcome legislature's input and effort on that.
Thank you. I would go ahead and ask another thing that came out that was very clear to me on the Economic Outlook Conference was that the statement was very clear. Kansas does not have a labor shortage. It has a wage problem. Do you have any thoughts on that? Basically, you make $7,800 less in Kansas being an employee in Kansas than you could do for the same job anywhere else. You have a penalty for working in the state of Kansas. Do you think that Kansas typically has subpar wages?
I'm not familiar with. I didn't see the Wichita State report. But I don't necessarily think that. I think the market determines what the wage rate should be, and if employers are confronted with the challenge of finding and attracting qualified employees, they're going to raise the wage to attract that employee. The challenge, I think, becomes infighting within the state among competitors, larger competitors. A small retailer on Main Street has a hard time keeping up with a large big box retailer that can offer some more competitive wages and benefits for sure. But overall, I think we do have a declining population or flat population growth that certainly over time will create additional pressures on the labor pool in Kansas. But certainly, our folks are focused on hiring qualified, employees, offering them the best wage and benefit they can. I don't know that Kansas is out of whack with the rest of the country. But that, my general sense, not a data specific like what you saw at the convention.
Okay, yeah. So that presentation that you referenced, we'll have Wichita State come give that to the whole Commerce Committee towards the beginning of the year, because I did state that we have a wage issue. That was one of the issues they found, but among other things. So it'd be good to present that. Also, we do have a presentation later today on regulation sandboxes, and so we'll dive a little bit deeper into that at that time. Are there any other questions? Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Just doing some research on regulatory sandboxes, seeing some consumer groups opposing them. And this might be something that, might be more appropriate for another conferee, but I haven't gotten the chance to look up Missouri's legislation. Are there safeguards in place for consumers to make it a little bit easier for us to sort of thread that needle?
Mr. Chair, I think probably that's the balance that ultimately regulators want to strike, and certainly you don't want to eliminate all regulations. We like to say, hey, regulation's bad, but we also don't want people to get injured or bad actors to take advantage of a laissez-faire system. So certainly there should be safeguards in legislation that you would pursue. I can't say, for example, in Missouri what maybe got it held up in the Senate, but I suspect it was probably some discussions around striking that balance.
Yeah, because I was looking up, and I know that ALEC has two model bills, one for universal and one for targeted. And so, of course, it kind of looks like we're obviously going to be exploring that today. But I would urge members of the committee to make sure that we are looking at Kansas-based solutions. And I know we'll be happy to work with your organization as we move forward to a potential Kansas model that has good consumer protection. I just like to make everyone happy. What can I say?
Bottom material there. Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan, I just want to ask, and I feel bad for asking this, but when you are saying small business owners within your research or your survey, are we saying under 50 employees, or do you guys have a threshold? So I'm just curious.
To be a member of NFIB, you have to be an independent business, so you're not a publicly traded company. So we do have some large businesses, but on average, our members that are being polled, our average membership is 10 employees or fewer.
Okay.
Really the Main Street small business owners, mom and pop shops.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification on that. Thank you.
How hard do you think it would be to do the same type of polling just in the state of Kansas? Would that be something that could be accomplished? If, I mean, you're talking 50, 75 businesses to make sure that we've got that right.
You know, we worked with an organization recently to try to tailor some questions to our Kansas members specifically. It's always hard. We're like many organizations. We don't release our membership to outside organizations that could query them or hit them up for buying stuff. So managing that membership is I guess what I'm trying to say is our research foundation, to my knowledge, hasn't done a state-specific deep dive unless it's been on a specific policy issue. So I will check into that, Mr. Chair, to see if there's some way we could maybe get some more specific data. But I wanted to say that, again, I mean, when you interview a small business owner in Wichita and you interview a small business owner in, Portland, they're going to tell you basically the same thing because they're experiencing the same challenges, whether they're in Oregon or Kansas.
Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want to emphasize, I think this issue of having Kansas specific data is important. So while Wichita and Portland may have, business owners may have similar concerns, I would also say that's not right. Like the environment in Portland, the business matrix in Portland, the incentive programs in Portland, the tax structure in Portland, I have no idea what that's like. I can't do anything about what's happening in Portland. And so taking data from Portland and Washington, D.C. and Austin, Texas and Green Bay, Wisconsin, and putting that and aggregating it and then looking at it and trying to use that to decide how to make Kansas policy is untenable. I think we have to have Kansas level policy to make these decisions. I think it's too broad and too layered of too many different policy matrix to be able to make that decision in Kansas using all of those data points.
I would point out, though, that the Kansas Chamber just recently did their big business survey. I got a copy of it last night. I haven't reviewed it, but I'll make sure you get a copy of that. I'll make sure everybody on the committee gets a copy of that because they always do a good job of making sure they drill down on Kansas business. Maybe we'll find something different. Maybe we won't, but it is good to get local.
Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree that it would be nice to see what Kansas small business owners maybe specifically think about what we've mentioned here in this testimony. But I do believe after almost 50 years of conducting this study, it's been a while since I did my stats class in college, but that it is scientifically done in a way that can be applied generally about the consensus views of small business owners, again, regardless of their geography or type of business that they run. This is the general consensus of small business owners. And again, whether it's Hutch or Honolulu, I think generally small business owners think alike about these kinds of issues. Now, maybe they don't have property tax in Hawaii, so that's small, but it all evens out over the large base of small business owners that are being surveyed.
It's also important to note probably that you're not taking a survey you did in Honolulu with 75 businesses and applying it to Kansas. You selected all across the state, all across the nation.
Correct.
Okay. Representative Dodson.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo what Representative Prost talked about earlier, and that is the creation of the total environment as being critical to sustainment of small business. I mean, everybody we talk to, I can't find enough people. There's no childcare, there's no health care, there's a shortage of housing and so on. The other one that when I talk to some of these small business owners is uncertainty. And uncertainty is never really good for business. And one of the points of uncertainty, one of them has abated over time, and that is the competition from big box stores. Particularly in our smaller communities where those don't exist, that's not really an issue. But what continues to be a growing issue is competition from e-commerce, Amazons and these kinds of businesses that today offer very quick service, almost overnight in some cases for certain items. So particularly in our rural communities where people don't necessarily want to travel into town, they get this stuff delivered. And I'm just wondering if that came up on your radar as being a source of an issue for our small businesses.
Representative, the historical data, which was, again, it's a couple years old. We'll have a 2024 version of that come out. Again, it's a 4-year look at this. But in this, I guess it'd be 2020 version, uncertainty was 9 and 10 on the priority of concerns. In our most recent, if you go look at some of our optimism data that we've had, and you can go online to our website and look at the monthly feedback that we've gotten, uncertainty ranks very high up there among labor shortage. And a lot of it, I think, does have to do with the changing marketplace, how to compete with, small business owners have been competing with the Walmarts of the world for now quite a while and have figured out maybe how to make their niche or be a hometown resource. The online, as you said, Amazon challenge is something that they're adapting to as we speak. And I know that's providing some concern in the particular retail side of our small business sector. But we have seen small business owners adapt and change and come up with ways to compete with delivery services as well. There has been a challenge with online sales tax collection and remitting to the states that it's being delivered to. And those things cost money for the small business owner that is kind of a drop in the bucket for a larger big box. And managing and submitting those kinds of sales out of state has been a challenge. But I think you're spot on, and I agree with you and Representative Probst about, it's not just about one thing. It's about labor is layered with a couple other things: housing, childcare, et cetera.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to formulate my question, and I think I was going to pass on the question, but I just want to reiterate, I belong to multiple business groups, work groups, think tanks and stuff that members around the country. And I just want to reiterate a little bit that it's very rare that we would come up with a different issue based off of geographic location. I would definitely say top 10 for sure. We're all probably in sync with my friends in Indiana, Maine, Georgia, Phoenix, Colorado, Texas, Louisiana. I would say that for the last 20 years, we're probably step for step, same problems. Just wanted to say that.
All right. See no further questions. Thanks so much. Any closing remarks?
No, sir. Thank you for the time. I did want to say, I think there may be a couple boxes of lunch out there. So if members of the gallery want to partake, I'd hate for them to go to waste. But thank you all for having me here, and would be happy to answer questions as we head into January. Lord help us.
All right. Thanks. Northwest Kansas Economic Innovation Center, Scott Prowell. Welcome back. So, would you double check and make sure your microphone is on? Is there a little blue dot? Red dot, yeah.
Is that better?
A little bit. So take two.
Sorry about that. Anyway, we are a nonprofit private operating foundation. We are a 501c3. We cover 26 counties in northwest, north central Kansas. And our board of directors is made up of business owners, retired business owners that are guiding our organization into what we're heading into in the future as well. We are a 7-year organization. We're pretty new yet. Took us a few years to really survey the area and figure out what we needed to work in. And at this point, we've figured out what buckets, if you will, we are going to do most of our work in. And those are, if I had my glasses, business services, which I'm going to talk about a lot today, housing, childcare, and workforce, and direct finance to small businesses and entrepreneurs. So with that, perfect. I'm going to talk about the business services. Our business services up until a few months ago just consisted of having a loan pool. We have about a $10 million loan pool that we've loaned out to businesses within our region. Most of those were businesses that were going to close because they didn't have a succession plan. Those succession plans were sought. And 60% of our loan pool is actually transition businesses. And I think that's a really good point to make, that we've only scratched the surface on that opportunity. And I think we could bring more resources to that. In a recent partnership with the Kansas Small Business Development Center, we will be taking over the lead organization in partnership with Fort Hays State University and be having that staff be under our direction. We hope to have that director hired within the next 2 weeks, and also coming on within the next 4 weeks, obviously, if they have to make notice, and 2 other representatives that will be hired as well. So that will blend us in with the Kansas Small Business Development Center. Why are we doing that? Because we really want to see the numbers and the coverage of our area get a lot higher. We don't feel like we're probably at the level we need to be. And that will give us the capacity to forge those partnerships that have already been made with the economic development directors, maybe banks that we've been working with in our loan pool, and really bring a suite of services to the region that hopefully will be appreciated by the businesses and entrepreneurs. In addition, there'll be additional suite of services that will be added, and it will be called our business consulting. When you talk about business consulting, you look at the business itself. The business owner may know how to make the widget, but they may not know how to do the books. They may not know how to do sales tax. They may not know how to do employment tax. So what we hope is that companies that are struggling with these type of things, this business consultant could come in and evaluate what they need and be able to deploy the right services, either through technical assistance or get them in partnership with somebody that they're going to develop a long relationship with. And we really feel like this is going to give them a better banking relationship in time and the ability to move forward. We've taken a little bit of a pilot project with this. Before we decided to use anybody else's money, we used our own. We were approached by a company in our region that was significant in employment for a small rural community. They came to us and needed a $500,000 emergency loan. But with that, our board, being astute business people, said, we're going to go ahead and do this because we don't want to lose this company in our small rural community, but we do want you to get some business consulting services. So today, after a year and a half, that company, with that guidance, has run from $4 million to $15 million in sales, changed their business structure to where they get a lot of their sales products half down. And so now they have cash to operate. So I think that short time of guidance, you may say a year and a half, well, that's kind of long, but that year and a half changed that company to be the best it can be. And it also added 14 new employees. Something that we were, at the beginning, we were like, well, you got to cut.
But when they got the right guidance, we were able to add when we got it in position correctly. We are working with some other clients in that same respect, not quite there yet, but we will be adding that business consulting to our area. We do believe that that department will get maxed out quickly. So we're trying to find ways that we could expand that program, and obviously working through our friends at Network Kansas, Kansas Small Business Development Center, Kansas KSU 105. I think there's an opportunity for us to all collaborate and make that work. A couple other things that's just really interesting. I always believe that nothing ever happens by accident. Something's always happens by a purpose and a reason. And today, while Steve Radley and Eric Peterson from Network Kansas was talking, I got a text from my independent contractor that works on some of my farm equipment. Yes, I farm on the side. And so he had developed a tool to punch out a bolt on a rotary mower. And if you know anything about like a rotary mower, they're in all the dirt, they're in everything for like 10 years, and all of a sudden you got to change the blades. Well, they're really seated in there and you can't hardly get them out. Well, he developed a tool and texted me and showed me the tool and said, I finally figured out how to get those bolts out. And I said, have you thought about patenting this? And he's like, no. And I said, why don't you? And he said, okay, I'll look into it. And I said, no, let me look into it for you. And I think that's a great example of how people don't understand how bright they are and how many things they've developed over time. In the history of Kansas, how many things didn't get patented that's sitting in the back of an ag shop or sitting in the back of someone's shop that you just never thought about it? And I think that's back to the marketing. I think the marketing is key for all of these services that are being deployed, aggregated. And I just encourage you to use Network Kansas as maybe a landing spot for that. Sorry for putting you guys on the spot, but I think that's the greatest place to put that, is to help bolster that up for the state of Kansas. They know who we are. They can get them to us if they can't find us. But quite honestly, most of the entrepreneurs and the economic development folks, they just text me, and that's how it happens. I mean, it's very organic. And so that's what it just, a way that it happens in the western part of the state anyway. Because there is that trust level. There is that, you have to build that first. And I think that's something that ought to be noted as well. Interesting that, so this partnership was kind of aggregated by the K-State 105 folks. Because without that funding for the K-State 105 and the legislature from last session, I don't know if we'd have been able to, with our current structure of our funding, been able to take that leap to partnership with K-State or Kansas Small Business Development. Sorry, so many acronyms in economic development. But the KSBDC partnership was really forged because we had those opportunities in funding. And when you look at a sustainability, if there's no money after that, which we hope there is, but if there isn't, I mean, our board, if the output is there, has made the decision, we are going to continue to fund this. Because if we can help more businesses, that's what we are here to do. So I want to give an example. Prior to getting any funding from the K-State 105, but after we've had all of our collaboration meetings, we had a young man that did a pitch competition on one of the Facebook platforms. I do not know what it was, but anyway, he developed a software. He's 18 years old. He just graduated from high school. His dad calls me in a panic. I don't think we're protected. And I said, no, you're not. You're not protected. So what we did was, after our collaborations with 105, I knew what to do. I knew to call Technology Development Institute out of K-State and say, how can we get them a software attorney immediately? And within 3 hours of connecting with TDI, his dad and him were on a call with the software attorney. They were originally going to sell the software. They ended up licensing the software because of the advice from the attorney. This young man at 18 years old is making 6 figures. And I think that's the type of new environment of entrepreneurs and people we're looking for too, that we weren't looking for 5-10 years ago. So I think there's a whole new opportunity out there for us in the West that is really a great opportunity. I want to talk about internships, apprenticeships, and work studies. I don't know what to call it. Everybody has a different name for a different slot, different regulations. I just want to figure out how to get industry connected to workforce. I don't care what we call it, but we need to figure out a way to connect industry to workforce. We interviewed 60 students at Northwest Tech a year and a half ago, and I apologize I haven't done anything about this till then, but we've been a little busy. But it is a big, big issue. The students said there's no jobs here, so we're going to the Front Range. The industry that we've interviewed in construction, building, and different entities or industries, I should say, well, we don't have any workforce. The technical schools are saying you need to be in our classroom at least 3 to 4 times before you can develop a relationship with a student. So where's the disconnect? Industry doesn't want to take time out of their workday. I mean, you go take the foreman off of a construction crew off for 4 days, they're not going to do it. So we got to figure out a way to bridge that gap. And I think this legislation that's in front of us today has a great opportunity to do that by being able to allow some of the resources like 501c3s that are in the region that are willing to go do this work if they had the funding to do it, go do recruitment, go do partnerships, and focus on Kansas institutions. But let's not forget there's states around us that are not doing anything about this. So if we lead and we do something about it, I think we can make a difference. I've got a company in Colby, Kansas that's looking for 30 construction people and willing to hire just about anybody that will show to work on time and pass a drug test. We'll do your training. So anyhow, I'm kind of digressing there a little bit. I think calling it intermediaries, when you call an intermediary, that's kind of the non-governmental agency that can go out and do the work. There's a great opportunity to land some of these program dollars in either Department of Commerce or Network Kansas because of their statewide reach. I would advise if there's any way to just keep a lot of the regulatory tape out of it, if possible, so we can access those funds and deploy them quickly. I think those are some great opportunities for us to move forward. There's apprenticeships that we have just done ourselves. We've said, we had 2 entrepreneurs come to us and say, we want to develop a technical company in Western Kansas. And we said, great, what do you need? $8 million. We're like, I can't do that. So we started small. We started with 1 round of apprenticeships. They hired 90% of those people into that after that apprenticeship. That apprenticeship was just a portion of, while the apprentices weren't completely productive, it kind of made up for that gap. And then when they became productive, then they offloaded off of our apprenticeship and went directly into full-time W-2 employment. So that was attracting to companies. One company specific in this realm that we were working with is a Silicon Valley company, cybersecurity company, that was very interested in this because of the relationships of the principals we were working with in the for-profit company within our region. I know that's confusing. There's just several layers to it. But today, that apprenticeship model and what we've invested in them has created almost $2.5 million of downtown W-2 payroll in our company, and has attracted a Fortune 500 company, which will be releasing the fact that they are putting a presence in Kansas in the next few months. So how did it all happen? It happened through relationships. It happened through the resources that we had. It happened through the ability for people to change. Northwest Tech in Northwest Kansas had 6 people in their cloud computing cryptocurrency program. And most of those students were going to the Front Range because there were no jobs here. Today, a year and a half later, we have 99 people in that program at Northwest Tech. And we have the opportunity of this Fortune 500 company to come in and hire almost every one of them that passes and has the proficiency. If they need more apprenticeship dollars, we're going to offer that. But I think that's a great example of how if you think outside the box and you bring some resources that can collaborate together, we're not asking for us to just be out of it. We know we're going to be partners. But when we think about scaling something like that in Western Kansas, we are also looking for other partners. I'm getting a little off on my thing, but it's really great work, and we're real excited about it, and it's very fun. We do have some other programs. We do have called Connect Northwest Kansas. It's our new job board, which we promote jobs within our area, and those have to make a minimum of $15.50 an hour and some benefits. So we've supplied over 86 jobs, got filled with that program. We got a workforce incentive program, so we offer each county $60,000. We have aggregated each county to develop their own workforce board. So we now have all 24 of the 26 counties. The 2 population bases aren't eligible, Ellis and Saline. However, those counties have all came together and talked about, it's just like the e-community model, if you will. They've talked about, how do we get workforce done here? What do we need? What haven't we filled? What company's going to leave because they can't get an engineer? And they can offer those incentives that we've given the county to those workers. It's a pilot. We don't know if it's going to work long term, but it's something to just kind of get some interest for the region. And then a new program we just signed off on is Make My Move. Make My Move is a national ad campaign, has thousands of people that are looking for a certain community, mostly rural, but Make My Move has a great opportunity for people to look for, I want to live 5 miles from a lake. I want to have a small grocery store. I want to have all these type of things. We did a pilot in Lincoln County, and that pilot yielded 3 families moving in, adding 7 kids to their school system. And they're remote jobs. Sometimes the person, it's just one remote job, so that 2 of them actually were people that took jobs that were available in Lincoln County. We are now opening up that to all 24 counties and going to be launching that in the coming months. Those are just a few things of what we're trying to do for the region. I did want to keep my slides very short today because I wanted to mostly get interaction from you and find out if there's things you wanted to know from me from our organization. Thank you.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned graduates say no jobs, industry says no workforce. And that was interesting. I hadn't really ever thought of that. Do you think part of it is that we're overselling to our graduates at maybe at the college level, and they're not ready to go out and maybe do the jobs that the industry wants them to start at, and they want to start at a higher job because they've been promised that I get this degree, I'm going to leave and make $80,000 a year, Instead, they have to start somewhere lower, and they don't want to do it.
Yeah, there's definitely some, and we've seen it, that there's definitely some generational change there that expectation is different. And I think that's one of the things that frustrates industry is that the ability to get somebody to walk in and say, well, this is what we're paying you. And they say, well, I don't want to make that. And I think that does become an issue. However, I think if the proper coaching, career coaching was there through a recruitment officer or something, just to give them the options. I mean, we're not trying to sell them on this company versus this company, just giving them the options of what they can do. And I hope what would yield that was, number one, keep more Kansas kids in Kansas, graduates, young people. But I think there's an opportunity to go out and really focus on the states around us and say, we've got something great going on here. So I can't speak from an institutional standpoint, but I think you probably have a good handle on there's an expectation that's maybe not there.
Yeah, and I think there also may be our community colleges, our tech colleges, they move quickly to adapt. Our universities don't move quite as quickly to adapt, and they maybe need to look to their degrees a little bit more and maybe change those to better focus on what the needs of the industry are.
Yeah, my suggestions in the slides were kind of left it wide open, but honestly, I'm a big trades person. So if we could figure out, I just remember when we were at the legislative session 2 years ago, and we were talking about the historic housing that was passed, which thank you very much. It's been tremendous. I just remember one of the senators, or it was a representative, darn it, I slipped on that. I just remember him saying, well, we can do all these housing dollars, but who's going to build it? Where are the workers? And that just stuck in my mind. And if we don't figure out a way to bridge them in and keep them here and figure out a way to make that work, we're going to be doing the same thing over again in 4 or 5 years. So I think if we could really focus on the trades and really, in our recruitment efforts, what we hope to do in the future is that's where we're going to start. We're going to start at the trade level, at the technical college level, and pilot there and see if we can make a difference there first. Sorry, that was very long.
I thought maybe you were going to ask about the bolt removal tool.
I don't have a rotary blade. Mine's a sickle. So.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment when you mentioned about having a foreman leave a job site and come into the schools and all that kind of stuff. I work in a fire protection company, and one foreman, if he were to be gone for one day, would cost us $800 in one day, just with all of we're unions, so we have to pay all of the benefits and hourly and everything. And that's something that I can tell you that we struggle with getting anybody interested after the 90-day grace period.
Right.
They don't, because, they come in and they think, oh, because we're behind. I can tell you in Western Kansas, you go to job sites all over the place and they say, we need you now. But I think it's because there's a lot of grant dollars being spent and they have to spend all these ARPA dollars by a certain time, so forth. So anyways, I just want to say, I totally get what you're saying. And our guys are not our foremen are not going to be salesmen to these kids. They're going to be very construction worker to them. So anyways, I totally get what you're saying. And I thought you really opened up our eyes. Thank you.
If I can just follow up on that, I think this new approach is, we've done job fairs before. Job fairs are great. But what we're missing is that one-on-one relationship to really, and I'm just talking about the West for sure right now. I can't speak for urban areas at all because I've never lived in an urban area. But I go back to that trust model. You got to be able to trust who you're working with. And if that recruiter can aggregate that industry, whether it's construction, welding, plumbing, what have you, maybe not all in the same conversation because very protective at times. But if you have that relationship with that industry, I think we could make a difference in recruiting those students to that industry. And then following that becomes succession plan, because I'm guessing most of the people that are plumbers that are out there right now, that are looking for some good hands are probably going to be in the next 5 to 10 years looking to transition that business. And that's one business we don't want to go away.
So it
And
doesn't
I
have
will
as much.
say also that we are revamping our website too. So hopefully we'll go live in about a month. Marketing is not my thing. I'll guarantee you that, but I'm glad somebody is to help me with that.
I wanted to, it has less to do with an entrepreneur or a startup business, but I wanted to touch on, you put it in your slide, and it's something that I've looked at for quite some time on your internships and apprenticeships, work study programs. Wichita State has the innovation campus, and they've had it longer than any of the other universities, and it's extremely successful as far as people retaining our Kansas students. They form relationships with businesses, and then when they graduate, they end up with a job with that business mostly, or at least they're more employable because they have the experience, and Kansas businesses will hire them. KU has a new innovation campus that they're working on. K-State has the pretty incredible EDGE program that Representative Dodson brought in for a presentation towards the end of last year. Are we doing that right, do you think, now? Is that work? Do you think that's going to work?
Well, actually, I was at a conference at on Wichita State's campus about a week ago, and there was a young man that I was sitting by. That it was a tech conference for Flagship Kansas, and he was working on his own tech thing on the side, but he had gone through the innovation campus, and he's now working at Spirit. So I think in the respect of those universities, I think that is working. But it's very limited knowledge. But I think where it's really opened our eyes, we've never really worked with a university before as a nonprofit. And granted, we're only 7 years old. But working through the process of the K-State 105, for instance, I think that's really helped us understand how universities work so we can integrate ourselves a little better. Honestly, we really weren't in the beginning, and I think now we can, as from a nonprofit standpoint. So just being honest. But I think some of this work, especially with the tech schools, where we're already in the door, I think we could really do some great things. They just don't have the resources to do these type of things. They're very limited on what they can do, and it seems like a pretty interesting growth potential. So I don't know if I answered your question.
I think so. I just I think it's key to put the right businesses in those buildings, though, that the students would be drawn to and want to work for, rather than just fill it with office space. But
right,
I think for the most part we're doing that.
Yeah. We do have a student that's working on his graduate that actually was our intern this summer. That's a graduate student out of the Community Development Department at K-State. And he's hopefully going to be able to come. He's been working with our housing specialist, Randy Speaker, which is here today. If you had any housing questions, he could answer those. But a couple of our things that we are getting funding from the K-State 105, just to bring that up, since that was a focus of this morning, is our business consulting as the pilot to get that rolling with the Kansas Small Business Development Center and our business consulting. And also we received a small portion of $105 to work with housing. And right now what we're doing with the housing portion is we're really working with communities, trying to get them prepared so they can apply for MIH. I mean, a lot of times we're working with a part-time city clerk or a volunteer council or a whatever. So Randy's got 8 communities in process through the $105 that he's working with to try to get prepared. So sorry for the sidebar, but it was 105 related since we talked about that this morning.
Well, since you touched on it, I would say that for those on the committee that don't understand our housing program that we passed a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, in appropriations and through the proper committees, just Randy Speaker really does a good job. He was with the Department of Commerce. You got lucky enough to hire him away, but I would hope that you would.
Sorry.
I would hope you'd lend him out if anybody could set up a meeting in their area, because I set up a couple in Western Kansas and in South Central Kansas that Randy came to, and really, I mean, you'll get 100 people turn out from the surrounding cities and counties to learn about the programs, and it's pretty incredible what we did and what we have put together. So. If you don't know about that program, Randy's back there. Raise your hand there, Randy. And so he's pretty good at dad jokes too. So I'd encourage you to talk to him, and hopefully you'll lend him out for a meeting here and there to help other communities. But anyway, we did a good job putting that bill together, I think, and Randy does a good job of explaining it. So thanks. Thank you. Not seeing any other questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The Kansas SBDC, Greg Johnson. Welcome to committee.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Greg Jordan. I'm the State Director for the Kansas Small Business Development Center. The Kansas SBDC has been serving small businesses in the state since 1983 and is part of a nationwide network of organizations serving 63 states, regions, and territories. There's a single statewide host organization for the Kansas SBDC who applies for our federal grants and subcontracts with other organizations to provide services through regional centers. Fort Hays State University has been the statewide host for the last 25 years. The regional hosts include Emporia State University, Johnson County Community College, the University of Kansas, Pittsburgh State University, Wichita State University, and Washburn University. And beginning January 1st, the Innovation Center will be our regional host. Slide 2, please. Thank you. That's perfect. The one previous is fine. The Kansas SBDC provides counseling and training to support business startups and existing business expansion. We assist an average of 3,000 unique clients per year with over 19,000 hours of counseling, resulting in an average of about 100 million in capital infusion and between 200 and 300 new business starts. SBDCs in Kansas also have historically averaged around 500 workshops per year with about 5,000 attendees. I'd like to say we help our clients from a napkin idea to a successful exit. We are often our clients' most trusted advisor. Our clients know their business, whether it's bagels or bicycles, but often struggle with the back office details like taxes or licensing and financial forecasting and turn rates. Small business brings to mind a coffee shop in downtown Wichita or a gift store in Hays, and yes, those are our types of clients. But the definition of small for the Small Business Administration is typically fewer than 500 employees and less than 10 million in sales, in many cases, depending on your NAICS. 99.1% of all Kansas businesses are small, and we can help all of them. This is the slide 3, please. Thank you. This is the SBDC 40th anniversary. We started with 8 regions, and we still have 8 regions, but you can see the lines have changed a little bit. K-State withdrew in 2003, and Wichita took over that territory. And over the past 40 years, we've served over 100,000 small business clients who have brought in more than $1 billion to the Kansas economy. And we've helped start more than 10,000 businesses. Next slide. I'd like to point out the picture on the top left. That's from a ribbon cutting at the Haven Event Space in Lewisburg. The owner, Blake Harris, found and purchased the perfect location, has years of experience managing events for a Fortune 500 company, and had a great idea to start an event center. He had funding from a bank and was just ready to break ground when COVID hit. The bank pulled out of the deal, citing that the risk was simply too high. He floundered for nearly a year trying to find a bank willing to help him break ground on the land he had purchased. He ran into Vince Hayworth, our capital access director, at a chamber function, and within 1 week had 3 offers from banks to fund his business. To Vince, it was simply a matter of asking the right bank and structuring the right deal, but to Blake, it was the world. He found 2 banks willing to partner, one on the construction and one on the operations. And by the time of the ribbon cutting, he had more than $1 million in pre-sales. And he's now looking to expand to a second location because he's booked out more than a year. When I met him at this ribbon cutting, He looked at me and said, if it wasn't for you and the SBDC, I wouldn't be here today. That's just one of the examples of small businesses we help. And the Kansas SBDC has also held 21,500 classes and trained over 250,000 people in the last 40 years. This year alone, we've already held more than 40 classes helping 800 people learn about topics critical to just starting a small business. We've had more than 1,000 clients of one-on-one counseling in startups and nearly 5,000 hours of counseling just this year. We provide licenses on a checkout basis for people wanting to create a business plan using something called Live Plan software. This is a great program for beginning your plan, but it's a bit costly. We cover the cost for anyone wanting to use one of our licenses and then take it back when they're done and give it to someone else. We help them comb through their cost projections to be as accurate as possible for use by Network Kansas or a local bank or the SBA or all three. We have several people who are certified as business valuators who can help businesses ballpark how much they should buy or sell a business for and when to get a specialist involved. So far, 97 clients have started their business this year with our assistance, and we currently average between 150 and 250 per year. Funding for the SBDC comes from three sources: the annual SBA grant, the Small Business Administration, matching funds provided by our host universities, and the Department of Commerce. This year, we will also be receiving money from the Kansas State 105 Fund. The Kansas Department of Commerce initially funded about $250,000 per year in the early 80s. That money dwindled down over time, but Wichita State, who was the state host at the time, withdrew as the state host in 1995, and the request for proposals was unsuccessful by the SBA. So KDOC stepped up with $1 million addition. Fort Hays then won that bid, and KDOC was the largest funding partner for the next decade, reaching a high of $1.3 million in 2008. Funding was cut from the program during budget changes, and beginning in 2011, it was cut each year until it stabilized in 2014 at $718,536, where it has been until present. 85% of the Kansas SBDC budget is personnel. In the face of cuts, it's often difficult to cut expenses. So the SBDC continued operating the next decade using a combination of outside grants, USDA, for example, supplemental funding from the SBA, which were leftover funds from other states that couldn't spend their money, and a buildup of reserves. In 2018, the SBA discontinued the option of supplemental funds. So when I took over as state director, we had a budget deficit of approximately $500,000 per year, and the reserves were depleted. We were able to do more with less over time, but at what cost? So I'm a data-driven decision maker, and I looked at the data for the last 2 decades and discovered some issues. Next slide, please. Can't really see it on here, but the first was mission creep. Each application we did for funds that were outside of the core required a new project. So even with supplemental funds for the SBA. So we'd have to explain how we're going to use these new funds in a different way other than what we normally do. As a result, we had specialty centers that help people in different ways, and they tended to make the core mission difficult for our clients to understand. Second, in order to maintain the required amount of capital infusion and jobs goals over the past decade, the decision was made to focus on stage 2 existing companies, those companies who are in business and growing. This created a sorting of potential clients by those who can help us most achieve their goals. My data shows the shift to stage 2, along with the focus on clients who are most likely to help, contributed to a decline of more than 25% in the West and South regions of Kansas. More and more resources have been shifted to the East, where clients are easier to obtain and there are more who have a high growth potential. So the first step in balancing the budget was funding. I sought increases from the funding partners. SBA got an increase in money from Congress, but added a new region in the Mariana Islands and redistributed the balances based on a 2020 census, and Kansas SBDC received a cut instead of about $50,000 a year. The host institutions stepped up, and in spite of their own issues with funding, increased the funding by nearly $300,000. However, much of that money went to expanding their own regions. So the next step was to cut budgets. I outsourced the Technology Innovation Center, which had been a key program, to the PSU's NEMA program. We still have a connection, but are no longer funding that. Next slide, please. But I needed to address the problems in the West. How could we work smarter and stretch our funds to help more Kansas small businesses? I dissolved the SCCC region, which is the Southwest region, and entered into contracts with 3 economic development units instead. These are based in Liberal, Garden City, and Dodge. The regional director had resigned for that area, and it made sense to cut the costs now rather than to try to hire a new person. The 3 economic development units in Southwest Kansas already had been serving Kansas clients and could hit the ground running with some money and training at a much lower cost. And it's much easier than starting over. Additionally, the regional director for Fort Hays retired, and I began looking at ways to serve more people in Northwest Kansas. I've reduced our mission to help more people. And I began to discuss how to do this with Scott Sproul of the Innovation Center and Steve and Eric of Network Kansas. K-State 105 was gaining momentum at the time, and we came up with the idea to change the model. I worked with the SBA and Fort Hays to propose a region in Northwest Kansas that's run by the Innovation Center. It will be the first region that we have that is not run by higher ed. Many discussions over lunch and coffee later, we've signed a contract between Fort Hays, Network Kansas, the Innovation Center, all funded by K-State 105. We have all worked in similar endeavors throughout the years, but we've never made more than occasional referrals. I once described it as we're all rowing boats in the same water, but now we're all in the same boat, pulling our oars together. This solves the problem we've had in the past, where we used to just hire a university person and send them out to try to find clients. There are 3 times as many small businesses in Johnson County alone as there are in all of Northwest Kansas. So Johnson County has a much different set of problems than Northwest Kansas has. It's harder to find the potential small business clients, and after you do, it's hard to get Western Kansas people to talk about what problems they have with their business unless they know you. I grew up there, and I know the secrecy surrounding even a cattle auction, and can't imagine anyone offering to open their books to somebody they didn't know. The Innovation Center has strong ties to Northwest Kansas and is already well known in this arena. We can train their people how to help the SBDC way, bring in the resources from our nationwide network, and together we can help more people than ever before. With K-State 105 funding, we were able to keep our Capital Access Center advisor in Western Kansas, who is already helping to find and secure funding for businesses in the regions. Scott's people have him on speed dial, I'm pretty sure. So this year so far, he has more than $3 million in funding closed and another $13 million in progress. Next slide, please. For the Kansas SBDC moving forward, collaboration is the key. We have formal agreements with every entity listed on this slide. Next slide. And this one. We work together with many resource partners across Kansas and have close relationships with more partners. At the Kansas SBDC, we don't expect to be everything for everybody, but we are very likely to know who can help in those areas we're not the expert. For example, we're required by our federal partner to address cybersecurity for small businesses. And we have partnered with the new Cybersecurity Institute and Technology Incubator, which is CITY, at Fort Hays State University, to handle that service for our clients. Their students help our clients, and in return, we help them start their cybersecurity businesses to help even more Kansans. In addition to working with strong established networks of the Innovation Center and Network Kansas, we can count on the Department of Commerce's business development team to help us out. The manager, Craig Van Way, has an office next door to our PSU regional director. And the Northwest, North Central, and Southwest managers are familiar faces to us all. We work with other entities in commerce as well, but we can certainly do more to connect with the various resources the state has to offer. We can't know all the changes to the programs or personnel in order to make good referrals or to get someone urgently needed help. That's where the concierge service might come in really handy. Part of our future plans include a grant proposal from the SBA to fund a series of workshops across the drought-stricken regions in Kansas. Part of this proposal involves public service announcements and podcasts, along with social media to draw interested people to our free workshops. This would serve as a way to kind of prime the pump for Western Kansas and get more media and buzz out there to help get the word for all of our services out there. In summation, we know our lane. Kansas SBDC provides the one-on-one counseling to complement other resources available to small business. Funders count on our ability to help our clients make solid business plans and then to implement them. But without the resources of our partners, we would not be able to help our clients get started. We are all a team with the goal of helping Kansas grow through its small businesses. The more we work together, the better we are all for it and for Kansas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So collaboration seems to be the word of the day. And it seems like one of the issues when we first heard this bill was a lot of people were worried about possible redundancy. And it seems like we may have had that in the past, but with all the members working together as a pretty congealed team, it's neat to see. So we do have real good collaboration now. The key is to get people that have the ultimate need of help, how to get them involved, figure out how to direct them in the right area once we know about them. So Representative Bergeron has something for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg, thank you for being here, and thank you for the great work that your organization does for small business. We were one of those businesses that our idea started on a napkin, and we brought it to the SBDC, and you all helped us develop our business plan. We opened our small business in 2015. We went through a series of expansions, expanded into the Overland Park market, and then most recently, we're able to use the SBDC as we were transitioning and trying to sell one of our locations. And so great resource for small business. I can't say enough good about what you all have to do for small business. If there's anything that we can do to help get the word out to folks, we want to know that and want to help you continue what you're doing here in the state.
Thank you, sir. You may have left out that you also were one of our E3 award winners.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Oh, I did have one. Your services are free of charge.
Yes, for the most part, we do charge for some of our training to cover the cost of food if we have that. But in general, we're required by statute that all of our one-on-one counseling is free.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so next up would be Libertas with the, is it Reese Impey?
Hello, thank you all for having me here. I know that we may be running short on time, so I have a shorter version of my presentation without the slideshow, if that would be better, or I can just do what I passed along to all of you. I want to be respectful of time.
I think there's going to be a lot of questions about the regulation sandboxes, and so that's what you're going to present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can go ahead and use the slides.
Okay. Hello, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for having me here today. I grew up right next door in Missouri, and I love how frequently my work brings me back to the Midwest. For example, a couple weeks ago, I was in Nebraska presenting on this very same thing. My name is Reese Empey, and I'm the Director of State Government Affairs with Libertas Institute, a nonprofit based in Utah. And today I want to tell you all what regulatory sandboxes can mean for Kansas. Can you click to the next slide? Now, it's not quite the first thing that you all think of, which of course is a children's sandbox. But before I get into it, could you hit the next slide, please? Thank you. But before I get into it, I want you all to travel back in time with me to the early 1900s when the Wright brothers were testing out a variety of flying machines in the sand dunes of North Carolina. As we all know, their eventual success immortalized them in history forever. And let's consider another great human achievement, creating the could you hit the next slide, please? Thank you. Creating the fastest vehicles on land. Test drivers sped along the Bonneville Salt Flats in Utah at incredible speeds. The technologies they tested there and continue to test can be found in vehicles that we all drive today. In 1909, William Purvis and Charles Wilson of Goodland, Kansas, both railroad mechanics, began building the first patented helicopter. William got this idea after seeing a kid play with a toy whirl-jig and convinced Charles to help him. Through this, these two men founded the Goodland Aviation Company and scheduled a demonstration to attract investors. Their first demonstration saw the machine fly up and down, and after a few more attempts to perfect the machine, it eventually crashed into a water tank, and investors began to move away from the product. On June 4th, 1912, their patent application was approved just 2 weeks after their stockholders had decided to sell everything. So in other words, the machine was a failure. However, I don't view this as a bad thing because most of the time, good ideas spawn from failed ones. And in the 1930s, William and Charles' their innovative ideas from the 1910s led to the building of the successful helicopters that we see today. Now, lastly, I want you to think back to the early days of Silicon Valley, where Xerox established the Palo Alto Research Center 3,000 miles from their headquarters in New York. This gave their research team the ability to innovate without a lot of bureaucratic oversight, and what was the result? Personal computers, which then led to what most of us carry around in our pockets today. And let's not forget the greatest sandbox for the information revolution, the internet. Now, you may be asking, what do these private sandboxes have to do with the government-run sandboxes I came here to talk about today? And I'd ask you this question. Have you heard of the company called Free World Dial-Up? Probably not. Free World Dial-Up sought to launch a communications platform that allowed people across the world to video conference with one another for free. However, prior to launching, Free World Dial-Up worked with the FCC for months to acquire permission to operate. And in the meantime, a foreign company that sought to do the same exact thing, free from America's regulatory landscape, launched a similar service. This company is Skype, and Free World Dial-Up was lost to history. Free World Dial-Up, a homegrown American company on the cusp of something great, was blocked by operating by our government while a foreign competitor flew right past. So what is a regulatory sandbox? In short, a regulatory sandbox enables innovators, companies old and new, big and small, to work with regulators and legislators in trialing new products, services, and business models, while regulations inapplicable to their idea are temporarily waived. Now, how a sandbox operates and looks all depends on its structure within a state. But for now, let's say I have an innovative idea for drone insurance, because why do I need a standard 6-month premium if I only fly the thing twice a year? Or a creative way to collect food payments at my food truck business, where consumers purchase digital tokens where they can buy a variety of items from various food trucks, and it's stored on a digital blockchain ledger. Or just running a food truck in general. The possibilities are endless. Or it could be something like air taxis, where they possess a similar model to Uber and Lyft, except they're airborne. So I'd approach the sandbox, I'd outline my great idea, highlight what is standing in my way from getting off the ground, and upon acceptance into the sandbox, I receive a temporary waiver of those rules or regulations, and I'm allowed to engage with consumers. Throughout the trial period, I'm constantly reporting to the sandbox so that the sandbox can compile its own report to pass along to the applicable regulatory agencies or even the state legislature with recommended reforms or even repeals based on the experiences within the trial, the sandbox trial period. So in other words, the sandbox creates a dynamic regulatory reform process that invites the business community to the table to highlight troublesome rules and regulations, prove they don't work as intended through a sandbox trial, and ideally, in the end, those rules and regulations are amended or repealed so that the company can exit the sandbox and operate on the market legally. It's a way to slowly chip away at the state's regulatory code, collaborate with innovative minds and businesses, deliver new products to the market, and create a regulatory environment that's better welcoming to the innovations of tomorrow. Now, this sandbox conversation is fairly new, beginning in the United Kingdom in 2014-2015, when they targeted financial technologies. After that, several other countries began implementing sandboxes their own while applying it to other industries. Here in the United States, Arizona was the first sandbox to launch a sandbox by way of fintech. I want to tell all of you why Libertas began working on regulatory sandboxes in Utah and now other states. I want you to imagine your significant other came to you with this great idea, delivered it to the market, and made lots of customers happy. But the government shut them down and forced your family into financial hardship. This very thing happened to Alex Carter, who was a trained auto mechanic at a Utah auto dealer. Through his experience, Alex developed a unique and innovative way to address extended car warranties on vehicles through his own company, Otmo. Alex borrowed Otmo's model from the medical cost-sharing ministries world, and this is when a group of individuals come together, help one another pay for their medical expenses. And while everyone pays their fair share each month, you are also responsible for covering a portion of your own personal medical expenses, which is similar to a deductible. And Alex pursued this due to the countless loopholes dealerships can use to escape obligations to a customer's warranty. Now, after operating for a year without any unhappy customers, the Utah Department of Insurance investigated Otmo after receiving an anonymous complaint, likely from a competitor, and threatened to shut him down if he didn't conform to existing insurance regulations because they felt his model was too risky for consumers. Now faced with the choice of significantly changing his pricing to comply and engage in similar business practices that drove him to start Otmo in the first place, or shut down, Alex decided to shut down, covered existing claims under Otmo, and took on a loss of $200,000+, which devastated his family's finances. Now, unable to fit Otmo into the typical insurance mold, a regulatory sandbox could have been his answer to the regulatory problem. And personally, I think it's crazy that someone's physical health can be subject to the same business model with health insurance, but extended car warranties are just too risky. And I have no doubt that there's an Alex Carter in your state or in your districts working in an overregulated industry, a creative mind or a group of entrepreneurs too intimidated by the inconsistent, archaic, and unfit regulations to put their ideas into motion. Now, there are two ways to form a regulatory sandbox. There is the industry-targeted sandbox, which highlights a certain industry that allows for the temporary waiver of regulations. As previously mentioned, the United Kingdom and Arizona took this approach by targeting just fintech. This can be applied to fintech, agriculture, insurance, energy, public education, etc. The industries that you can highlight are endless. However, with this approach, you risk cutting out creative ideas that want to trial experimental products outside of the sandbox industry or across multiple industries. Now, on the other hand, with a universal sandbox, you don't discriminate against any industry or anyone because everyone is allowed to apply for this temporary regulatory relief. For example, if there's an applicant that touches insurance, fintech, and agriculture, they're allowed under this form of sandbox. And I'm not trying to say that the industry-targeted sandbox approach shouldn't be tried if that's what's best for the state. Both approaches offer their benefits, and all states have to start somewhere. For example, many states in America with a sandbox on their books began with a fintech or insurance sandbox and later expanded to universal, Arizona, Kentucky, and Utah included. And it's important to remember that with sandboxes, we can't begin to predict what great products will come as a result of creativity and innovation being allowed to flourish. Now, there are currently 14 states running sandboxes, not including Nevada's fintech sandbox that recently sunsetted. 3 of those states, Arizona, Kentucky, and Utah, host universal sandboxes. And out of these sandboxes, they've hosted 30 participants. On top of that, many of the sandboxes serve as a liaison between businesses and the relevant regulatory bodies, which has allowed for additional companies to learn they can operate without the sandbox. So in other words, rather than just waiving rules and regulations, these sandboxes are also helping companies launch and learn they're legally allowed without requiring them to hire a high caliber lobbyist to change the rules for them or hire an attorney to comb through the rules and regulations to figure out whether or not they're legal. Both alternatives cost a lot of money, especially for a smaller, newer business. For example, Utah has helped approximately 15 companies get their footing outside of the universal sandbox. There's also the option for reciprocity agreements between states with sandboxes. Let's say an innovative company enters Kansas sandbox and they want to scale up. If Kansas has an agreement with, let's say, Vermont, Utah, Arizona, they instantly have a foot in the door into that market and vice versa. This can help companies that start elsewhere also come to Kansas and offer their services to consumers here. And on top of all this, states working on regulatory sandboxes are signaling to Congress that smart regulatory relief is needed to encourage innovation. To date, 5 sandbox bills have been introduced in Congress. Now, there are some challenges in setting up the sandbox and operating it, 2 of those being consumer protection and liability. It needs to be noted that consumer protection is already in place with the application process for the sandbox itself. Regulators don't want bad press within the sandbox they're overseeing, and the application process is there to filter out high-risk ideas that will obviously cause harm. Since the goods and services coming from the sandbox are considered experimental, these companies are supposed to educate consumers on the product they're engaging with to the fullest extent. This, of course, depends on the business itself and how they handle their advertising, customer support, etc. But at the end of the day, there are no incentives for bad business because it could mean removal from the sandbox, a bad reputation, and they can still be held civilly liable if their product causes harm. So in other words, these companies are under more of a watchful eye in the sandbox than they are outside of it. Now, when it comes to government discrimination, what happens if a state discriminates against a company? And this is where we advocate for transparency being the most important thing in a state-run sandbox. A public list of sandbox participants as well as pending applications, and what they're doing is important to inform the company as well as competing businesses within various industries. Regulators are potentially another problem that fall under this, and we found it best to work with them, build a relationship, and educate them to the fullest extent on what a sandbox is. Regulators also want their respective sandbox to run smoothly because they report their findings of what happens when a regulation is waived to a legislative committee, which opens them up to legislative and public scrutiny. Now, with Utah's Universal Sandbox, we created an entirely new office within the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity that has the final say on the sandbox applicants rather than the regulators themselves to try and streamline the process, especially with applicants spanning across multiple areas of code. After Utah's director coordinates with the relevant regulatory agencies, and once someone is approved, this newly created office then reaches out to stakeholders in that industry to inform them of their potential for the same regulatory relief. In our experience, you need a good onboard director who understands the sandbox, knows how to message it, and knows the mission, which is innovation. So in other words, this office serves as a liaison between regulators and entrepreneurs, which streamlines the whole thing. Overall, sandboxes are very new across the world as well as here in the United States, and it's hard to see exactly where it's going. But that's the beauty of it because the possibilities are endless. Just like the internet became such a hit for information. Oh, I am so sorry. I just had a brain fart. Just like the internet became such an invaluable source of information, we cannot begin to predict what else may come as a result of regulatory relief and smart deregulation. In Utah, we're still fighting for Alex Carter as well as many others, and we'd love to help you and your state do the same for the creative minds residing within your districts. We've experienced some road bumps with our sandboxes, such as technical issues and trying to get one off the ground in the midst of COVID. And we want to offer our experience as a way to ensure that you and your state implement the best and strongest possible regulatory sandbox. Just like airplanes came as a result of the Wright brothers trials in North Carolina, vehicular technologies from the Bonneville Salt Flats of Utah, helicopters from Goodland, Kansas, and personal computers from Palo Alto, California, the next best thing very well could come from your state or even your district. And this could be something that helps the state, the country, and even the entire world. I've taken up enough of your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have or pass the time to Gannon Evans with Kansas Policy Institute. Also, please feel free to reach out via email or phone. Thank you for your time and for having me here today.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and ask you questions first and then bring Gannon up. So go ahead, Representative Dotson.
Yeah, just wanted to ask about this exceptions part of your presentation. Let's take the case of the guy in the insurance business in Utah. So if he's issued an exception, is there a normal pattern for this? In other words, do you get 3 years to come into compliance with federal or state regulation on this kind of thing, or is each one of these individually done?
Thank you for the question. So these state sandboxes only apply to state rules and regulations, nothing federal. So that's a whole different ballpark. The trial periods are typically 2 or more years, depending on how the state has structured them. And the whole goal is for these companies to enter the sandbox with these waived regulations so that the sandbox administrator can compile this real example. Like, for example, if I go into the sandbox, make a lot of consumers happy, nothing goes wrong, that provides really good incentive for the regulatory agency or even the state legislature to reform or repeal that. So I can exit the sandbox. I could, exit the sandbox at the end of the 2-year trial period or before that. But it's trying to provide these real examples of regulations not working as intended, especially with some of these that have been on the books for 50, 60 plus years. So in other words, it's smart deregulation, also creating smart regulation around new and emerging technologies that we may not fully understand.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Can you expand? So OPMO was in Utah, right? And
Yes,
Utah now does have an all-inclusive regulatory sandbox. So could they not be, open for business now?
So OPMO started before Utah had, first, thank you for the question. OPMO started before Utah had any sandboxes on the books. And by the time, 2019, when we passed FinTech, they wouldn't have been applicable. 2020, we worked on an insurance. And in 2021, we expanded it to universal. But by that time, he had already gone through the motions of shutting down, taking a personal financial loss. So I don't think he's interested in that space anymore.
All right, it seems like a rather complex issue. So we'll probably have you back during session to go through it again. And we'll go ahead and move on to Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
Gannon Evans, your house. Welcome to Commerce.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon. My name is Gannon Evans. I'm with Kansas Policy Institute. So Reese just walked us through some of the basics of how a sandbox operates from his experience. And with my testimony today, I'd like to talk about why this is relevant to Kansas and what sort of benefits that sandboxes would bring. And the major point, first off, is that Kansas has been lagging behind other states when it comes to economic growth. The most recent job numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that in August, we lost 2,700 private sector jobs. Since 1998, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, Kansas has ranked 44th for private sector job growth and 38th for wage growth. So there's a lot of room for economic reform, especially when we look at other states that are growing rapidly, such as Florida, Montana, Idaho, and Utah, that are undergoing policies focused on entrepreneurship, small businesses, and startups, and facilitating these businesses. And really, I do want to put the focus on small businesses here, because for every single year since the 1980s, Kansas wouldn't have had a year of positive job growth were it not for small businesses. Nationwide, in the last 25 years, small businesses and startups have accounted for 2/3 of the total job growth. So there's a really big room here, especially when we're talking about local shops that hire local and support their local communities. Now, when we're talking about things to pursue, a big role the government can play is reducing the barriers that these businesses face. I mean, entrepreneurship is directly tied to risk, and just going out there, especially with like an investment and seeing if it works. And specifically, one of the things the government can do is reduce the barriers to entry via regulations, which represent a sizable cost to small businesses. So on average, nationwide, in the first year of operation, small businesses pay $83,000 to keep up with the regulatory code and their local, state, and federal regulations. I mean, that's a lot of money. That's enough to hire an employee, purchase equipment, plan for future expansions, all of this work. In Kansas alone, it's estimated that 29,409 jobs have been lost due to occupational licensing regulations that have prevented people from entering the market. Kansas's state regulations in its entirety would take 185 hours to read. There's a lot that businesses have to go through and work with here. And these all represent a cost, be it a financial cost of navigating it or a cost of sunken time and making sure that your business is up to date and up to regulation on everything. And macroeconomically, there's an MIT study done that shows that businesses are less likely to expand and innovate and keep developing if they're approaching a business perspective where they'd be receiving more regulations. So there's a lot of different complexities here of why reducing regulations or making regulations manageable for small business would be greatly beneficial for business development. And that's where sandboxes come in. Sandboxes is a way that people can apply and join and have these regulations waived and operate oftentimes very new and inventive industries that the regulations aren't caught up to deal with and to regulate. And as Reese explained, this is all done under the purview of government. It isn't, it's all done under the purview of government and in a way that is directly through the executive branch. I wanted to talk about some of the results of sandboxes around the world. So as Reese mentioned, the first place where sandboxes really took off was in Great Britain. And 40%, of the firms that of the firms that participated in the sandboxes in the UK, they made it to market 40% faster than those that didn't, and saw significantly higher amounts of venture capital because they were able to grow quickly. And this is a policy that's been done around the world. Singapore has sandboxes, Malaysia has sandboxes, and across the country of the US, we're seeing sandboxes take off. One of the most interesting stories is Wyoming. And Wyoming's really invested into trying to get into the financial technology market. And they've opened up a sandbox there centered on trying to open facilities for Bitcoin mining or for just powering financial technology. And in part, due to this sandbox, companies have moved to Wyoming or have chosen to set up shop in Wyoming and are growing there as a result of it. It's a way to create industries for the future. And I hope that's something that we can bring to Kansas. I mean, there's a lot of stories about businesses in Kansas when we think about Wichita's aviation industry, for instance. That came up because of a series of companies all around working together with the same goal. And sandboxes can have an effect of creating a message of, oh, this is a state where it might be good to do business in this industry or that industry. And it gets people interested and it gets people moving to the state and helps the businesses there to develop. So there's a lot of tools for regulatory reform. I'd be happy to talk about some of the other nationwide examples, but I think regulatory sandboxes is a very positive tool that we should consider for the next year. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about it. Thank you.
All right, committee, any questions? So why not just find the regulations that aren't working? I mean, 70,000 we've talked about regulations in this committee for since I've been here, 7 years, and we've never once addressed them.
Yeah.
Why would we do it only for a few businesses and not just everyone?
That's a great question. And sandboxes is applicable to more than just the businesses that participate, because it's a way for the government agency to take a look at the regulations that affect everyone, it's a look at the regulations that affect everyone and say, oh, okay, these are the regulations that might not be working or might not be up to date. And when they make changes to those regulations, it would apply to everyone in the economy.
So it'd be like a test.
Yes, yeah.
Representative Christy Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And would you just clarify with some of your introductory comments? I didn't see them in your testimony, so I may have missed it. But as we look at reducing regulations, were you speaking of the rankings related to Kansas in terms of regulatory burden? And if so, could you repeat those?
Yeah, absolutely. And specifically, the comments I chose to speak about today are different from the ones that are in my written testimony. However, it's the same citations. KPI has a report on the regulatory burden from late 2021, which is where much of this is compiled. I'd be happy to send that to you, but it's also cited in the testimony. When I was speaking about Kansas's own regulations, it's $83,000. That's the nationwide number of how much a small business in its first year faces from regulatory costs. But the 185 hours it would take to read the entire book of the Kansas regulations and the 29,409 jobs lost to licensing restrictions, those are both from the first citation there, from the Mercatus Center. They ran a report looking at Kansas's regulations specifically that does a lot of good data there.
Well, I think I'm referencing when you said Kansas ranked 40 something.
Yes, yeah.
Was that regulatory ranking or was that in business rankings overall climate?
That was in business rankings overall. My apologies. That is in KPI's Green Book, which is a publication we put out that looks at different economic rankings across the country.
And one last question. I know this is not directly about the sandbox, but just wanted to know if you had a comment on the Kansas Department of Commerce's website. It says it's ranked #1 most business investment per capita. Would that, in your opinion, weigh into your rankings of business climate, or is that predominantly because of the mega projects we've just invested in? And I certainly don't know off the top of my head the taxpayer commitment to those mega projects, but just a comment.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't looked at specifically what measures they've gotten to that #1 number with. I do imagine that the mega subsidies play a bit of it, and KPI was the only organization to testify against the original APEC subsidy. We have a lot of issues with the transparency involved, the job creation, and the price tag with it. And so I'm generally skeptical of that #1 number because when you look at the actual jobs that ordinary people hold as reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Bureau of Economic Analysis, Kansas is behind.
So I think Dave Travert has been up here before to talk about regulations, and you guys do a lot of research on that. So would it be possible for you to, and then, before session, we've got some time, put together a list of recommendations as far as the regulations that you think would be the easiest to remove and would save Kansas businesses? Then we can at least start there. If we could have, we hear all the time that we have too many regulations and that they stand in the way, but no one has been able to really identify the ones that we should change right away. And so with 70,000 of them on the books, we don't know where to start. And it would be good if we could get a listing from somebody that says, okay, here's 300 regulations that you have on the books that no one around us has. Why are they there? Mm-hmm. That kind of thing. Would you be able to do that for us?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do so, and I'd be happy to discuss the specifics with you after committee. But that is definitely something I think would be really interesting. And I agree with you on the point where it's easy to say, we have to reduce regulations, but when it comes time to actually point and say, well, what do we address? It's more difficult.
All right, so Representative Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I like that recommendation as well, that we can find out which specific regulations might need to be addressed. I want to find out more specifically, who is it that's going to be responsible for actually reviewing the paperwork and making the determination that a regulation is not applicable, that a law is not applicable in this particular instance?
Yeah, I think that's a question that Reese can better answer from his experience with how Utah's been implemented. He could correct me, but I think how it functions is that there's the separate office in the executive branch that reviews these things. But in terms of actually, is this regulation something that needs to be adjusted or removed, I think it would go back to the regulatory authority itself, who works in together with the office that manages the sandboxes.
Okay. And to that point, I'm curious, if it's a particular regulation that gets waived, that is a safety regulation, who becomes responsible if somebody gets hurt because of that, bypassing that safety regulation? If it's a financial security regulation, who ultimately becomes responsible because we've waived that regulation if somebody goes bankrupt because of this waiving of the regulation?
Yeah. I think that's a good question for Reese because I'm not sure of the specifics of the liability in function. Mhm.
All right, seeing no further questions unless, Reese, did you want to address that last question and then we can be done? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I think there were two questions deferred to me. One was the liability question. So the sandbox office is not liable if something goes wrong, unless there was just absolutely malpractice on the office itself. However, the company in the sandbox can still be held civilly liable if harm falls upon the consumer. So it's the sandbox participant, just as it is outside of the sandbox, that the company would be on the hook and held civilly liable. And in regards to how sandboxes function and the waiver of the regulations, that all depends on the state. So, for example, Wyoming's financial technology sandbox is housed in the Secretary of State's office. In Utah, we've housed it in the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. But then if you go to Kentucky's insurance sandbox, it's housed in the insurance department. So it really just kind of depends on the dynamics of the state. If you're going for industry targeted, universal, it just depends on what would work best for Kansas. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, committee, we're up for a break here, and we're running a little bit behind schedule, so why don't we take a 5-minute break instead of a 10-minute break? We're going to come back and get a briefing on the bill that was introduced last year from Kyle Hamilton, and then we can make some recommendations. And nothing's set in stone right now. We're just kind of spitballing so that when we get back into committee, we can address the bill. So I'll see you at 26 after. All right, first up, we're going to review the bill, and then the people from Right to Start are going to comment on the bill, and then we'll make recommendations after that. So, Revisor Hamilton, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Last time we talked about this, I think it was back in February 1st. In context for this bill, it is a template bill, and I think all of you are pretty familiar with these types of model legislation. I peeked ahead at the testimony. The Right to Start organization is going to go into a lot of detail about what other states have done with their versions of the bill. But House Bill 2123 is Kansas's introduced version of this idea. So at the start, House Bill 2123 would establish an Office of Entrepreneurship within the Department of Commerce. And so this would be a brand new office in the context of this bill. It's not talking about Network Kansas, AKA the Center of Entrepreneurship that we discussed earlier in the day. The office would have the authority to employ personnel, including at least one full-time employee, work with stakeholders and organizations to expand access to resources for entrepreneurs, and serve as a point of contact between the state and businesses operating for 5 years or less. Section 3 of the bill would state that beginning July 1, 2023, you can ignore that date, but basically what would be the effective date of this bill, the state of Kansas shall encourage 5% of the following to be directed to new Kansas businesses. And I'll go back and just reemphasize, it says the state of Kansas shall encourage. I'm not sure, practically speaking, exactly what that would look like, but shall encourage different than shall ensure or shall, otherwise mandate. All right, so number 1 of the following have to be directed to new Kansas businesses. The total, 5% of the total number of awarded state contracts. 2, workforce development funding that supports organizations or programs for individuals starting a new business or that provide services to new Kansas businesses. And 3, funding budgeted for economic development programs, including community development block grants. Additionally, the bill would have the state of Kansas encourage the elimination of all first-year business fees relating to any license or registration for any new Kansas business or a person establishing a new Kansas business, including home-based businesses. Section 4 would require the Office of Entrepreneurship to submit a report to the Standing Commerce committees concerning the percentage of state contracts. And I'll jump to the bill real fast here, page 2, starting on line 19. It goes into more details of what would be in that report. It would be the number and total dollar amount of state contracts awarded to businesses that have been in operation for less than 5 years, including a breakdown by demographic segments and geographical areas throughout the state of Kansas, to the percentage of the number of state contracts awarded to businesses that have been in operation for less than 5 years compared to the total number of contracts awarded. 3, the percentage of total dollar amount of state contracts awarded to newer businesses compared to the total dollar amount of contracts awarded. And 4, recommendations on improving access to those state contracts. Additionally, the report would include the percentage given of workforce development funding, the economic development funding received by those businesses. Lastly, the report would state the extent to which state legislation has been signed by the governor in prior legislative sessions that support, hinder, or otherwise affect new Kansas businesses. With that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Okay, before we go to questions, I think that the last time we heard this bill, it was pretty well established that the encouraging of 5% of state contracts would be a barrier for this bill to progress. But we can talk about that in recommendations. So any questions for the revisor at this point? Representative Williams.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this isn't directly to the writing of the bill, but just you may be able to answer, is there a position in Department of Commerce that currently includes into entrepreneurs? Probably not the right person to ask, but just in case.
A position within the Department of Commerce that includes entrepreneurs. That's the question.
Yes, basically just ensuring that this is not already being done in the Department of Commerce in another form.
I guess off the top of my head, I would think back to the Center of Entrepreneurship. It has a board of directors. It consists of, has a list of 10 different types of individuals who have to have been successful in entrepreneurship, who are part of that board. And it includes some of the stakeholders we've heard from today. So that's what initially comes to my mind.
Any other questions? Representative Bourgeon.
I'm sure it's, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure it's minimal, but the fiscal impact of waiving these first year business fees, do we know what that is?
I have not recently looked at the fiscal note, but there was a fiscal note. I don't know if that was included or not.
Okay, I'll try to find it. Thanks.
Eddie's going to look it up for us, I think.
As a part of the fiscal note for that specific piece of it, the Secretary of State's office is of course who collects those fees. They estimated a reduction of state general fund receipts of $4.7 million and a reduction of agency fee fund revenue of $500,000 per year.
It's 4.7 million. We have that many brand new startup businesses each year, I guess.
That is the estimate that the agency provided. I can circle back with them on more detail for those filings if it's of interest.
Representative Bourgeon.
I would just comment that seems really high. So I'd be interested in what that number is.
I'd say that would indicate that the Secretary of State doesn't like it. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. All right. And so to kind of frame the bill and the right to start bills in other states and what other people are doing for this, we've got the right to start people here. Jason Grill. Microphone on.
Yeah, I used to do this in Missouri. I should know this by now. Thank you for having me today. And this has been an incredible day, I would say. I'd say many states don't have days like this. So very, very, very cool for the state of Kansas to actually do something like this, to actually put entrepreneurship where it deserves to be. And it does matter. And I have a presentation that kind of goes through some of the things we've talked about today, but also kind of gives you some statistics, the why that we're here, the why that entrepreneurship matters, and then talk a little bit about what the state of Nevada just did, which is very interesting. And I think would actually help Kansas if it did something similar, because a lot of the questions that have come up today, I think, could be answered simply with what they're doing. So this is me and my colleague, Victor Wong, who should be on the WebEx in case he can answer any questions for you. He's a longtime entrepreneur. I'm a longtime entrepreneur. He used to run the Kauffman Foundation's Office of Entrepreneurship there at the Kauffman Foundation. He's also, been a thought leader on entrepreneurship for a couple decades now, and is the leader of Right to Start and founder and CEO. I run government affairs, former state representative in Missouri, also an entrepreneur. I exited a product company I started in 2012 and 2018. Also have my own consulting firm and have consulted with the Kauffman Foundation and helped them launch their Mayor's Conference of Entrepreneurship and advise them on how to connect more entrepreneurs to policymakers throughout the year. So that's kind of my background. So Right to Start, what do we do? Our vision is a world where everyone can realize their fundamental right to entrepreneurial opportunity. And our mission is we drive civic change to eliminate barriers for everyone's right to start. We have 3 strategic pillars that lift the voices of entrepreneurs from the grassroots to the grass tops. These pillars include changing policies, which is educating policymakers and civic leaders on the importance of entrepreneurship, changing communities. We have a group of advocates and ambassadors throughout the country who are entrepreneurs, who are meeting with policymakers and civic leaders to change their community, to educate policymakers and city council people and congress people and state legislators about the importance of entrepreneurship. And we also change minds. We do a lot of storytelling of entrepreneurs' journeys, a lot of op-eds on national publications such as Inc. and Forbes, but also a lot of local publications and newspapers throughout the country. So fundamentally, we are all born starters, makers, doers, and dreamers when we're born. There really shouldn't be any barriers between people and their dreams, but in the United States, we make it harder for people to start and grow their own businesses. So I want to share some good news first. We did a poll, and I know this isn't a Kansas poll, but it's a national-wide poll, and if we can raise enough money, hopefully we can do a Kansas poll at one point. But we did a poll with a pollster who used to be a pollster for Hillary Clinton, and a pollster who was a pollster for Ron DeSantis and George W. Bush, a national-wide poll solely based on entrepreneurship. And we asked the question, should Americans have a fair opportunity to start and grow their own business? And it was universally held that it was yes. 94% of all people polled from all partisan angles, Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And the pollsters were essentially told us that there's very few issues in American politics that galvanize 94% of Americans behind something. So that was interesting. One thing that we wanted to share today that's important is that I don't think enough people know, and frankly only 18% of voters know, is that new businesses create almost all net new job growth. If you look at this graph, if you look at the top line, which is the blue line, those are companies that have been in existence for less than 5 years. They're creating the most jobs in this country, yet we make it harder for them to start and grow. The middle line are companies that have been incorporated for 5 to 9 years. They're pretty steady on their job growth. And then the bottom line are companies that have been in existence for 10 plus years. They typically shed jobs over time. So I think this graph does a really good job of showing the importance of new businesses and how we should invest more in them. This was a graphic presented by the Kauffman Foundation and their America's New Business Plan. So new companies equal new jobs. New businesses create homegrown jobs that grow GDP. They increase lifetime incomes and they increase community wealth. They diversify goods and services. As recently as this week, Shopify did a Gallup poll that said that 23% of Americans were more likely as their top reason for shopping somewhere during the Christmas season to choose a local or small business. 23% of them said that was the most important thing to them, was shopping at a small or local business. They also fight inequality and poverty. For every 1% of new businesses and entrepreneurship growth in a community, there's a 2% reduction in poverty in that community. So they do a lot of really important things. Now I want to share some bad news. And in the Kauffman survey, 81% of entrepreneurs say that government favors big businesses over them. 69% of entrepreneurs say government doesn't care about them. And 41% of Americans would start their dream business in 6 months if they could, but only 2% did. So in our poll, this is an interesting statistic as well, that voters from all three partisan groups think it's difficult to start and grow a new business in America today. Very difficult and somewhat difficult was polling over 90%. 47% of Republicans said very difficult, 47% of independents, and 42% of Democrats. And in the United States, despite a recent pandemic surge that we've seen in the last few years with new startup growth, America has been in a long-term startup decline for decades. This graph shows you that from 1978 to 2019, this is U.S. Census data, that startups in America have decreased, even though they're creating the most net new jobs in our economy. They're down, and that doesn't vibe with what Americans believe because they see Shark Tank, they see TV, they see entrepreneurs, they see tech all over their TVs. But in the reality, entrepreneurship is in a steep decline in the United States over the last 40 years, minus the recent pandemic surge. So in our poll, we asked those people who didn't start a business, as you saw in the last graph, it's down, why they didn't start a business, and what were the main reasons. And 76% of them said it was insufficient capital, which is fairly obvious, I would say. But the rest of them truly were policies. that people in this room and throughout the country can change. They couldn't afford government fees, 53%. So that was the major reason why they didn't start a business. Confusing government requirements and forms is 49%. Fear of losing healthcare was 48%. We talked about that earlier today. Training and information was 34%. They couldn't get it. 32% said government services were poor. 30% said government approvals were too slow. And 15% were held back by a non-compete. So if we tally all this up based on this poll, 15 plus million Americans didn't start a new business in part because of government fees and or red tape. Those are 15 million new businesses that could have been created. But we all can change this as a collective group. We've had some incredible testimony today on what's going on in Kansas. And I think it's incredible what's happening, but we can always improve and change this to make entrepreneurship more a focus on economic development. So Right to Start, we're building a national-wide movement around entrepreneurship, not only on the policy spectrum, but also engaging entrepreneurs. So we have a core group of ambassadors throughout the country who are people who are in economic development, thought leaders, have relationships with startups, with investors, people who kind of are engaged in their community. We also have advocates who are grassroots organizers, who are entrepreneurs, very diverse group of entrepreneurs who are listening to their colleagues, other entrepreneurs, to bring issues to policymakers and to learn more about their barriers they face. And then we talked about Right to Start Acts that were introduced, or we will talk about that throughout the country and changing policies. So in this year, in 2023, there was 14 states that filed Right to Start Acts or filed policy recommendations and legislation based on our website and some of our field guide recommendations. And as you can see on this slide, they're all throughout the country now, not only in the Midwest. Arizona, Arkansas, Florida, Maryland, Hawaii, Indiana, Kansas, Missouri, Nevada, New Mexico, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Texas, and West Virginia. Bills have passed in a handful of these states, whether in the House or the Senate, or both, but not signed or sitting in a conference committee. And those states are Arizona, Arkansas, Hawaii, Missouri, Nevada, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. I did want to talk about a couple of those states, as asked to do by the committee. Next door to Kansas in 2023, Missouri did have a bill. Actually, it was the first state that filed a Right to Start Act. And in Missouri, the bill was combined with the regulatory sandbox, which we just talked about. And that was because the sponsor of the Right to Start Act and the sponsor of the regulatory sandbox were on the same committee together. And they combined them when they left the committee on the vote. So the regulatory sandbox has been an issue in Missouri for over 3 years now, and it's been filed every year, and it's passed out of the Senate and the House as well. So they combined these two bills in an effort, I believe, in that committee to make it one bill about entrepreneurship and regulations. So in Missouri, they started off with this lofty goal of many different things. They had a non-compete reform in the bill in 2021. They had tax relief for young businesses under 5 years old. They had a requirement of 5% of government contracts to go to young companies and new businesses. And they had tracking of data in an Office of Entrepreneurship. The bill last year that passed in the House and the Senate, as amended, really focused more on the tracking of government contracts, figuring out as a state, what are we doing to help young businesses thrive and grow through government contracts? What types of businesses are getting these contracts? Are they service? Are they manufacturing? Are they agriculture? So it was more about the tracking than it was about encouraging or requiring government contracts go to new businesses. It also created a Office of Entrepreneurship within the Department of Economic Development of just one FTE. So this person essentially would serve as the entrepreneurship czar or liaison. Network Kansas gave a great quote earlier and said that, you really need someone who eats, sleeps, and breathes entrepreneurship. And we believe that in Missouri, if they had just one human being who is the liaison for the state, who actually could answer the calls, who could connect people to the right agencies, who could work on actual strategy and policies for the future to help them grow entrepreneurship as economic development, and kind of put together all of these different things that are happening there for the future, that'd be a positive. So they chose one person. The bill, unfortunately, because of the dysfunction with filibusters and redistricting 2 years ago, and then last year there was a sports gambling bill that you're all aware of. that kind of took the breath out of that legislature. It's just sat there in the Senate with one final vote that was needed. So it did not get through. So I guess they will probably start over again next year as well. So you have a leg up on them, essentially, with the way the legislature is set up here. I next want to highlight something that I think is really important before we get to the Kansas bill. So Nevada just signed the Right to Start Act. This is a really innovative bill because the Speaker of the House filed it. He's a Democrat. The Nevada legislature actually only has 61 people. It's 40 in the House and 21 in the Senate. And you had a Speaker of the House who's a Democrat, very narrow majorities. You have a sponsor or a carrier in the Senate who is a Republican from Las Vegas, and you have a governor who's a Republican, who is a pro-growth entrepreneurial governor. So you have a Democrat speaker, a Republican governor, and a GOP senator who help kind of champion entrepreneurship in the state. So this bill essentially did a handful of things, and I have an op-ed that was written yesterday, actually, that I'd love to share with the committee that kind of lists out everything they're doing in one document on entrepreneurship in Nevada, whether it's the Secretary of State putting in more money to improve the website for new businesses, whether it's lowering the amount of money it takes to become an accredited investor in the state, whether it's our bill, whether it's making entrepreneurship a stalwart of their economic development policy. That's all in this op-ed that was written yesterday. But this bill essentially created the Office of Entrepreneurship. It actually, there's 2 FTEs in Nevada. So they're going to have a lead person who's kind of in charge of the office, kind of that person who eats, breathes, and sleeps entrepreneurship, who sets the path forward for the state on entrepreneurship policy, who connects with all the local jurisdictions, who puts together the tracking mechanisms that we're going to talk about here in a second. And that was about a $550,000 budget fiscal note. It started out at $900,000 with 3 FTEs, and throughout the process, they lowered it to 2. So they have a director, and they also have a data metrics person potentially who will be tasked with the government contracts, figuring out how do we figure out how many young companies are getting government contracts. That person also, through a clause in this bill, can track whatever they think is important for entrepreneurship to grow in their state. Some of those things could include not only state government contracts, new business starts, including unregistered entities like sole proprietorships and micro businesses, the growth of young businesses in the state by age, employee revenue, geography, capital raise, founder demographics. They're going to do an annual survey on entrepreneurship to understand and identify their toughest barriers. And they're going to do an impact statement, which is what we talked about in your bill, with bills that passed that session and if they hindered or supported entrepreneurs. So not only do they have that, they're also looking towards 3 strategic goals, which you can see on this list, which are stronger coordination. What I mean by that is having that one person who the buck stops with in the state to not only provide more resources and support like we talked about today, but also work to lower barriers and work to change policies that would help entrepreneurship grow. We talked about the 70,000 regulations. Well, that person could actually look and see what those things are and implement a lean startup mode to actually fundamentally make them happen. Stronger experience, they're going to try to enhance the customer service experience. We've talked about phone numbers today. We've talked about websites, but serve as that real point of contact for Nevada businesses under the age of 5 years old. So kind of the marketing, all of that stuff would be housed under that person's office. And then stronger support. We heard about today about all the programs, SEOs, all the people doing successful things for entrepreneurship here. Try to coordinate those, but not only coordinate those, coordinate the agencies in the state. And so if somebody calls the Office of Entrepreneurship in Nevada, they can then, if it doesn't fit what they're trying to do, they can send them to the Secretary of State. They can send them to labor. A government person kind of shepherding others through government, not just on the local level with entrepreneurship support programs. So those were all a part of that bill, as well as the annual State of Entrepreneurship report, which I believe is your bill, and the encouraging the expansion of state government contracts for new and young businesses. Why is that important? Because one government contract can change the livelihood of an entrepreneur. When we were at a luncheon or a dinner with the chamber here, they told the story of a entrepreneur who couldn't get a bank loan, then got a contract, whether with the federal government or the state government, to mow cemetery lawns in Kansas. Turns out that person now is doing landscaping and grass work for the NFL. So they couldn't get a bank loan until they got that government contract. That government contract led them to get a bank loan, which led them to expand their company. This is the fiscal note for the Nevada bill. I provided this for you. Essentially $538,000 to implement this. 2 new FTEs, operating expenses, marketing, and travel expenses listed on there for you, as well as the contract for the website landing page. Again, they're very focused there on making entrepreneurship, not only through this bill, but through other bills, a fundamental piece of their economic development plan. And then finally, I know this is a lot, but this is everything that was in the bill that was presented last session. Obviously, it's got a lot of things in it, and I think we learned today that the most important things that are needed in Kansas, I believe, are the organization of all these different things that are happening here, a strategy, a better website potentially to house all this stuff, and a person who is in charge of kind of navigating all of this for entrepreneurs and connecting them to the Network Kansas and connecting them to the other agencies, and someone who actually is tasked with that on a day-to-day basis, and they eat, breathe, and sleep it. In addition to all of these things we talked about today, we have a field guide for policymakers on righttostart.org. For local policymakers, state policymakers, and federal policymakers, I also have a handout with a lot of ideas that we haven't talked about with regards to healthcare mobility, unemployment, and different other very more complex issues that you can look at, and contact us at any time if you'd like more information or resources on those issues. And some of them are listed here, and I have a handout here if you'd like it with some of the other issues that we believe would help entrepreneurship grow throughout the country. And I'll leave you with a couple last slides. Again, from the poll that were interesting, I thought, was that all 3 partisan groups said they were more likely to support a policymaker, emphasize making it easier to start and grow a new business. Everything we've talked about today, pretty widespread, more likely was over 62% as a whole from Republicans, Independents, and Democrats combined. And then when we tested a lot of the issues that are in your bill and in a lot of the other policy recommendations on our website, they were overwhelmingly supported. Even the ones that were near the bottom at 65% were extremely high from a polling standpoint to get 65% for a policy. But essentially, these policies were, making entrepreneurship, economic development connected, tax relief, capital access, reforming your red tape, non-compete reform, healthcare mobility, reducing tax hassles, reducing regulatory burdens, licensing reform, which I think is being looked at not only in Kansas, but other states with occupational licensing, permitting reform, making it easier to go through the permitting process, procurement, we talked about with government contracts, and workforce development funding. So there's a lot of potential things you can do to spur entrepreneurship in your state and to organize it effectively. And so we're here to help as a resource. And we believe America is a nation of silent strivers. And until entrepreneurs started showing up, they're starting finally to share their voice in this country. They really were building their businesses, and their issues really weren't being addressed from a policy standpoint, is actually showing up here at these committee hearings, explaining what they do in their business. We're hoping that increases, that more entrepreneurs will actually, come to hearings, will actually interface with you all to provide their barriers. And hopefully when they provide their barriers, that'll help increase good policy for young companies and new businesses. I know that was quick, but we had 20 minutes, and Victor's on the line too, if you have any questions for him additionally.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. And so you've kind of sat through this thing all day, and I set it up the way that I did kind of on purpose, because we started out at the local level with Go Topeka and Startup Hutch and where the rubber hits the road. And then we went to the kind of the mid-level and the regional level with the Northwest Kansas Economic Innovation Center. We heard from the statewide level with Network Kansas, and then we have K-State 105 that is the kind of the new player on the block that's providing all the networking and collaboration, and even collaboration with other educational institutions. and even providing funding for all the below companies that we just levels that we just talked about. And so your bill, or the bill that was introduced, knowing what you know now about how Kansas work and how it's all kind of coming together, how would you change it? What would you suggest that we do as for this Office of Entrepreneurship? How would that person tie all of that together?
Right. There's a lot of great things happening, but I think more entrepreneurs, it was evident today from your questioning, they need to know about it. And the marketing component is important, but I also think, a future strategy is important too. And having a human being that is tasked with putting together all of these different entities for the state, I think is important. Now, so I would say the first thing is that Office of Entrepreneurship, at least one FTE, maybe two, because the data and metrics are important. I think it's important for a state to know. We didn't hear a lot about kind of what the state, like I'd like to know what percentage of economic development funding goes to new and young companies in the state. We hear a lot about big businesses, and they're great and they're creating jobs, but we don't hear as much about the young businesses. So having kind of the person or two people that can track this stuff and implement the future strategy to lower barriers. We talked about regulatory burdens, having someone that could actually work with you to, through a lean startup. My colleagues on the line here, he texted me before I got up, but Colorado and Miami have brought in people into their government to help streamline the process and look and see what are those barriers in the government, what are those regulations that could be changed. I mean, just having someone that could do that would be huge, I think. So that's the first thing. I mean, because they could coordinate kind of the marketing, they could reach out to the entrepreneurial community. They can kind of coalesce all these great things that are happening in the state from the state level. I think every state should have somebody. If entrepreneurship is, and these new businesses are creating this many new jobs, somebody should be tasked with this as their one issue, right? Entrepreneurship would be the one issue. So I would say that is evident today that the state's doing incredible things, but do enough entrepreneurs know where to start and how do they go through this process? I think that would be the top takeaway, like concierge service, the one-stop shop, but also, somebody who is tasked with a strategy too, not just, dealing with phone calls every day. I think what Nevada does is they have an Office of Small Business Advocacy that was just refunded, got appropriations for another 2 years. Initially it was funded with federal grant money. But that person is in charge of more of the day-to-day questions about, I have a small business and I have this problem. Whereas their Office of Economic or Entrepreneurship in the Economic Development Office is going to be tasked with more of like, what are we doing as a state? What do the metrics look like? How do we work with the legislatures to reduce policies or burdens and remove problems for starting? So you have to find a way to do all these things, but somebody should be doing it on the state level and connecting entrepreneurs to all the resources that you have. And I don't know if that's happening right now. It's happening on the local level, obviously with Network Kansas and other things we've talked about. But if I'm a person who wants to get engaged with the state, where do I start? I mean, obviously I go to the Secretary of State's office, but beyond that, who tells me what's happening in the state of Kansas?
Yeah, I think we can do a better job of that. Representative Williams. Christy Williams, you had a question.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So from right to start, your vision says a world where everyone can realize their fundamental right to entrepreneurial opportunity. What's the definition for your entity or from the Kansas statute perspective of an entrepreneur?
Somebody who creates a business, takes a risk, essentially, that they're doing on their own to grow a company is an entrepreneur.
So an entrepreneur, could it be a company that moves its primary interest into Kansas? A collection of people? Is there a means test that would determine who?
We're looking at companies that are less than 5 years old for this legislation. I think there's a difference between a small business and a new business. A small business has a lot of different issues than a new company. A small business, as we heard from NFIB, could have 500 employees based on what the federal government says a small business is. So a new company, essentially a new startup, something that's under 5 years old, those are the ones creating the most jobs. So the whole point of this is reducing barriers for those people to start and grow.
So in that case, if we were to move forward with this, we'd probably want to define it a little bit, more clearly, because as I think about it, some of our entrepreneurs in my area are wonderful, but they have maybe 5 to 10 small businesses, and they are, those small businesses may only employ 5 people, and then they may have one that has 50, and they may have another that has 12. And so again, trying to means test when there are no costs, let's say, but maybe that particular business is still a startup, but the person that owns the business is not new at this, and though we want to continue to encourage entrepreneurship, I think that is something that has to be considered. Is what is that? See, I think you're probably looking from the business income, but there is a person behind that business. And I wonder how all that may merge or it be intertwined together in their, reporting of their income tax. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we're focused on businesses with less than 20 people, 10 to 20 people, micro businesses, micro enterprises, and a lot of other states, when you're talking about income tax, they have put in provisions to up to $5,000 or up to $10,000 of their income tax is deferred when they start, as another potential way to help grow businesses quicker. But as far as defining what you're looking for, I would just say under 5 years old, principal place of business in Kansas, and
No means test.
that's however you want to define it. But I would say, you're trying to help the young businesses that are new with, a handful of people grow, whether that's a home-based business, whether that's a business that moves to Kansas that incorporates here. But we're for removing barriers to starting. So whatever that looks like for you all in Kansas, that's important to define.
And my last question, you've talked about the point of contact, and we've talked about that in terms of marketing or communication or truly networking, all the vast resources. And I was just thinking about Network Kansas. It's one of its purposes, it's devoted to providing grants to entrepreneurs and small businesses. That's kind of their mission, devoted to entrepreneurs. So my question is, they provided us testimony that said that their businesses have there's just a little over 11% failure rate in 15 years, which just blows away our national standards on that or statistics on that. So my question is, if that point of contact, that is the main point of contact, could it be that maybe in terms of getting them out into their communities, so those communities hold the primary contact? Because I'm wondering if we have one office in Topeka, if that truly is going to produce the results that having that local board or local communication to make sure that they're following through on all their steps would have. And I wanted to know your comments on that.
You have to have both. Network Kansas is a model that I talked to the CEO in the hallway. I think you have to have someone that's devoted to the programs, the programming, the support, the resources, but also someone who's tasked with, with policies and the regulations and with kind of connecting everyone from a government standpoint, because there's people that could maybe benefit from connecting to another department in the state of Kansas. And Steve himself mentioned that they're focused more on the local areas more or less than galvanizing all the different government entities as an organization. So I think they're complementary of each other. We're not trying to you shouldn't try to be duplicative, but I think there is an issue with kind of what actually is happening in the state. And I think that we've all kind of acknowledged that it could be marketed better or shared more, or someone could really be kind of taking the reins on a daily basis on entrepreneurship from the state level. So I would say not duplicative, additive to what Network Kansas is doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chance I can jump in. I don't know if folks can hear me out there. But thank you for your question, Representative Williams. And I think to Jason's point, Network Kansas has been a phenomenal resource for local entrepreneur assistance. It's maybe one of the great ones in the country, and it's been a real model. And I think what Jason is correctly saying is that there's a need to tie it all together as well. So you have a great model for local direct assistance, but then how do you tie that together so local assistance is connected to government contracting, workforce issues, economic development issues, regulatory issues, tax issues, education issues? All those affect the entrepreneurial ecosystem and can be a great complement to the great work happening on the ground in Network Kansas.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. That we're thinking this more than just funding entrepreneurship programs and resources. It's all those other issues that Victor mentioned that are important to entrepreneurs.
Representative Osmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strangely enough, Representative Williams and I have the same concern on this issue. I like the concept behind this bill, and I want to be able to support small businesses and new businesses to grow and thrive in Kansas. My concern that I addressed in February that I want to bring up now is how do we specifically target actual new businesses? Like, for instance, when you create a 5% carve out for brand new businesses for government contracts, you sort of create this perverse incentive for a company that has an owner that's been in business for 20 years, that has 20 years of experience and 20 years of contacts to set up shop as a new business to pull in that carve out that's come across on this bill. And that would create the exact opposite scenario of what we're trying to accomplish, which is give new business and new entrepreneurs a leg up in this economy.
That's a great question, Representative. I think there has to be some closing of any loopholes in the state and in the legislation with regards to, actually being a new business that's actually being a new business. I agree with you. You can't have people taking advantage of the system. Victor, if you want to chime in here on some of the other things you can do to reach 5% that aren't technically a carve out, if you're still online.
Sure. Yeah. I think that's right. You don't want to allow people to game the system. Clearly, if there's people that are trying to, create shell companies or find ways around, the system, that's not good. And you definitely want to means test it, as you all were saying. But there's a lot of incentives you can offer, and this is inspired by what a lot of other countries around the world have created government contracting systems that provide just a little bit of a tiny boost for new businesses. Anyone that's been a small business or an entrepreneur that's had to go after government contracts knows how hard it is to break into a system like that, which is dominated by larger companies and incumbents. But you could do things like add a few extra points for new businesses, or you could add a pricing boost for new businesses, or you could allow their past experience points with other customers other than government to count as equivalents. Right now, a lot of established companies get extra bonus because they've had past contracts with government, which means you effectively keep out new entrants because they don't have that past experience. But could you create proxies for that using other types of companies, like larger companies or more established companies, to provide those proxies? So there's a lot of ways you can do it, and there's a lot of models you can borrow from all over the world, and we're happy to help and support and share in that as well.
Any other questions? Representative Williams.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I am personally excited for this legislation. I hope that we can, create something that works best for Kansas. But looking alongside some of your points, maybe that weren't included in the initial House bill, but the tax credit is something that whenever we work the bill later on, I think could be good. But I mean, the concern does come up where how can we stop this tax credit from being used multiple times? When Nevada passed it or the other states introduced it, were there any concerns there and any change in the legislation to help prevent that?
It's a great question. Nevada did not have any tax issue. They did not include any of the tax provisions. Frankly, the only real issue with Missouri they had a massive stepladder tax relief the first year, and it was a huge fiscal note, obviously, and so that was dead on arrival. And then they lowered it to like up to $100,000, $1,000 incentive, and that went further in the legislature. And then the legislator in Missouri decided to pull it out and focus on other things that were more important maybe to him, which was the Office of Entrepreneurship and tracking of government contracts. So no, besides, typical fiscal note implications, there hasn't been any major issues. And in North Carolina, they have a provision in their bill to up to $5,000, no income tax, or it's deferred because the young company isn't making money yet. So, but I think, any entrepreneur, any dollar you give back to them, they're going to invest back in their company to grow their business. So anything you can do to incentivize more and more entrepreneurs to start and grow and put that money back into their business is important, especially when they're 0 years old. The waiving of the fees was in the legislation, and there was a question about that. When I was doing research, obviously, when I started working with Right to Start, California and Colorado, they use money from the ARPA funds or for federal funds from COVID, and they funded that. So they essentially, because of the decline in people losing their jobs and whatnot, they actually put, I think, $8 million in Colorado and $20 million maybe in California to supplement the lost revenue from waiving first-year license fees. And on the U.S., on average, the average cost to start a business is about $730 in the United States, which is way more than any other country, most other countries that we compete with. So I actually had a person from England last week at the Global Entrepreneurship Congress who said to me, "We have no fees, we have no barriers, we need more of these things." And I hadn't heard that before. It takes 10 minutes to start a business in England, and there's no fees and no barriers. So I thought that was real interesting. I hadn't heard that from a policymaker before. So that was a first.
All right, seeing no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it, everyone.
Right. So committee, we're going to go ahead and move on to recommendations. And these are, again, this is kind of a spitballing kind of deal where nothing too formal. We don't have to vote on anything. We're just going to, people can just say weigh in on what you think we need to do for the next step. And Representative Williams, something tells me you have a couple of recommendations. So we'll start with that. And we're just going to kind of make a list. And then when we get back to this bill, we'll review that list quickly. And then when we get back in session. So Representative Williams.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I love Representative Blue's efforts on this. I think it has great promise. And so just some thoughts for the committee on this might be, for example, on section 2, perhaps striking that section and instead making it more of a conduit. This would be a central organization or entity, small entity that is a conduit, because I feel like from what we've heard in testimony, we have really strong organizations across our state, but sometimes they are just not connecting and they're not in front of all the users. And so if we had that conduit that could do some of the things that we talked about, whether it's that text number or something, that'd be good. Number 3 under section 2 of the bill is, section 3. It says serve as a point of contact to assist businesses. I would say strike the word assist, because I truly believe we have a lot of assistance out there, and put direct that individual to the businesses and the local and the state support networks. So they are the one that moves them into the direction. So we're not duplicating, but instead it is, I do think that central point of contact is great. In the 4th section, under section 2, where they're going to provide an annual report, is to incorporate maybe those entrepreneurial referrals, how many of those referrals, and have those partners that they're working with provide back a simple form annually that can be combined together, and that'll give us a good snapshot across the country or across the state without having to have every single one report separately, because that would be more of a partnership. And so that we could look at maybe changing that annual report so it reflects that better, the referrals and the partners. In section 3, striking, I do think as Representative Hoffman and I were talking about 5% of the total number of state contracts. If it's the total number of state contracts, that might work. But if it's the total amount, I just look across the street and see Hutton, and I think about the cost of that contract and how that could potentially impact. So, and then the B section, I think about Panasonic alone and some of those potential, would they be called startups here? No, because it's not their primary source of business, but how many of those could, like Integra in Wichita, could that be a startup? So I really think we should define entrepreneur. And I don't have the answer for that. I just think that we should define it in statute and put some kind of means test on it. The next part on section 3 on the community block grants, Representative Blue probably is a little more up to date on that. I'm rusty on community block grants. I think of more bigger things that are given to cities and counties related to that, but I'm sure that there are some entrepreneurial. So I think we just need to research that to see if that even fits this. And again, the elimination of fees, somehow have that means tested in an easy way. And finally, in section 4, I would really like to help, and I know Representative Blue feels the same way about this, but we already have a transparency database, and I feel it's very inadequate at this point. I think we're on maybe year 4 or 5. And so rather than create all these new requirements that have to be reported, why don't we, for consideration, add some of these elements into the transparency database so that we know right away, if I pull that up, I can see how many new startups are in Barton County or Butler County or Johnson County, because now we have another column that identifies those that either utilize this or have benefited from this or were considered entrepreneurial by our new definition. So those are just some suggestions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anything you don't want to change? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I may be wrong in this. I've been told that I am every once in a while wrong. So, but it appears to me that the K-State 105 is attempting to do sort of what this entity would be doing. And so I'm just not sure that as we go forward, that's something we maybe need to look at. Are we duplicating that effort? So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so I kind of went there with my question to the previous conferee there. It does appear, I mean, K-State 105 has kind of got their arms around the whole thing with the collaboration and the extensions. And so my question was, how would we tie this Office of Entrepreneurship into that so that they can all collaborate together, and we would have someone at the state level that can kind of help direct it. But that'll all kind of work its way through, I think, as we go forward. Representative Blue, and then Postkin is online, has some recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Williams, I want to say I appreciate all of your ideas, and just so everybody knows, this is, any idea you have is not going to hurt my feelings at all. We gotta fix what we currently have. One question I have is, when we're talking about funding, for instance, one thing I'm curious on is, back in October of 2019, there was a post audit on the EDIF funds and that they're not being utilized properly. I don't know if it's been fixed. I'm going to look to the chair since he's on appropriations, if things have changed since 2019 or not. But I think that maybe this is something where we have the funds there. And if anything, let's look at the lottery funds are what go to EDIF. And can we just start utilizing these funds properly? I just pulled up, for instance, when I Googled it brought up fiscal year 2019 to 2020. So it's a little different, but I'm looking at some of these things and I just don't fully understand. And we have the funding to work on economic development. So I just wanted to make that comment. And as for Key State 105, I think it's great that we're all working together on this. And that hopefully we all can be one big, large, happy family and make this go through. And so again, I just want to say I'm open to any ideas, and I just want Kansas to be the go-to #1 state to start a business. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so I'll address the EDIF funds. I've talked about it probably every year in appropriations, that we need to look at that and reappropriate those funds adequately. A lot of them, so the Department of Commerce budget is run kind of through the EDIF. A lot of it is. And so you could make some argument. There's water money in there, and water is an economic development situation in a lot of areas. And so, we're getting there, I guess. We do recognize the fact that if we use those funds like we should, then we also have to fund the things we're funding somewhere else. We got to supplant funds from somewhere else. So as we have business needs that need to be funded through EDIF, we do use them. And then we'll fund the Department of Commerce out of another area. Let's see. Representative Poskin is online and had some recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, committee. I've been on WebEx with you all day. The clock now says 6 hours and 30 minutes. We've heard from incredible resources across the state today, so rich and so information pertinent to people that want to start businesses. And I think we all agree that a top priority is to help budding entrepreneurs to find these resources. We all kind of were searching today for different resources and came up with different things at different times. And I wanted to point out that the Commerce Department has a webpage titled Kansas Business One Stop. It's ks.gov. If the committee, you might want to take a look at it. It's really quite gorgeous. And I think that website, that particular homepage, we might look at that as our starting point for information access. And I would make the following recommendations, and these follow along Representative Williams and really the entire committee's discussion today about finding something. I think I looked up how to get a 3-digit number, and I think that's an FCC thing, but we could look into that. But we definitely need to direct funding to commerce for this page in particular for SEO or search engine optimization efforts. I think the homepage of this website should be the top sponsored result on all of the major search engines when somebody searches for information on starting a small business. And then it should just come up as, like the top web page when people are searching for it. It does have an AI chat box. I would make the recommendation that maybe we need to add a text now for immediate assistance, and it could be, text 6255 or whatever the number turns out to be. And maybe I just want to talk to someone right now, phone number with a guarantee that it'll be answered immediately by a navigator during business hours, or a guaranteed call back the next business day for messages. If you take a look at that site, I think it's got a lot of great stuff. And third, we need to make sure that all of the resources we've heard from today and those we haven't are linked to this page, and make sure that there's a review of the keyword search and make sure that that is strong capacity for people looking for the information that is particular to their dream and entrepreneurial start. Thank you.
Representative Dotson.
Yeah, I didn't read the Nevada legislation, but I don't know if the revisers could kind of do a comparison that might make it easier for us to see if there's a nugget or two that we may want to look at when we come back in January. The other thing is when you look at section 2, maybe paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, one of them is kind of the outreach and the connection part. The other one is more internal and how you make policy and look to the future and so on. That's a pretty big job for one person. So we may want to look at whether we want them to do both things or whether we need another person. You don't want to grow a bureaucracy. On the other hand, you want to make sure we do it right, particularly for the first few years we try this. We have a lot of I don't know how many times in this legislation we mentioned in the first 5 years, but it seems to me you can put that in the front end of the document and eliminate a lot of words. One of the things we've done in government contracting, everybody's probably familiar with set-asides. So if we got a government contract, there used to be a stipulation in there that maybe it's small and disadvantaged business or things like that that you kind of want to buddy up with. And in this case, we may want to have them entertain the possibility of including startups in there. I mean, if you get a big contract, there may be pieces of that contract that suit the kind of the strong suit of the young entrepreneur. And if we can do that, that kind of helps them move into the 5% range. I don't know how you count it, but that's one of the ways we brought around young companies when we got, billion-dollar contracts and so on.
Yeah, in regard to the 5% section, I think that's going to be a hard one to sell, but I do think that we could have, however we put this together, needs to include some training on how to apply for state contracts and even how to apply as a sub to somebody that gets awarded a state contract. I think it would be good, money well spent to kind of train businesses on where to look and how to look and even how to apply. But to put a percentage on there, it'll get confusing, and we want to make sure we're doing the right thing for the taxpayer at the end of the day as well. So
that's what I was thinking. If we have to back off the 5%, you can put up to 5%, or you can put inclusion in some of these other contracts as a way to make sure they're being considered. And then just to kind of repeat the front end of the conversation we had to begin this morning, this office, if we cause them to really be in the outreach business, that is, this like Representative Poskin just said, if there's a place on the website now that is the one-stop shop, we really need to have them be able to reach out so that if somebody comes in, this is how an entrepreneur gets directed. But this marketing side for everybody, I know I've looked into KS 105, and this marketing thing's a big deal. You got to let people know what's going on so they buy in. And they work that really hard so far. And that's true for whatever we do here with the Department of Commerce.
yeah, I think advertising is the key figure, the key thing to all of this. If the end user isn't aware of this, of any program the state has, it's not good to them. And so there's got to be ways. SEO is a good way to do it when somebody does a search for how do I start a business. But we certainly don't want to be paying too much for SEO and getting clicks from out of state. And so there's got to be a certain way to look at that, as well as, anyone that the state helps with any kind of incentive program, they should advertise that we have this program on their webpage, every business. So when you go visit that business, you see something that says, hey, looking to start a business, Kansas can help you. Come to Kansas, that kind of thing. So we got to start getting more for our money when we help businesses. Maybe we can make that a requirement. Representative Laura Williams.
Okay, I have two things. One, with Kansas Biz, I was looking at that website earlier, and I think it encompasses the issue that we're trying to solve with Right to Start legislation. This is a website that is a collaboration with 5 different state agencies. So Ag, Commerce, Labor, Revenue, and the Secretary of State's office. And so really there's no umbrella where entrepreneurship falls under. And so when it comes to making changes, or it comes to trying to make a one-stop shop, we've got so many different agencies, which I think is a good thing, but no one, to claim ownership on. So I just wanted to, touch on that. Second, I know Representative Dodson, you said maybe take away some language. Well, I have some suggestion maybe to add some language. And when we were working this bill earlier this year, I went ahead and just drafted an amendment, but I did want to, open up the discussion of including a tax credit for new businesses. And to Representative Williams' point, making sure we don't have people come in and take advantage of it. There, we did kind of put in some language as to what does a new business or entrepreneur mean. And like the previous conferee said, it's someone who's established a business within the last 5 years and whose principal place of business is in the state of Kansas. But I'm adding the suggestion of including a tax credit on the first $50,000 of taxable income for these new businesses, for there to be a 50% tax credit on that. We can look at what that fiscal note could look like, but this is income that the state's already not really expecting. We're hoping to foster new business. And so when we look at trying to attract new business, I just think this could be a cool opportunity to be able to offer in our state.
Do you have a copy of the amendment that you could have circulated so we can look at that? Not necessarily today, but before we get back.
Yeah, Kyle has that, and so
okay.
On it, whatever.
And
Kyle, so if you
Representative Williams, you had something to add?
Well, just real quick, we've been jumping around all the important topic of marketing. So I do really think that has to be incorporated in the bill somehow. And, with the Dodson's comments and Poskin's comments, Williams' comments, my comments, initially I talked about that 3-digit number, but again, I also looked at that. That doesn't work out. Because those are all used. But I do think that 5-digit code, and a reason I wanted to bring it up again is because it can be personalized by area. So if it's a 77711, it's something that can be marketed anywhere, and you have one response back, Grow Kansas, for example, to the main conduit, who is the one that gives that immediate response back, like Poskin said, or, how we've been talking about. But somebody else like Network Kansas could say something else. If it said if they marketed it 77711, they might market it that they could respond in a different way, and that would still get to the main navigator, who automatically knows it goes to Network Kansas, or it automatically goes to Garden City because Garden City said Grow Garden or whatever, but the point is that I do think no matter what we decide, I think we need to put some dollars in that tool and specify the tool. Texting is the language of today. And so it should be some kind of digital connect that's easy for your brain to remember. If I see it, I don't have to dial a number. I can, but I don't have to. So I just hope we will include that somehow in this bill. Thank you.
And like Representative Blue said earlier, the EDIF funds were developed specifically for entrepreneurial and startup businesses. And so that would be a good funding source of it. Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 things. I just want to say one thing. We're talking about making sure that we have a platform for, how to apply. You were saying how to apply for these contract job or government contract jobs and so forth. One thing that I can tell you that I want to just add to that is the when you get certain government jobs, you have to fill out these Davis-Bacon forms in order to get your funding. And so I can tell you, as somebody who has to fill them out all the time, a portal would be wonderful. And that's something we should add, I think, into this bill, is how to fill out the Davis-Bacon forms, because it is confusing and every general contractor doesn't look at it. They just submit it. And then all of a sudden, oh, you did this wrong. So the second thing I want to ask, and Kyle, I think that we already know the answer to this, but I don't believe we have an actual definition of what economic development is in Kansas statute.
5 seconds.
I've not checked all the statutes, but as far as I know, we do not.
So that's something I wonder, do we need to create a definition of economic development to make sure that funding is being utilized properly for economic development? It's just an idea that I've been thinking about. And the reason I've been thinking about it is because, again, like I told you about our tax dollars in Great Bend, I don't think that they're being utilized for actual economic development. But then I had no definition to go to my city administrator at the time with, this is what economic development means in Kansas statute. So something else, and I'm curious if maybe that is something we could come up with.
Yeah, I would caution you on trying to put a definition on anything as a broad definition for all statutes. However, we could define economic development as per this section, because, like I said, I got in an argument that I lost really bad in appropriations, saying that water was not an economic development issue, and boy was I wrong. So when you start putting a definition on something, you risk ramifications you may not otherwise be aware of. Any other comments? Representative Bourgeon.
I hate to bring this up because I spent a lot of time talking about this when we first heard from Network Kansas, but I continue to think that part of the problem is that the name of the organization is Network Kansas, and no one really knows what that means. It was my understanding from earlier comments today that when that entity was created, that it was supposed to be the Center for Entrepreneurship. So I don't know why we moved away from that name, but I think that that's part of the confusion, is creating some confusion, and maybe part of the reason why it's not getting to the end user. So if we are going to do a marketing effort, I think maybe one of the recommendations would be to either create another entity that fits. Rebrand. The Office of Concierge, I think, was mentioned, or something to that effect. But I still continue to struggle with that. And if we're going to put a lot of effort in this, which I love, maybe that's something that should be considered in the final language of the bill.
Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo the thoughts on marketing. I think one of the things from the testimony today is that it's really critical that we get the word out about these things. I also think from what we heard today, some statewide level is necessary. We have to have that, but we also have to have, whatever that ends up being, work with some, and Kent State 105 is trying to do this, I think, but this local coordination is really important, and I don't know that we've talked about that enough, but that seems to be, to me, a critical piece of this. But just generally speaking, I guess I want to put out a caution. This is really an opportunity to do something pretty transformative in the way we approach economic development and business in this state. But to do that, we are going to have to avoid some traditional thinking and pitfalls. And we tend to think towards tax credits for making too much money. That's one example, but I think the issue with new businesses is not that they're making too much money, it's that they need something to offset losses, to keep them operating for the first couple of years. We're going to have to be willing to do something that transcends the normal traps that we fall into in this building if we want to do something that's really substantial and can make a big difference in the state.
All right, I'm seeing no more recommendations. By no means is this over. You can think about it and email any recommendations in to Eddie. He really likes to get lots of emails and compile them. So, Representative Hoffman, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I'm just really surprised that we haven't heard anything from the representative clear over here on your left, who I think is going to be looking for a job. And so I'm wondering if I'm surprised he doesn't have any ideas.
Mr. Patton, do you have anything to say?
I ran out of ideas. That's why I'm quitting.
Okay, wow. I think we covered a lot of ground today. This meeting went better than I thought it would when we first got out. I think our eyes are more open to some of the great things that we can do or already doing, and the collaboration that we have is pretty incredible. So I'm looking forward to making this bill something that will really help a lot of new businesses start in Kansas. And I think we made a pretty big dent in that today. And I appreciate all your time and the staff's efforts in putting this together. It wasn't easy. And all these emails that Eddie's going to have to compile are good. We really appreciate your hard work on that. So, all right, we're adjourned. Thank you very much.